immediately, why we are waiting, what is the use of Rafale, right? Because anyone who talk about it, he does not know the reality of the ground. So when we will have to take a revenge, it has to be with a precision, with a strategy, and that planning takes some time, right? We are not jihadis, we are not just mujahideen who will just come and spray bullets on all around. We are a responsible citizen, we are a responsible nation, and we care about peace, but up to a limit. As rightly said, if somebody is coming inside our territory and killing our innocent brother, that has to be avenged. Peace can go up to a limit. You know, there is Ramdhari Singh Dinkar said, Shama Shobiti us bhujang ko jiske paas garal ho, usko kya jo विनीत सरल हो जिस so you need to have your strength and you have to pack that punch with power whenever it is required. So today I will say it's a master stroke because we have not done the full-fledged war. We still stayed in our boundary, and despite saying that Pakistan did supported the terrorism, but then we will be more responsible in our approach, and we within our territory we hit them and only hit the Jaish-e-Mohammed Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters, which is the nerve center of the entire terror. So if we are able to close them, that will definitely have a very, very impactful and long impact on this. Second, we are saying now the ball is in your court. If now you come back to us, we are really prepared and waiting for you. So Pakistan will be termed as aggressor in this case, and we will have all the rights to give them. And we are ready for this. Now Pakistan is in a dilemma. We know we are just hitting the terror camp without hitting the army. So
well said, Captain Akhilesh Saxena. But I again want to go back to the strikes at Bahawalpur. And Dr. Anand Ranganathan, the Jaish-e-Mohammed camp here is very close to the Pakistan 31 Corps headquarters. It has a area of about 18 acres, where there is a horse stable, there is a swimming pool, there is a masjid, there are gyms that are present, not really masjid, training center, and that has been attacked right inside Pakistan. Is this something that would have taken Pakistan completely unaware?
Well, as I said, they did not even have time to prepare for mock drills. This has happened in reality. Couple of points out here, Navika. Number one, as far as this being a message, yes, the previous speaker very rightly pointed out that the planning was so meticulous on all fronts. I'm talking of technical as well as emotional, that it tugs at the heart of every Indian that justice has been taken. The other point, important point, is that because we have now hit for the first time the heart of Pakistan, 4 centers, terror centers in Punjab, this is also in more ways than one, Navika, please understand, a dare to Pakistan. So yes, I completely agree with Smita. In whatever capacity it will retaliate. We have to be prepared. Now, we would not have hit the heart of Pakistan if we were not already had taken this possibility into account. So yes, we are prepared, but at the same time, we have to be ready for retaliatory strikes, because this time we have hit the heart of Pakistan, not just the Pakistan occupied Kashmir.
Absolutely. Maryam Nawaz Sharif now tweeting that all examinations postpones, universities will remain closed today, clearly, and Nishikant Dubey tweeting there, खौफ नजर आ रहा है. Smita, you have more breaking information coming in, more details. Over to you.
See, we were talking earlier about the fog of war and about information and disinformation during times of war. It's not yet a declared war. It is still a conflict at this stage. But like Gaurav was saying, that there is a lot of information warfare that happens. Now, ISPR, which is their information wing, which is like disinformation wing, they are going to do this, and it is something that all channels should be beware of. And I'm breaking it out here on your channel. What they are trying to say is that India has attacked mosques in Pakistan. So the entire idea, that the spin they want to give is to rally this jihadi spirit within our country as well, and their sleeper cells within our country, and they want to do that to their in all over the world, that jihad is linked to religion, and this is why they are trying to say, and in their briefing that they have done, they're going on repeating that India has targeted mosques in Bawalpur and in other places. Just remember, even in Muzaffarabad, they're going on repeating that mosque. Understand that their jihad, that they train their people, all these terror camps have a mosque next to their terror camp, in their terror camp. So they do their prayers and then they do their terror training. And even when the terror attack was done in Pahalgam, it was with religion in mind. Just remember, they kept asking the religion, and after confirming that they were kuffar, then they were killed. So just remember that this disinformation is something that ISPR will put out. They will continuously do this about targeting, and it is something that our political parties have to guard against this. India did not target any religious site. India targeted terror camps. The terror camps that Pakistan has uses women and children as shields, use mosques as buffers, and behind that is all the terror training activity to kill civilians, to kill innocent people. That is what their jihad is all about. So please understand that this kind of disinformation is going to find its way towards India too, and it is up to our citizens to guard ourselves against this kind of disinformation.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that is the disinformation that will carry on. Also joining us this morning, Captain Alok Bansal, Director, India Foundation. Good morning to you, sir. The extent of damage and the reactions coming from Pakistan, caught unawares despite their fear-mongering all along last 2 weeks, yet caught off guard, and now disinformation their only weapon.
See, they have no other option because we have struck them across international borders at 4 places in Punjab, which is actually their heartland, which is where the military power or the elite comes from. And especially 3 of them are actually from the key recruiting area. And of course, the headquarters of 2 major terror outfits, that is Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, have been hit. They were probably not expecting this or were not prepared for it, and they really don't know what to do, because if they don't do anything, they will lose face in front of their own public. Pakistan's military, which has tried to project a macho image of its, would get tarnished, but at the same time they know that if they up the ante, Indian response will be catastrophic for them, because they are, as it is, reeling from huge economic crisis, and they really don't have ammunition at this point of time. In fact, artillery ammunition is in great short supply because a large quantity of it was actually sent for Ukraine. So they are in a real mess. So they really don't know. So what they are indulging is in a misinformation campaign. Their defense minister has said that they have shot down 5 planes, they have destroyed a brigade headquarters, they have captured Indian soldiers. Complete mythical, imaginary narrative which they are trying to churn primarily for their own domestic audience, because they have to tell them that they have done something, and that's what they're trying to say with their domestic.
Also joining us this morning, RKS Bhadoria, former Air Chief. Good morning to you, sir. And this attack on Pakistan, the tri-services joint operation that has been done, how do you look at this? The precision, the planning, and some amount of misleading of Pakistan, which has taken them completely by surprise. How do you look at this entire Operation Sindur this morning?
No, I think Operation Sindur, the way it has been conceived, and the kind of targets chosen, the number of targets, the nature of targets, the extent, geographically, the depth, it's a very clear message, and it is exactly in line with what Honorable Prime Minister said. The unimaginable punishment for terrorists and their backers, and that is exactly what this is. That and it's a very strong and robust action, and a clear message to them that we will no longer keep quiet. Wherever you are, whichever place, however deep, whichever building, we will get you. Also a message to the world, I think, that this is what we will do in case of any terrorist strike, and the world needs to also wake up to the reality of Pakistan, and they need to put their own pressures on Pakistan to get them to the right direction. Otherwise, this is would be the nature of things in times to come. They do a terrorist act, there will be unbearable punishment.
Sir, the question tonight will be, are we expecting retaliation? Should we expect retaliation from Pakistan? And do you think this is the end of Operation Sindoor, or have we just seen phase one and there will be probably other phases?
No, it is just the beginning, I think. Uh, uh, Pakistan would certainly respond. Uh, they will not keep quiet because that is in the nature of their optics. If we have hit 9 targets, you can expect them for their own optics. They would at least choose 9, and if not 10 or 11, from numbers point of view. Uh, uh, we really have to see the kind of targets they hit. We hit terror targets, terrorist infrastructure or sites. They have no such targets here. So they will end up, if they end up targeting some serious target related to defense, that will have its own repercussion. So they understand the escalation and what their actions can bring to the table. So let us see what they do. On our part, I think we have to expect that they would retaliate. Our own defenses, I'm sure everybody is deployed already. Our network is completely up. Air defense is fully would be on alert immediately after the time the target is struck, and we should be able to defend effectively whatever they target, so that we minimize our own damage. And our action would really be dictated by the extent of what they do, by the extent of damage they cause. So there would be some, I expect some a day or two of action that would pan out. And we should be prepared. We should also be prepared for escalation, which can be even higher than this.
Okay, could you give us a sense, because you had said that during Balakot airstrikes that this was the demonstration of will. Operation Sindoor, what does that signify for you, and what kind of deployment of our weaponry, of our air force would have been done to get the results that we're seeing on our screens today?
See, I think Balakot was a paradigm shift in terms of that if there's a terrorist attack, they never expected that Air Force will strike across IB and so deep. So that was demonstrated. That was another major shift in policy and the kind of actions we are ready to take.
Okay. Okay.
This is another level. This is much of how far we are going to go, and how strong action we can take. In terms of weapons, I think it's from the damage videos that are coming and photographs, I can see a combination of precision weapons, high caliber weapons and normal precision weapons, maybe some loitering munition, but largely weapons. And they have inflicted very serious damage from the kind of explosions that are visible.
So do you think, India, of course, is totally geared up to take any challenges at this moment, but you are saying that you expect this to carry on for at least 2 or 3 days, and Pakistan most likely to retaliate. India all prepared?
No, I'm sure our defense forces are fully prepared. Why I'm saying they would retaliate, because that is the kind of direction given by their army chief and their ministers as to what they will do. And for the optics, they would certainly take some action. It is important that we expect it. It is important that we contain it. So that our subsequent action we are able to calibrate suitably. If they are rational about it and are able to calibrate their actions towards de-escalation, I'm sure similar response toward de-escalator side would be from our side, and we'll be able to control the escalation quickly. It is my feeling that given the nature and number of targets, they would want to show or want to be seen as responding robustly too. And that is where the challenge lies in defending against their response, and thereafter really calibrating how we want to go forward.
Well, my colleague Pranesh Roy also has a question for you. Go ahead, Pranesh.
Sir, by striking Pakistan repeatedly, what we've done on 2 occasions in the past and now Operation Sindoor, has India called the nuclear bluff of Pakistan?
Of course, of course. At drop of a hat, they start with the nuclear saber rattling. Even in this case, they started the talk the moment this happened, the very next day onwards. So we have to we are fully aware what their nuclear weapons are capable of, what we are capable of, and we from our side have never spoken about nuclear weapon use, etc., etc. They have spoken about it every time. And it is for us to take whatever actions are required, like we have taken, and we would be in a position to de-escalate depending on what action they take.
Sir, when you say precision weapons were used, I want you to elaborate so that our viewers understand what we are talking about, sir. What kind of weapons?
We have precision weapons ranging from about 60 kilometers right up to 300 kilometers, 350 kilometers. So some subsonic, some really high supersonic. A combination of weapons depending upon targets. Some weapons, for example, in such areas, we could have expected some jamming, etc., in a very strong measure. So there are some weapons which don't get affected by jamming and yet have long standoff. They, in combination with other weapons, depending upon location of target, there would be a combination that would have got chosen. And from the kind of explosions that I see on the videos, some are heavy caliber, some are lower caliber. So the important point is that it's a very calibrated attack. It is a very precise attack in order to contain the collateral damage and keep it to absolute minimum. I think that is also part of the strike planning, which is good. It is to give a very clear indication that we are only targeting the terrorist network and we don't want any civilians hurt or damaged.
Well said, Air Chief Marshal RKS Bhadoria. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's go across straight to this report that's coming in from Pulkit Nagar from the border area of Jaisalmer and the situation there even as early celebrations break out in India.
ये तस्वीर आप जैसलमेर की देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से हमारे फाइटर प्लेन अब भी आसमान में उड़ान भरते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। ये तस्वीर आप देख लीजिए और इसी के साथ समझिए कि पाकिस्तान को चुनौती दी जा रही है इस गरज के साथ, और पाकिस्तान समझ ले कि उसने अगर अब भी कोई हिमाकत की तो उसका जवाब देने के लिए फाइटर प्लेन पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। जैसलमेर के आसमान में लगातार फाइटर प्लेन नजर आ रहे हैं और ये भारत पाकिस्तान बॉर्डर है, यहां से रात से ही ये चुनौती दी जा रही है। पहले आज एयर एक्सरसाइज करनी थी, लेकिन उसी एयर एक्सरसाइज के दौरान कहीं ना कहीं पाकिस्तान कंफ्यूज हुआ और एलओसी से हमारे फाइटर विमानों ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर उसके जो आतंकी ठिकाने थे उनको ध्वस्त किया और अब भी आसमान में फाइटर प्लेन नजर आ रहे हैं।
Well, even at the moment, we are getting information that Indian Air Force planes are actually flying and defending the Indian airspace, clearly not letting our guard down anytime soon. Smita, what are you hearing from the LOC areas? What are your sources telling you?
Mobilization of troops, that's what we are hearing. What did not happen this time, like it happened during Operation Parakram, is that we didn't see tanks going and we didn't see the 3-tonners taking equipment or anything like that. That didn't happen. So which is why some people were confused whether it's going to be a land battle at all, or will it be like earlier, a surgical strike, one of those pincer attacks. What is it going to be? But as Marshal Bhadoria said, that it was a multi-dimensional, and also the initial information that has come in is that it was multi-dimensional, which is like they have used all the 3 wings, which is the Army, Navy and Air Force, all 3, as well as intelligence information which has come in about where these terror sites were located and what kind of damage can be inflicted, what kind of armament can be done. And as in your conversation, Marshal Bhadoria said that the kind of munitions used were were the kind that collateral damage kam se kam ho. I think that's what he was saying, that precision weapons. I think Pranesh asked him this, and what is the kind of precision weapons? The reason these precision weapons were used, and I think the Navy was also used, so the loiter ammunitions were probably there in that. What is interesting is that Islamabad will try. My guess is that they will hope that there will be international pressure on India and Pakistan now to de-escalate. Pakistan's hope will be that it's a short war. They can sustain fighting in a short war, inflict damages on us. And yes, as Marshal Bhadoria said, that if we have struck 9 or 10, and if there are more attacks which have happened, then you can be certain that they will do the same. They will strike 9 or 10 points within Indian territory, whether through missiles or whether they will fly their birds, not sure as yet. But they will strike, and their attempt will be a short war and get international powers to ask us to de-escalate. Do we walk into that trap? Because what we would like is some kind of an escalation in a slow and calibrated manner, because we know then that Pakistan cannot fight a long war with us. This is generally the view that is held, that in terms of short wars, they can take us on and we can be literally eyeball to eyeball. But in terms of long-term conflict, and I'm sure the military historians and all would know better.
So you're right. Pakistan, all that Pakistanis can do is fight a proxy war that has been on for, decades. But this is a watershed moment. Captain Akhilesh Saxena also wants to come in. Watershed for multiple reasons.
So I just want to differentiate, this particular, it's about the precision. Why we are not done the area kind of strike, where we are targeting the entire town or area. This was a very, very precise strike. And first time, you see, if I compare to Operation Parakram to this part, now in 25 years, in fact, India has gained some of the very, very important power in terms of drone technology, right? Which is one of the best in the world. So when we use the precision drones, which was used in this strike also, which is called a loitering munition. So loitering munition, these are the drones which goes into enemy territory. And the biggest thing is, many of these observers were, or the audience were asking the question, why these were not detected, right? So they fly very, very low, even below the range of radar. And they can be controlled by manually, or they can fed the information. They fed the information of the target, and they are very precise to a meter. So that precision, if you see all around the tactics, is we are very clear. We are showing that we are very responsible. We are not hitting any civilian casualties. We are not hitting even the army, institute or the solution. We are just hitting the terror network, which is Lashkar-e-Toiba and others. Second, all these were very accurate, and this was a tri-services operation, including Army, Air Force, and Navy. The third thing was they were all conducted within the Indian boundaries. None of these things, they have gone into the thing, so there was no violation of the ceasefire, or if you say crossing. So now the onus is on Pakistan. We are still giving a face saving that they just want to do some cosmetic strike and just backed away. But you will see this headquarters where, these Jaish-e-Mohammed were there. You will see a huge casualty report which will be coming out in some time.
Well, we are all waiting for that official briefing at 10 a.m., just 2 hours away. But Dr. Ranganathan, while we can discuss about the response all day long and beyond, I am particularly pleased with the way we've, gone about announcing it. The handles, the official handles have said justice served, we struck them. Also the audio on that video that was posted by the ADGPI at 1:28, it says, we will hunt you down, we are coming for you. Not coy anymore about these things.
Pranesh, as a civilian, as a layman, of course, the technical information has been given by the experts out there. But I just want to encapsulate the spirit of the country that I'm feeling right now as to what has happened in the last couple of hours. And let me try and do this. Of course, the emotions are also surging. You see, as they say, revenge is best served cold. But Pranesh, sometimes it contains unbound emotion. So this operation has been named Sindur, and I was wondering why. The imagery, the symbolism, I think it's as devastating as these strikes are to the enemy's psyche. Because this is no ordinary symbolism, Pranesh, to the Indian woman, The Sindur signifies eternal love and bonding. It whispers vows of eternity for a husband. This sacred vermilion vein, this crimson streak binds them heart to hearth. And to the Indian man, Sindur is that scarlet seal that mirrors his aching vow, his assurance, reassurance, the embers of his beloved soul in his pride, his shield, his prayer for our eternal reign as his life's sacred flame. And so when it is wiped away, the world dims before it ends. It crushes the soul. This disturbed, wiped streak then wails silently most times, but when it can remain silent no more, its wail echoes through centuries of love. That is what we are as a country, and that is why the Pahalgam terror attack was no ordinary work of evil and barbarity, Pranesh. The barbarians killed men in front of their women. They taunted them, mocked them. Modi ko bata dena. Wiped their Sindur right in front of their partner. This response therefore carries retribution that contains emotion, because a response, even though it is cloaked in cold precision, must at times pulse with raw emotion to resonate with one's heart and mind, to pierce that soul's armor, as they say. This Pahalgam terror attack evoked that molten tide of anguish, but also hope. Pranesh, at times raw emotion, not blood, must surge through nation's veins if its slumber is to be shattered, if men are to be awakened, ignited. These strikes have taken revenge, but it is the symbolism that has carved the path. This is what Operation Sindur means, a perfect alchemy of ice and flame.
Well said, Dr. Ranganathan. Smita Prakash has some more inputs to share. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so some information I have on these terror targets which were selected. Why were these targets selected? Again, this is to bust the disinformation. Those who are tuning in now, there is disinformation which is being sent by the ISPR. We should not fall for it. We should ensure that no channels, nobody falls for this disinformation. Why did India pick these targets? Now, this Markaz Subhan Allah, which is Jaish-e-Mohammed's Bawalpur location. Now, this Markaz serves as an operational headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. And those who have tracked terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir know what the Jaish-e-Mohammed means to Jammu and Kashmir. Most importantly, they are the ones जिन्होंने पुलवामा attack February 14th, 2019. Never forgive, never forget. They are the ones जिन्होंने ये हरकत किया था in Pulwama. And that terror markaz has been attacked today. That has been shattered today. The perpetrators of Pulwama attack were trained in this terror camp which was attacked today. These are sources. The second source which I have is to why was the Markaz Taiba, which is the alma mater of the which was established in 2000. For 25 years, it was where it was a training center for LET. It was located in a place called Nangal Sahadan in Muridke, Shekhupura, which is in Pakistani Punjab. This is again where LET has targeted. Remember LET, Mumbai terror attacks. Never forgive, never forget. If we have taken long to do this attack, Muridke ka jo the markaz which was there, that is where it was attacked. More information that we have is that this Tera Kalan facility where the Jaish-e-Mohammed, this area in district Narowal, which is in Pakistan, Punjabi Pakistan, this is the main launching site for the JEM, which infiltrates people into Jammu Kashmir continuously. And I beg to differ from people who say that abhi jo terror strikes, jo hot area ho raha hai on the LOC, on the international border, if they have their artillery guns, there will be no terror infiltration. No, and this could be cover fire they're giving to those infiltrators. This is where they come from. The Jaish-e-Mohammed is trained in this Sarjal Tehra Kalan facility. That was attacked today. And what they have is they have a primary healthcare center. This I said this earlier, Pranesh, when I was talking to Navika on your show. This is what I said, that what they do is at these terror camps, they have a primary healthcare center in front. They have a mosque in the other side. On the left, a primary healthcare center. On the right, a mosque. They have women and children there. So they have these people who are cannon fodder. This is exactly what they did, and which is why we use precision munitions to target these areas to see that there is minimum casualty.
Right.
And they have the other thing that I wanted to do was that the real purpose of these terror strikes is hidden behind the fact that there is a mosque and a primary healthcare center. But this could not escape the detection of our intel that we had. Human as well as tech int was used to decipher as to what this facility was doing.
Thank you, Smitaji. Just stay with us. You know, we have Dr. Ravi joining us. Dr. Ravi is the brother-in-law of Manjunath. Dr. Ravi, you know, it takes a lot to, you know, to speak at a moment. The family is still grieving. But, I mean, I don't even know what to ask. How do you see Operation Sindur? This is India's answer to the people behind the Pahalgam massacre.
Sir, we are all thrilled, sir. We are all thrilled. The name itself has thrilled us, sir. नाम सुन के ही हमें पता चल रहा है कि अपना सैन्य क्या करने जा रहा है. भारत माता का सिंदूर भी काश्मीरी है. तो हम लोगों का जो सिंदूर उन लोगों ने उजाड़ा है, उसके लिए जो रिटेलिएशन अपना आर्मी कर रहे हैं, वी आर रियली थ्रिल्ड, सर. वी आर रियली थ्रिल्ड. जो खून हम लोगों का बहा है वहां पर, उसके लिए जो भी रिटेलिएशन हमारा सरकार के द्वारा या अपना मिलिट्री के द्वारा हो रहा है, एटलीस्ट हमारा जो डेथ है वो वेस्ट नहीं गया, ऐसा हम लोगों को लग रहा है, सर. बट ये दिल मांगे मोर, सर. इट शुड नॉट स्टॉप, सर. ये ऐसा होना चाहिए कि कभी भी नेक्स्ट देयर शुड बी नो टेररिज्म इन इंडिया, सर. ऐसा एक रिटेलिएशन होना चाहिए, सर. इट इज स्टार्टेड. बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. एटलीस्ट 15 दिन के बाद हम लोगों को ये खुशखबरी मिल रहा है कि कुछ तो हो रहा है. ऑलमोस्ट 70, जैसे मैंने देखा है टीवी में, मोर देन 70 टेररिस्ट आर डेड. वी आर रियली थ्रिल्ड, सर.
Dr. Ravi, you know, we can all understand your sentiment, what the family is going through. But I want to salute the spirit. Smitaji, Dr. Ranganathan, Captain Saxena. Look at, you know, Dr. Ravi. He's talking to us, and the first thing he says, and I am hesitant in asking him a direct question. I say, you know, I don't know what to, and he says, we are thrilled by the action. This just tells you the impact of Operation Sindur on the psyche of ordinary Indians, Dr. Ranganathan.
Now, as I said, Pranesh, it can be overwhelming, but, you know, sometimes you need to mix emotion with something that has to be cold and calculated, as our preparations were meticulous as they were, no doubt about it. Because the nation has finally woken up, and I keep saying this, you mentioned it yesterday, day before yesterday, at every moment of our victory, we have let go. We have taken the foot off the pedal, be it 1965 or 1971, those 93,000 prisoners of war, or even in Kargil, or even in Balakot. We've taken the foot off the pedal. We've given respite to the army, to the enemy. This time round, I think the message is very clear, because you tugged at our hearts in a fashion that has never been done before. So now you pay for it. And now the nation is one, the nation has woken up to this. No more taking the foot off the pedal, Pranesh. That's a message. And let me also add, strength is to be feared before it is demonstrated. From now on, they will fear our strength before we demonstrate it.
And Captain Saxena, you know, what Dr. Ranganathan is saying is true, because look at the response that we had before the strike, and now how, you know, all the other countries are coming along, they're coming on board.
Yeah. And if you see in army, there is a tradition that we do not leave our man behind. And whenever something is done, we ensure that that revenge is being taken. Now, if the same thing, if I just put it to the entire nation, so we have given this message that, you know, our 26 people who were killed, innocent people, they were our brothers. And we will not leave it, you know, till the time we will take the revenge. The second important thing which Dr. Ranganathan is also saying, it's very important that this fear should go into the mind of those terrors, because they have made terror as their weapon. Pakistan using their weapon, you know, terror is their main weapon. Now, if we give the same message that whenever you do such kind of thing, this cowardly act, you will be given a punishment, and that punishment will be much hard. And this will also serve a very important purpose, which we don't see, that it has brought the entire country together, right? You see, before that there was various division in terms of caste, religion, and then there was everyone was having the same thing. Leaving few guys, leaving few parties, everyone was together and saying, we are with the government, we believe in them, and we will give them the time and entire efforts to strike and strike deep.
And
that's
stay
what
with us,
government
Group Captain Augustine also joining us. Sir, good morning. What is your assessment of the damage inflicted by Operation Sindur?
Pranesh, I mean, I joined you, I think, when it really happened, and a couple of minutes later. Balakot, I was the director for operations, looking after the Mirage 2000 part of planning. So I was thick in Balakot. And at that time, what came to my, during planning, what came to my mind, though I probably articulated as well, why don't we go after the Muridke and Bawalpur? See, Bawalpur is an 18-acre plot. You name it, it is there. You name the facility, Bawalpur has it. Bawalpur is the breeding ground. Bawalpur is the place where the first line of training is given to these people. Let me talk about Muridke. Muridke is the place where the IEDs are made. It is like a cottage industry. And just north of Lahore, today we showed our resolve by attacking across the international border. The message is very clear. आप कहाँ भी जाएं, हम आपको ढूंढेंगे. We will find you, like Liam Neeson said, no? We will find you and we will kill you. So it is no longer you go and hide in the mainland of Pakistan and hold 30, 40 acres and have a ball. We will find you and we will kill you. Secondly, most important, Kargil, I was part of 7th Squadron. We were operating from Adhampur. The longest vector we had was a laser-guided bomb, which could go probably 4, 5, 6 kilometers. Post-Kargil, in the Kargil Review Committee, we realized we need longer vectors. Today, we didn't even cross the LAC, LOC, and IB, and we hit them very, very hard. Marshall was talking about certain vectors. Scalp NG, 550 kilometers. I will request all the people who are watching this show, 500, and you draw a 550 kilometers line from, say, Pathankot, Udhampur, Srinagar, or right up to Jaisalmer, Badmer. You will notice, other than probably Quetta or the furthest place of Quetta, every place is under our wings, and we don't even have to cross the border. Secondly, Meteor missile that we have in Rafale has 200 kilometers of range. वो टेक ऑफ करेंगे, वहीं मार गिराएंगे, वहीं उसी रनवे पे गिर जाएंगे वो लोग. So that is the kind of capability we have today. We don't even have to cross the line, and we can keep pounding them the moment they get airborne. Let them try coming and hitting at one of our bases. Thirdly, and most importantly, Pranesh, I think Munir and the entire Pakistan, and some of them are already doing it on social media, should thank us, because these are the places which they could not go and attack. If you remember during this skirmish or when they, throughout Imran Khan, people who went and attacked the so-called establishment are people from Muridke, people from Bhavalpur and those areas. Pakistani फौज उनके खिलाफ कुछ कर नहीं पाया. Nothing they could do. We did it for them. So in heart of heart, Munir must be today. We are really Munir and many people must really be happy कि what we couldn't do, इंडियन एयरफोर्स ने और इंडिया ने आके कर दिया है. थैंक यू वेरी मच. वो मुंह से बोल नहीं पाएंगे, लेकिन मन ही मन में उनका लड्डू जरूर फूट रहा होगा.
But you're giving them the benefit of doubt, Group Captain Augustine, because वो तो believe ही नहीं करते कि वो टेरर चलाते हैं, because actually Asim Munir runs those camps. It's the worst kept secret. Are you giving them the benefit of doubt, which none of us are at the moment?
See, people who went after the establishment are people from here, यही लोग वहां जाके एस्टैब्लिशमेंट पे अटैक किए. So, we must be really thinking, yeah, what I couldn't do, India did it.
Well,
So, in fact,
I would like to ask Smita, who's smiling ear to ear, and Anand Ranganathan. Smita, if anything, Operation Sindur makes sure that Asim Munir, if he had any political dreams, they may be shattered for now.
Well, what will happen is that today Asim Munir is not claiming that he attacked or he planned the Pahalgam attack, but like every other Pakistani general who has done it, and the group captain will know about Kargil also, he also will say this, that initially Musharraf didn't say that it was his baby, but later he claimed it. And the same thing happened with Kayani. They all claim it. After some time, they all claim it. मुंह में पेट में बात रहती नहीं है. The other thing which I find very interesting is, they keep saying, even in their Pakistan studies, which they all grow up on, they keep saying that Hindu baniya, and the visual that they have is one choti wala who cannot fight back. Today, we have shown, like we have shown in every war that we have fought with them, that we can decimate them. It takes just a couple of weeks to finish them off, whether it was 71, whether it was 65. We finished them off. Even in Kargil, they didn't even take back their bodies. So, this attack that we have done, yes, collateral damage kam karne ke liye we use precision. But remember that if we are not doing collateral damage through kinetic action, the non-kinetic action is going to do so much of collateral damage to their agriculture, to their economy, to their livelihood of their farmers, that this non-kinetic action, and including if the cotton crop gets hit, even their textiles, which is one of their largest exports. So the non-kinetic actions are going to go along with the kinetic actions. So today, it has been a multi-pronged Army, Navy, Air Force and intelligence which has worked out here in these attacks in Operation Sindoor. There is also the non-kinetic, let's not forget that. And that is our long-term war with Pakistan.
Well, well said. There is a very simple tweet coming in from Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. The world must show zero tolerance for terrorism, and Operation Sindoor at the bottom. And that is the simple message that goes out to the world. India will not tolerate, and India has the power to take care of Pakistan, and the terror attacks by Pakistan will not go unpunished. Unequivocal message coming in from the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar. But at this moment, I'm joined by Shubham Dwivedi's wife, Aishanya Dwivedi, joining me this morning. Namaskar, good morning. Operation Sindoor. 15 दिन पहले आपने एक बहुत बड़ा नाइटमेयर देखा था अपनी आंखों के सामने, जब आपकी आंखों के सामने आपकी पति की जान ली गई थी. आज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर इसका नाम है, बदला लिया गया है पाकिस्तान से. आज मन में क्या?
आज मैम कहीं ना कहीं मैं बहुत, ये पूरा देश बहुत पीस पे है. इवन सबसे ज़्यादा मैं बोलूँगी शुभम इज़ एट पीस. All the 26 people जो वहाँ पे मारे गए हैं, they are at peace today. Families can go back and sleep. हमें नींद नहीं आती है मैम रात में. जिस तरीके से जो मैं देख के आई हूँ, जो वहाँ पे जो वाइफ्स देख के आई, उन्हें नींद नहीं आती है रात में. वो अब सो पाएंगी, वो चैन से रह पाएंगी. बहुत बड़ा हुआ है, and I'm really thankful for everyone.
I know ऐशन्या, दर्द कम नहीं होता, और इस बदले से शायद आपकी लाइफ में जो लॉस है, इसकी भरपाई कोई नहीं कर सकता, कभी नहीं कर सकता. लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा सुकून महसूस हो रहा है आज.
बिल्कुल मैम, एक सुकून है. एक है कि हाँ, शुभम के खूनी जिंदा नहीं है, उन्हें मार दिया गया है. एंड मेरा हमेशा से, मैंने हर इंटरव्यू में कहा है कि मुझे आतंकवाद से प्रॉब्लम है, मुझे आतंकवाद ख़त्म चाहिए. और इस देश ने वो करके दिखाया है कि उन्होंने आतंकवाद पे डायरेक्टली अटैक किया, उन्हें आतंकवाद ख़त्म किया है.
पिछले 15 दिनों में बहुत लोग ये सोच रहे थे, होगा कि नहीं होगा, कब होगा, कैसे होगा. क्यों नहीं होगा, ये सारे सवाल जहन में जरूर आ रहे होंगे। 15 दिनों में किस उतार चढ़ाव से आपके विचार चल रहे थे? कैन यू शेयर दैट विद अस?
इट्स वेरी नेचुरल। जिनके साथ ये हुआ है वो द नेक्स्ट मोमेंट से यही बोल रहे होंगे कि कुछ होगा कि नहीं होगा, कुछ बदला लिया जाएगा नहीं लिया जाएगा। तो इम्पेशेंट होना बहुत इट्स अ नॉर्मल रिएक्शन, क्योंकि जो हम सबके साथ, जो हम 26 फैमिलीज के साथ हुआ है वो इम्पेशेंट होगी ही। बट कहीं ना कहीं हम सबको विश्वास था, इवन मैंने हर इंटरव्यू, हर जगह, हर एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे यही बोला है कि मुझे पता है बदला लिया जाएगा, मुझे पता है मोदी जी ऐसा नहीं छोड़ेंगे, वो बदला लेंगे। एंड आज इस ऑपरेशन को कंडक्ट करके ही प्रूव्ड अस कि ऐसे ही नहीं छोड़ दिया जाएगा। वी विल टेक रिवेंज, वी विल एंड देम, वी विल एंड द टेररिस्ट, वी विल एंड द मर्डरर्स।
और पाकिस्तान पिछले 2 हफ्तों से कह रहा था कि अभी होगा तभी होगा, और तमाम दुनिया में ढिंडोरा पीट रहा था। लेकिन जिस तरह से ये देर रात को हुआ, आपको लगता है कि बस सोते हुए, जब एक अलग दुनिया में पाकिस्तान था, जिस तरह से ये किया गया प्रिसीजन अटैक, यही शायद जवाब है 22 अप्रैल का?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल यही जवाब है मैम। वहाँ पे उन लोगों ने लोगों को बस 5 सेकंड में मार दिया, धर्म पूछ के मार दिया। उनकी कितनों की तो पैंट उतार के उन्हें मारा है, चेक करके कि वो कौन है, क्या है, हिंदू है, मुसलमान है। उन्होंने कुछ भी अपने अंदर इतनी भी इंसानियत नहीं छोड़ी। ये हैवान है, उन्होंने हैवानियत दिखाई, और इनका बदला ऐसे ही लिया जाना चाहिए था जिस तरीके से बदला लिया गया है।
कुछ लोग जो कह रहे थे कि आतंक का धर्म नहीं होता, आप मानती हैं आतंक का धर्म नहीं है?
मैंने पहले भी कहा, आतंक का धर्म नहीं है। मैं किसी धर्म के अगेंस्ट नहीं हूँ, बट मेरा क्वेश्चन सिर्फ ये एक आता है, मैं खुद से भी पूछती हूँ, मैं हर इंसान से पूछती हूँ, मैं सबसे पूछती हूँ, मैं आपसे भी पूछती हूँ, आतंकवाद का धर्म नहीं है, लेकिन ये हमेशा एक ही धर्म से क्यों आते हैं? बस मेरा ये क्वेश्चन। मेरा किसी धर्म से कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। मैं खुद में बहुत मुस्लिम्स को जानती हूँ, शुभम के मुस्लिम बहुत दोस्त हैं, मेरे को उनसे दिक्कत नहीं है, बट ये क्वेश्चन भी बहुत बड़ा है कि हमेशा वो एक ही धर्म से आते हैं।
बिल्कुल सवाल आपका जायज़ है। आपने कहा वहाँ 26 परिवार ऐसे थे जो आहत थे। इन 15 दिनों में आपस में आप लोगों का कोई टच रहा? वो कहते हैं कि जब कोई जाता है और जब एक ट्रेजेडी इस तरह की होती है तो नए तरीके से रिश्ते बनते हैं। कुछ ऐसा महसूस हुआ इन 15 दिनों में?
नहीं मैम, मेरे को लगता है ना, सबका ही ग्रीफ करने का तरीका अपना अपना है। हर इंसान अपने तरीके से ग्रीफ से निकलता है, अपने पेन को इंसान किस तरीके से महसूस करता है, ये सबका है, अपना अपना है। शायद मैं आप लोगों से, मीडिया से बात कर, क्योंकि मीडिया ने हमारी बहुत मदद करी है शुरुआत में, उनसे बात करके शायद मेरा ये पेन हल्का हो रहा है। कुछ लोगों का शांति से कमरे में बंद हो करके अपने आप को रुला के, अपने आप को रो के पेन हल्का हो रहा होगा। हम एक दूसरे से कनेक्ट नहीं हो पाए, लेकिन आई नो द पेन दे आर फेसिंग। आई जस्ट वांट कि सब इस पेन से कोशिश करें निकलने की। निकल तो कोई नहीं पाएगा। जिस तरीके से हमने अपने हस्बैंड्स को अपने सामने एक गंदी तरीके से देखा है जाते हुए, निकल तो कोई नहीं पाएगा। आई जस्ट विश एंड प्रे फॉर एवरीवन एंड फॉर माई सेल्फ ऑल्सो कि हम कहीं कुछ पीस ढूंढ पाए, एंड दैट हेल्प अस लिव अलोंग।
I completely understand that, Aishna, but yes, peace is important. The pain, this retaliation today, will it reduce the pain?
It definitely will. The way this attack happened, it will reduce the pain. It will not end the pain. Nothing can heal this pain. Nothing can heal this. But हाँ, ये है कि those 26 lives now will rest in peace. Now we as family know कि the person जो हमारी family से गया है वो सिर्फ ऐसे ही नहीं चला गया, वो एक ये करके गया है कि अब शायद आतंकवादियों का हिम्मत नहीं होगा हमें वापस मारने का। आज शुभम गए हैं, कल कोई और शुभम नहीं जाएगा, इस वजह से नहीं जाएगा शायद।
बहुत बड़ी बात आप कह रही हैं। और ये जो ऑपरेशन का नाम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर है, आपको लगता है कि वाकई सिंदूर का बदला था ये?
इट्स वेरी पर्सनल। ये जो नाम उन्होंने दिया है, दिस ओनली प्रूव्स कि वो हमसे पर्सनल लेवल पे कनेक्ट होकर हमारा पर्सनल बदला लेके आए। वो हमारे देश में जितनी भी औरतें अब आज अपने हस्बैंड्स को खो चुकी हैं, उनके लिए वो बदला लेके आए। मुझे तो ऐसा ही लग रहा है मेरे घर का कोई इंसान जाके बदला लेके आया मेरे लिए।
ये ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का नाम प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने दिया था, ऐसा कहा जा रहा है। आज क्या महसूस कर रही हैं?
उन्हीं के अंदर शायद इतने इमोशंस हैं कि वो हम सबका इंडिविजुअल पेन समझ पाए और उन्होंने इस ऑपरेशन का ये नाम रखा। ये वही कर सकते थे। ये इतने पर्सनल लेवल पे इतना पर्सनल नाम देना, ये तभी किसी के अंदर आएगा जब वो हमसे उस लेवल पे कनेक्ट होगा। शायद मोदी जी के अंदर इतना है कि वो हमसे पर्सनल लेवल पे कनेक्ट होके उन्होंने ये नाम रखा। Really thankful to everyone whosoever is a part of Operation Sindur, all the armed forces. Thank you. आपने ये जो हम लोगों के लिए किया है, thank you so much.
Ashna, what can I say today? A big hug to you. This country is giving you a big hug. We can't take the pain away, but we can certainly stand in your sorrow with you. और आज मैं कंपैरिजन नहीं करना चाहती हूँ, लेकिन आज हम सबको कुछ क्लोजर मिल रहा है। जो 22 अप्रैल को 26 हमारे लोगों के साथ हुआ, हमारे देशवासियों के साथ हुआ, आपके हस्बैंड शुभम के साथ हुआ, और इसी दुआ से कि शायद इस अटैक के बाद आपने जैसा कहा, आप ही के वर्ड्स दोहराऊंगी, शायद कोई और शुभम बच जाए इसके बाद, क्योंकि शुभम की जान शायद देश की इसी नीति के लिए काम आई। I just send you all my love and love, regards, respect to you and your family from all our viewers watching Times Now today. What can I say? And we will stay with you. हम शुभम को नहीं भूलेंगे, हम आपको नहीं भूलेंगे, हम उन 26 परिवारों को नहीं भूलेंगे, क्योंकि आपने इस देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा बलिदान दिया है ताकि ये देश आतंकवादियों पे कुछ एक्शन कर सके। शायद हम नींद से जागे हैं और हमने आज इस बदले के साथ कुछ फ्यूचर जेनरेशंस का फ्यूचर बचाया है। आपको नमन, शुभम को नमन, आपके परिवार को नमन। Thank you.
Thank you.
Poignant moment for those who have lost their loved ones. And Anand Ranganathan, nothing can actually replace Shubham in Ashna's life. But clearly some amount of closure and the choice of the terminology, Operation Sindur, somewhere touching a chord.
Absolutely, those words will haunt us forever, very beautifully rendered, and thank you, Navika, for letting her speak her mind. It was very important for our catharsis. And I think, as I just told Pranesh 15-20 minutes ago, I think the reason why Pahalgam terror attack was no ordinary work of evil and barbarity, Navika, because they killed men in front of their women, they taunted them, mocked them, wiped their sindoor right in front of their dying partners. So this response carries retribution that also contains emotion. Because a response, even though it is cloaked in cold precision, as I said, must at times pulse with the raw emotion. It must resonate with the entire country. And so this evoked a molten tide of anguish and hope. And Navika, at times, trust me, raw emotion, not blood, must surge through a nation's veins. If its slumber has to be shattered, if men and women are to be awakened, and these strikes have taken revenge, but it is the symbolism that has carved the path. And this is what Operation Sindoor means, a perfect alchemy of ice and flame.
Well said, Dr. Anand Ranganathan. Also on the show this morning, Air Commodore Qureshi. And Air Commodore Qureshi, how do you look at the precision attacks? What should we expect next? And also, what would our tri-services be doing in terms of preparation to prepare for the retaliation that is most certainly expected from Pakistan?
Firstly, Jai Hind and Namaskar. And we have to start, I would like to start saying the Bharat Mata Ki Jai. In fact, it was long awaited. We were having a lot of patience, enough rope were given to the, you can say, I will not say to Pakistan, I will basically say to the terrorist. Okay, those who dared actually to attack, to even raise their eyes actually towards us. As far as this operation is concerned, the name shows very clearly Sindur, Operation Sindur, and we are very, very capable to take care of our all the Sindur. अपनी जितनी माताएं बहनें उनके सिंदूर की जिम्मेदारी हमारी है और हम जानते हैं कि इसको किस तरह से सेव करना है. Nobody in the world can even dare to look towards the Sindur of our mother and our sister.
Well said there, Air Commodore Qureshi. But we at this moment need to look at the disinformation coming from Pakistan and Sky News once again. And if we can pull out that clip where the Sky News anchor actually unmasks the information minister of Pakistan. And once we play out that clip, Smita Prakash, I want you to hear that clip and just look at the brazenness of the Pakistani political establishment. First, Ataullah Tarar and how he was taken on by the anchor of Sky News. And Smita, this is something that we've seen over the last 2 weeks. The kind of disinformation, the kind of brazenness with which Pakistan has said, oh, we've been doing this terror business, terror exports on behalf of US as well as UK and Europe for the past. The West has been asking us to do. The reality is slipping out and the Pakistani political establishment actually looking like weak puppets.
You know, if anybody had to anchor that bulletin, I was very glad that they got, I'm forgetting the name of that anchor, the woman anchor. She just shut him up. When he was trying to say, we've downed so many aircraft, we've done this, we've done that, she just shut him up completely because he did not have his facts with him. He was just talking through his hat. But I give you one thing, you know, that Pakistan's disinformation machinery is way superior to anything that India can attempt. And the reason is, because we are a democracy. We are functioning executive, legislature, judiciary, and the fourth pillar, which is journalism. So, you know, when we have these, we are a functioning democracy. Theirs is a rogue state. So they only survive on disinformation. So they have mastered the art of pulling wool over the eyes of their own population as well as international agencies. I mean, as a rogue state, they managed to sell themselves as an exporter of terror. I mean, they had OBS sitting in their country and they were the most favored nation as far as America is concerned till America woke up to the fact. I mean, they had Muhammad Atta sitting in Pakistan. They had finances for the 9/11 Act, for the 9/11 Terrorism Act, which went from Pakistan. And in spite of that, they pulled wool over America's eyes till some time that America woke up and said snakes in your backyard, and Hillary Clinton said that as Secretary of State. But they managed to do that. They just know how to play that game very well. And they began today as an underdog, and yet they were the first ones to give out the information. This happened even in Balakot. They are the first ones who say "Kauwe mare hain," and that got replicated in India by many handles in India, and some political parties saying ki kahan hai, proof kahan hai. Till today they keep saying that "Kauwe mare hain," proof kahan hai. They keep repeating that because there are some people with very minuscule mental abilities जो एक message चला गया brain के अंदर उसी को repeat करते रहते हैं. There are some characters like that even on our side of the border. So which is why I'm saying that we have to guard against that kind of disinformation which comes out first from them. They are past masters at it. And Sky News is what they went in immediately. There are other sites, I don't want to name them, but there are other sites who, without verifying, have already put out कि इतने aircraft down हो गए हैं, इतने civilian casualties India में हो चुके हैं. The Press Information Bureau at 6 or 7 a.m. started putting out fact checks from the Indian side to say, because some of the Pakistani handles were putting in 1974, 1975 ke downed aircraft, which is on their side. And they're turning around and saying that hamare aircraft gire hai. So, lot of disinformation which is being put out by Pakistan. So all Indians should guard against it, especially if they're in WhatsApp groups where there are expat cousins and relatives sitting out there who are saying, "Arey, Pakistan mein to ye bol rahe." Don't forward it to Indians saying that if it is true, this is really scary. Please be careful on what you're sharing.
Absolutely. And I love the way Yalda Hakim of Sky News actually shut up Ataullah Tarar. Let's listen in to that exchange, which really gives a lot of satisfaction and a lot of smiles to every Indian. Let's listen into that exchange.
We are responding, but to target civilian population, it's extremely unfortunate.
Just to point out, Minister, the Indian armed forces say that altogether 9 sites have been targeted, that they haven't hit any Pakistani military facilities. These are terrorist camps that they are hitting.
Let me make it very clear, there are no terrorist camps in Pakistan. Pakistan is a victim of terrorism. We are fighting the terrorists in our western regions, on our western borders. We are the frontline state against terrorism. We've laid down 90,000 lives in this war against terrorism. India, on the other hand, when we had the Jafar Express hijacking, an intense hijacking incident, India did not even condemn it, let alone express some concern about that incident. So India has been sponsoring terrorism by assassinating Sikhs in US, in Canada, in Australia. We captured a spy by the name of Kulbhushan Yadav, who's a commissioned naval officer.
Can I just point out to you, on my program just a week ago, your defense minister, Khwaja Asif, admitted that Pakistan has for decades had a policy of funding, backing and using terrorist groups as proxies in the country. In fact, in 2018, President Donald Trump cut military aid to Pakistan because he accused Pakistan of playing a double game. So when you say there are no terrorist camps in Pakistan, that is going against what General Pervez Musharraf has said, what Benazir Bhutto has said, what your defense minister said just a week ago. In fact, what Bilawal Bhutto said to me a few days ago, he said that terrorism and funding and backing terrorist organizations has been and was part of Pakistan's history.
Post 9/11, let's talk about post 9/11 scenario. And let me be very clear. Post 9/11, Pakistan was the frontline state, and we still are the frontline state in eliminating terrorism. You see, when we are the guarantors of world peace, because we are a wall between the terrorists and the rest of the world. I would like to invite you to Pakistan to come and see the circumstances.
I have been to Pakistan, sir, and we know that Osama bin Laden was also discovered in Abbottabad in Pakistan. So these accusations on Pakistan, including your defense minister making the admission, is there, and that is why part of the reason...
what the defense minister was referring to, I think he's been misinterpreted. You see, there was a Soviet invasion back in the 80s, and obviously we were countering the Soviet invasion at that point in time. That's part of history. And we were allies of the US. So post 9/11, the scenario changed completely, and Pakistan made a lot of sacrifices. Pakistan is still laying down lives against terrorists. Even today in Balochistan, there was a terrorist attack. We lost 7 soldiers. So you see Pakistani politicians, Pakistani soldiers, Pakistani officers, Pakistani military, Pakistani police, they've been giving numerous sacrifices. So there's no question at all, madam, of having terrorist camps in Pakistan.
Well, but that contradicts Western intelligence, the State Department. There have been many, but I just want to focus you on this particular incident, sir. How will Pakistan now respond?
You see, let me just conclude the previous argument by saying that when we captured this wanted terrorist on the Afghan border, President Trump, in his State of the Union address, actually appreciated Pakistan's efforts in the war against terrorism and how Pakistan is dealing with these terrorists, how we are capturing them, how we are going after them, how they are being eliminated.
Up until a few years ago, sir, Pakistan was on a grey list of states sponsoring of terrorism just a few years ago. So I know you want to take this back to the 1980s, but the point is that this is something that Pakistan has long been accused of, and that's why India has pointed the finger of blame on Pakistan for the Pahalgam attack.
India should have gotten its own house in order. You see, after the intense hijacking of the Jafar Express, we had terrorists appearing on Indian media, giving interviews. The Balochistan Liberation Army, which is a terrorist organization, we had images from the mobile phones of the terrorists being shown on the Indian media. Pakistani media did not have those images. So you see, the fight that we are fighting is not only for us, it's for the rest of the world. As far as the current situation is ongoing, we are responding. We've shot down, as per initial reports, we've shot down 2 Indian planes. And obviously, India is the aggressor, provocator. They've attacked civilian areas.
Bravo, Yalda Hakim. The manner in which she has shut up the information minister of Pakistan. Well, that is, I would say, historic. The meltdown that Mr. Tarar is having live on television on Sky News. But at the same time, let me also put out a tweet that comes in from Karnataka Congress. I'm sorry, but at this moment, I have to pick up this tweet simply because of the abominable levels to which politics in India reduces itself at a time when the country should be feeling proud. The most powerful weapon of mankind is peace, Mahatma Gandhi, and a picture of Gandhi showing on the screen. And this is the Congress in Karnataka's response to Operation Sindoor. I really don't know what to make of this, but Smita, I mean, does this not give a sense to you that they represent Pakistan more than they represent India?
Well, the thing is that they made a very, firstly, they woke up late, Congress, which is like typical of them, I guess. But they woke up late, but they made a very responsible tweet. It was by Jairam Ramesh, in which he said, I'm just going to pull that out, in which he said, India's commitment to elimination of all sources of terrorism in Pakistan and POK has necessarily to be uncompromising and always anchored in the supreme national interest. This is a time for unity and solidarity. And then they go on about.
And Karnataka is the state from where Jairam Ramesh comes.
And then one of their handles, you can be absolutely assured that Kerala Congress will come out with another bizarre one. After Karnataka Congress has come out, Kerala Congress, which is their Twitter handle, is the most rogue Twitter handle I can think of. And obviously the social media team of Congress is unable to control some rogue elements in their party. I think they've just gone, they're like planets of their own. They just decide to tweet whatever they want to do. And it's time that Rahul Gandhi, he met with the Prime Minister a day or two back. Obviously there was discussion on, the opposition parties being on the same page as the ruling party if and when a strike happens. But if that has happened, then I think Rahul Gandhi, as leader of the opposition, and the leader of the Congress party should take action against their social media
But that
handles.
hasn't happened because UP chief of the Congress party was showing toy Rafales with Nimbu and Mirchi hanging, and it just shows their disposition. Well, today is not the day we must dwell too much on the Congress party. I think they've lost the plot, and somewhere, the grip on the party. If this is how Karnataka Congress would want to tweet on a day when our forces have got just such a big advantage over the terror camps. Well, Rahul Gandhi's tweet now coming, proud of our army, armed forces, Jai Hind. That's Rahul Gandhi, and Karnataka Congress in cuckoo land at this moment. I mean, left hand doesn't know what the right is doing, and what's really going on in the Congress is really their business. They seem to be totally disconnected from the world. But Colonel RSN Singh, how do you see Operation Sindur since this morning, the precision attacks? Is this enough, or will there be more?
No, firstly, the name, I salute to the, whosoever selected this name.
The Prime Minister did.
I'm told it was none other than the Prime Minister himself. Well, it is meaningful, purposeful, and statement of our national determination. And here, I totally agree with Asim Munir that we, two nations, the way we have evolved over a period of time, we are different, very different. We don't use suicide bombers. We don't use jihad as an instrument of war. We care for our women. We care for our citizens. And therefore, what happened actually, why I'm saying that it is meaningful and purposeful is that this is not proxy war. What happened in Pahalgam was not proxy war. It was a proxy hate, a proxy crime. Now, don't you protect your citizens against this proxy war, proxy crime and this proxy hate unleashed initially by none other than Asif Munir, the Chief of Army Staff of Pakistan. So we have given a measured response at this time, but what my guess is that yes, we will go in to defeat this entire mindset, this proxy hate mindset, this proxy crime mindset in all its entirety. And I don't think it will be wise to stop before that. We have already unleashed the water bomb. One of the most significant things about this engagement is targeting is that not only POJK, we have gone into Punjab. We have targeted Punjab as well. We have, just as Balakot, we have targeted the hinterland.
All three service chiefs were in South Block Situation Room till 3 a.m. this morning. Real-time informing the Prime Minister was happening. The Chief of Defence Services was also present, and Prime Minister was awake all night getting each of these updates in real time. And Pradesh, that really shows the investment the Prime Minister actually makes into each of these operations that we've seen over the last 10 years, from surgical strikes to Balakot, now to Operation Sindur. It's all hands-on, it's all real-time, watching the situation, from naming to, the execution. The Prime Minister is there, and Operation Sindur, that's where, and it's often said about the Prime Minister, he's like the mukhya of any parivar. He's the head of a family, and as the head of the family, he has understood the emotion of those women, because in this particular attack in Pahalgam, the women were told that we are targeting the men. Your husbands are being targeted. You will be left to carry this message home. He's picked up on that emotion which he has felt, and that comes from years of being part of a family, head of a family. From that emotional level to the precision level of planning and execution, it's a myriad of operations that he's undertaken. I mean, amazing.
Absolutely, you know, tells you about the man, the purpose, the person who's leading our country right now. You were speaking to wife of Shubham Navika, and you know, she said that I just want to, with folded hands, thank the Prime Minister, because only someone like him could understand our pain and suffering, and thus came this name, Operation Sindur. And before I bring in Pragya and Rishabh, who will tell us what happened in the Situation Room, let's chart out the evening of the Prime Minister of the details that we know so far. There was an event at 8 p.m. The Prime Minister was speaking somewhere. He had an address to do. So, and in that address, he said that, look, Bharat ka pani ab Bharat mein rahega. That is all that he said. He did not talk about anything else. No, you know, bomb, banduk, missile, strike, etc. That is what he said. And then in the dead of the night, Pakistan gets the message and the punishment it deserves. And we were told that Operation Sindur has been successful. 9 targets carefully chosen and struck. Pragya, the Prime Minister was there, you know, in the Situation Room, leading everything.
Absolutely, and what we are given to understand is Prime Minister was very meticulously, precisely, monitoring all the situation that is going on. And in fact, it has been character of the Prime Minister that he lead from the front, and this is exactly what he shows. And Pranesh, very interestingly, he actually managed to have this environment of normalcy in administration. He was going about, in someone's conclave, speaking about Bharat ka pani. He was delivering an address in Bihar. Also, he was speaking to his cabinet colleagues about yoga in the last meeting of the cabinet. So everything was seen to be very normal. And the very interesting fact that, sirens were used is expected to be sounded in India as a mock drill, but it sounded actually in Pakistan. The whole, the camouflage with what we did, very meticulously strategized, precise strike that we did on Pakistan, and also the terror, hideouts, and also the hub of the terrorism that we struck. And there has been a very measured response from India, saying that we did not attack any civilians, we did not attack any economic or military establishment in Pakistan. What we did attack are the terrorist structures. And in fact, no international organization, or for that matter country, would stand against action on terrorism. And this is a very diplomatic, I would say it is a very diplomatically sound action that
Pragya,
we
just
took.
stay with us. Colonel Tej Tikku also joining us. Colonel, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us on Times Now. What do you make of Operation Sindur?
Well, my first reaction is that it hasn't come too soon. I think they camouflaged it with great deal of surprise. And, one of the principles of war, one of the important 10 principles of war is to gain and maintain surprise. And to that extent, I think we have succeeded greatly. However, what I want to say is this, that I hope India doesn't stop at that, because we have to finish the Pakistani deep state that is actually conducting all these kinds of operations against us. The proxy war in Kashmir is done by GHQ with ISI as the agency that carries it out. It has been going on for the last 35 years. I do understand that compared to Balakot strike, this was more lethal, though I still feel that in Balakot we were able to get about 250 to 300 Jaish militants. But I think this is far more effective because it has happened in Murid Ke, it has happened in a place which is also co-located with Headquarter 31 Corps, and it is something that Pakistanis cannot hide because it's all, Punjab is highly densely populated. But I certainly feel that this alone is not going to stop the kind of mayhem they have created in Kashmir for the last 35 years. And now they have resorted to kind of a brutality which is unheard of, which is unseen, even from the Quranic concept of war. Therefore, Though I would say that, India is in a place, it's a responsible state. India has already informed large number of countries, including some very important Muslim countries, as to what they have done. Because as someone was telling on your channel that we are a democracy and we cannot behave like banana republic. We are answerable to people. Everything is open here, and we have to follow those principles of democratic functioning. But my only concern is this, that if we and we have only hit the terrorist technical, which is very apparent from the kind of targets that have been selected, some in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir and others in Punjab.
Right.
However, I feel that, Pakistan is they have terror factories, and the jihadis join, about 8-9 years old, and by the time they are 17-18, they are fully radicalized, and that
right.
is the
And Colonel Titu, while we are talking about the strike, I want to quickly bring in Air Commodore Qureshi on the kind of weapons used. We are being told that kamikaze drones were used. Air Commodore, could you please tell us more about it?
See, as far as what weapons has been used, let's leave it to actually a little more actually secret to the Air Force. We should not be talking what we have used. As far as we are concerned, we have achieved what we wanted to achieve, and I would like to say only two things here. Firstly, it is just trailer. The picture abhi baki hai. Let's be very clear. Let Pakistan should understand that part. As far as our patience, they have stretched our patience to the limit. Okay, and as far as this, what we have done exactly, we have achieved what we wanted to achieve, and now we are waiting. Let these bunch of jokers, let them respond. If they respond, we will teach them a big lesson and lifetime lessons. Let's be very clear. We should not be talking about what weapon and what aircraft we are. We are capable exactly. We know exactly what to do exactly. Our armed forces, especially Indian Air Force, Army, Navy, we are very, very capable and professional task forces. We don't have to tell actually on media to what we are using it. We are more interested about killing these terrorists, the people, those who are sitting there.
PK Sehgal,
but before you go to Major General PK Sehgal, sorry for interrupting you, Pranesh. We had these visuals coming in from Bahawalpur, where the Pak Corps commander of Bahawalpur, Lieutenant General Mohammad Akil, has visited the Bahawal Victoria Hospital to meet the injured after the strikes. Now, Pakistan, if it didn't suffer any casualties, if it hasn't had any strikes, why would it be that the Corps commander is meeting those injured in the hospital? So clearly, Indian strikes on Pakistan actually too close home for comfort. And also asking you, Major General PK Sehgal, this do you think is picture abhi baki hai, or do you expect Pakistan to lie low for a while? How do you expect from here on the fireworks to play out?
Before I answer that, I just want to say that this was an exemplary display of political will, national resolve, and the competence of its armed forces. The jointness and integration displayed between the between the Army, Navy, and Air Force was absolutely a marvel. Surprise, secrecy, and speed was used. The entire operation was over in about 15 to 20 minutes. And in 15 to 20 minutes, we struck terror into the hearts of the Pakistani terrorism. 9 sites were attacked. Horrendous casualties have been caused. Pakistan continues to remain in a denial mood. The Lieutenant General is visiting them, but they continue to say that the total casualties suffered is just in the region of about 8 killed and 35. There must be hundreds killed and thousands injured. Look at the buildings that were there. Even if there was only one, it was like a 5-star hotel in Bahawalpur and same in Murudke. Even if there was one occupant in each room, there would be far more casualties that the Pakistan is admitting. And then Pakistan continues to say that only 6 sites were attacked. Then we attacked 9. And interestingly, the weapons that we used for the hammer missile, we used our famous.
Right, you're right, Major General. The Prime Minister, I remember what he had said, that the punishment will be unimaginable, and it'll take Pakistan some time to, to assess the damage, to count the bodies. But Smita Prakash, look at what is playing out. Pakistani army to the rescue of the terrorists, visiting them in hospitals?
Yeah, so why do you think these pictures have come immediately, right? So as I was saying this since the morning that I've been on your show, I've been saying this, that these are Pak army regulars. They are the foot soldiers of the Pakistani army. They are the ones who they send for action against India, the first ones who go. I mean, they've been given various names. At one point of time, they were called non-state actors, if you remember. After that, there was this Defy Pakistan, which was made in 2012, that came about. They are the people who are trained. So these are the guys that the Pakistan army has been training. So they are their men. So just remember that they might be sitting banyan mein baithe hue hain, but they're actually their soldiers. They're not in uniform, but they are their soldiers. These are the ununiformed, non-uniformed soldiers of the Pakistan army, which the Pakistani Corps Commander is probably meeting right now. So the Pakistan army, the entire deception battle that is fought. See, in war, one of the actions that you take is the art of deception. That is something that India also practiced, and that is something Pakistan also practices. While, to clarify, we are not in a state of war. But if the Indian Prime Minister was giving the impression in the past 14 days that everything is normal, just remember, in Pahalgam, he went to receive the bodies. He went and next to the coffins of those who died, he went out there. Here, he did not. Everybody was wondering, why has he not gone to the homes? Why was that the case? Today, when you think back, the name of the operation which has been launched, which is Operation Sindur, it's beyond all the semantics that we are talking about. When those terrorists came to Pahalgam, what was the message that they said? Jaake Modi ko batao. So Modi ko batao was very specific. They didn't say Indian Army ko batao. They didn't say Fauj ko batao. They didn't say Hindustan ko batao. They said Modi ko batao. So to some extent, I think the Prime Minister took it upon himself. It was he who was leading from the front in the way of chairing all the meetings, in meeting with all the chiefs of staff, in the way he met with the CDS, with the NSA in the past 3 days, in the past 2 days before the operation was launched. So that was also, they kind of fooled the Pakistanis to believe that, we are inactive, that we will not take kinetic action, that we will restrict ourselves to non-kinetic action. So, all the action was in the war rooms of the news channels, but it gave the impression. So this is the art of deception that India practiced. What is the art of deception that Pakistan practiced is what you're watching right now on your TV screens, which is that these are not civilians who were targeted, which they are going on telling the international media. These are Pakistani regulars who are not wearing uniform.
Absolutely, and that's why the Corps Commander of Bhavalpur there visiting his injured foot soldiers, terrorists in Bhavalpur, and it just shows the operations of Pakistan. And even after that, they have the audacity to come out and begin to say that they are the victims of terror and try and create an international, rallying point about how they've been suffering on account of terror. I want to ask you, RSN Singh, this Baloch army reference that was made by the information minister, Mr. Tarar, and this song and dance about being victims of terror. Does anybody in the world even buy this, or Pakistan's credibility is so low that they just continue to say this even when they know nobody believes them?
No, the situation inside Pakistan, if I may say, Pakistan, we have not seen them so much divided ever in their history. When I compared this today with 1971, though comparisons are odious, but I must say that Pakistan was never isolated as much as today, both externally and internally. And during 71 war, it was whatever it was the language issues, there were strategic factors involved in separation of East Pakistan and then creation of Bangladesh. But today, what has happened is they are right. They are right that they are indeed victims of terror. But why? Because
the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan feels that it is not Islamic enough. It feels that Pakistan has used or weaponized Islam just for the purposes of the military, while the military has been, sitting in its barracks. The Balochis feel that they practice a different kind of Islam. They don't endorse the kind of Islam that Hafiz Saeed or Maulana Fazlur Rahman they advocate. So that is why, and the Pashtuns say, even Afghan Taliban, you think there is no compact between Afghan Taliban and Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan? So they say that we are indeed a civilizational country. Who are you? And that is what has come to hit Pakistan.
Well,
so indeed
our
right
reporter Priyank Tripathi at the Uri border where shelling from Pakistan continuing. We'll just play out that report coming in from Priyank Tripathi where some local civilians seem to have been injured. Going across to Priyank. Sharif, can we go across to Priyank Tripathi and his report from Uri?
We'll go to Priyank and play out that report, Navita, but just to bring our viewers up to speed with what's likely to happen in the next few hours. At 10 a.m. at the National Media Center, here's that report by Priyank.
घर में बैठे थे.
We are at the GMC Baramulla where the injured have been shifted. कितने बजे आप लोग ने आवाजें सुननी शुरू की?
2 बजे रात को.
कहाँ थे आप लोग? घर में थे?
घर में बैठे थे. बच्चे सो रहे थे, बैठे थे हम.
और कितनी देर आमतौर पे बड़ी बम की आवाजें आ रही थी, छोटे बम की आवाजें?
बड़े बड़े
एयरक्राफ्ट्स की आवाज आई कुछ ऐसे?
नहीं सर, नहीं सर.
फाइटर जेट्स की आवाज?
नहीं सर.
So there you can see the injured have been shifted here, and these are the injured who have been shifted. Ma'am, आपके बच्चे भी थे घर पे? So certainly that's a scenario where the victims have been shifted here at GMC Baramulla where they are being treated as of now. कितने बजे की आवाज थी? धमाका कितने बजे हुआ था?
3:30 सर.
3:30
बजे.
बड़े गोले आ रहे थे?
बड़े गोले सर, बड़े गोले. मकान के सामने गिरा सर. 2 मकान तो बिल्कुल वहाँ डैमेज हो गए और ये सोया हुआ था ऊपरे कमरे में. खिड़की से दरवाजा तोड़ के दीवार से बीच में से लग गए इसको बाजू में.
अच्छा. और फाइटर जैसी कुछ आवाजें आई आप लोगों को?
हाँ सर, बहुत. कान खत्म हो गए सर. बच्चे डर गए सब. फिर हमने बच्चों को इकट्ठा किया तो इसको नीचे उतारा. तो अब ये injured.
So certainly the victims have been right now being shifted, has been shifted to this GMC Baramulla where the treatments are going on. This is a scenario at this GMC where many of the victims of the Uri sector have been brought here so that their treatment can be done. But the manner in which this ceasefire violation has been done by the Pakistanis who were slightly rattled after looking at the India's action. This is the scenario here in Baramulla Hospital.
The world must see civilians look like this. People in Priyank's report, not the one you saw in Bahawalpur, where Pak Corps commanders are coming to meet their people from the Jaish, and don't miss the audio on in that video. That is, they are saying Markaz Subhanallah, if I am not wrong. So Smita Prakash, you have the real face of Pakistan on tape.
Remember, Pranesh,
you have the real face of Pakistan on tape.
Remember, Pranesh, we began about an hour ago or maybe 2 hours ago when we were talking about the disinformation warfare and how they're going to use this whole narrative that mosques were attacked. The mosques were not attacked, terror sites were attacked, terror launching pads were attacked, and the mosques are present at the terror launching pads. They build it purposely. They build hospitals and and mosques at the terror launching pads, at the terror training centers, and give the impression that they're doing something for Islam. That is not what they're doing. Their manner of jihad is to kill people. It is not in the name of religion. It is fraudulent Islam that they practice. Somebody said on your show that we are a civilizational country. Who are you? Asking about Pakistan. And I've said this repeatedly that Pakistan is not a nation. We should stop talking about Pakistan as a nation. It is a geographical strip of land which has been created by a freak of geography or freak of history. It was created and it is a strip of land between two nations, Afghanistan and India. It is not a nation. How can this is just a terror-making factory which has made rape, killing as a matter of state policy? Is this does any country do this? I mean, you don't. When you talk about Israel, they don't have a country opposite them. They are fighting a different kind of a battle, a terror organization. Here we are fighting a country which is actually a glorified terror outfit. Something that we have to figure out. So when we talk about going to war with this country or going into conflict with this country, we have to understand that this is a rogue. It is not. It is a rogue terror organization. It is not a nation. It is not a country.
Absolutely well said, and I completely agree with you. Those are visuals of the devastation in Mudrike, and you can see these buildings that have been damaged, reduced to rubble. The missile strikes last night have been absolutely devastating, and these exclusive visuals that we are getting you today actually show the extent of devastation that has taken place. There are also visuals of ambulances that are going on in Pakistan, in the Mudrike area. If we can play out some of these visuals that are coming in, these exclusive pictures that we are getting of the devastation. We showed you Bahawalpur, we are showing you Mudrike. We are also going to show you the rush to the hospitals that is taking place there. And clearly, Pakistan at the moment, extent of casualties in Pakistan is being seen anywhere between 70 and 80. At the moment, we're waiting for official confirmation. May I just remind our viewers that in just about 1 hour and 15 minutes from now, the army briefing, the tri-services briefing expected to happen here in New Delhi about the details of Operation Sindoor, but devastation to the terror camps. And as Smita pointed out, nobody is going to call Pakistan a nation anymore. It's a joke. It's a terror outfit. And it's a terror outfit which is the bane not just of India but of the world, which is why it has internal strife within Pashtun, the Pashtun regiments that they have, the Pashtun armies that they have, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, as well as Balochistan, and splitting of Pakistan into more pieces is not ruled out at this moment. And if Pakistan ever had any dreams or any goals of trying to target India and that India would sit back and just watch, well, Pakistan clearly dialed the wrong number, and the Modi Sarkar has responded right back. Let me go back to Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, who will be joining us in just a bit. But first to you, Colonel Tej Tikku. This kind of a response, the kind of fakery that Pakistan is doing, expected, but how long do you think the world is going to just lap up what Pakistan says?
I mean, does the world really believe that Pakistan ever tells the truth? Pakistan, as has been just brought out, it is an artificial territory where certain kind of people live. You don't create a nation just out of the blue. Has it ever happened anywhere? The only nation we can talk of is Bangladesh because of the ethnicity and language. Pakistan has nothing in common. It was created by those who were victors in Second World War. They wanted their own interest to be served in this part of the world, and they found these feudal and radical elements, and they had a bright boy called Jinnah who was turned into a kind of a hero by them, and we know that what kind of person Jinnah was. But they used him and they created this Pakistan, which broke in just 25 years after being created. Therefore, Pakistan has basically survived because of two reasons. First, It has been able to hold its people together out of sheer hatred for India. The more you hit India, even this attack of Pahalgam, irrespective of what happens to them on the Western Front from BLA or the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa in the Northwest, as long as they hit India, they think they have done a great job. And that is the reason why they continuously hit India, because that is a reason for them to exist. Therefore, Pakistan should have long dissolved itself, but India has been rather too kind, whether it was in terms of giving them water which they should never have got, whether it was in terms of releasing that 95,000 prisoners of war without getting anything in return. So our generosity has been always misused by Pakistan. But I personally feel that I'll be really very sad if this Indian strike just stops at this point, because Pakistan must dissolve to ensure that India at least lives in peace. We cannot. We have a state on your western borders which is constantly trying to pinprick you. After all, somebody said here that we are not yet in war. We have been in war for the last 35 years. We have lost more people, whether civilians or the security forces, in these 35 years than the combined wars we have had, including the one with China. Therefore, we have been in war. It is just that we have not termed it as war. And Pakistan has got away with it because they think our threshold is so high, they can continue to keep bleeding us through 1,000 cuts, and therefore they can always get away with it. I hope they don't get away with this time, because this time, firstly, I want to tell you the kind of damage. They have themselves accepted that 5 to 6 missiles hit all these targets, 9 targets. Each missile was carrying 450 to 500 kilograms of cannon, I mean the explosive. Now, if you have in a built-up area 2,500 or 3,000 kilograms of explosive exploding, you can imagine the kind of devastation it will create. And I don't believe that 30 people, 70 people, 80 people are there. A large number of people must have got injured also, and large number of people must have got killed also by this, because Bawalpur is not Balakot in the hills and mountains and isolated pocket. It's right in the middle. 31 Corps headquarters is co-located. That's why this Corps commander was visiting them. And I personally feel that, why has it been co-located with the headquarter 31 Corps? Because so that they can get all the military assistance in training them. And as Smita ji just said that they're foot soldiers. They are soldiers without putting on uniform. In fact, most of them sometimes do put on uniform. As we saw in Pahalgam, one of the terrorists, Jihadis, was a special forces person. We should stop doing this differentiation between what comes to you putting on shalwar kameez and what comes to you putting on uniform. There is no difference between the two. After all, when Kargil happened...
Absolutely, Colonel Tej Tikku. For them, these foot soldiers, even if they don't wear a uniform, are their own army foot soldiers. Those visuals coming in from Mudrike, where there are ambulances getting ready there to take the injured to hospitals. Also, at this moment, I want to show you the ground that is being prepared for the 10 o'clock briefing by the Indian Defence Services, where the preparations are already on at the National Media Center. Those visuals coming to you straight this morning. In just about 1 hour and 9 minutes, we will have that briefing. And on the other side, you can see the devastation that Bawalpur and Mudrike are seeing today. A strike that has a message, a strike that says loud and clear, don't mess with India. And that message has gone straight across, not just to rogue Pakistan, but across to the world, that India will take care of what it has to take care without permissions, without pressure, and it will set an example to the world on how terror cannot be state policy and how terror cannot be just a hostage to diplomatic overtures. Tough action will be taken when it is needed to be taken. Smita, once again, I just come back to the point. No hula coming in from the world. The United States calmly watching the situation, no chest thumping or any statements coming from China. We've seen Israel coming and openly supporting India. What else do you think India needs to watch out for on the diplomatic front?
I think even before anybody could react, America reacted because they were awake when it happened. Because of the time difference, Donald Trump reacted. And I think even the US Secretary of State has also reacted. They will say, of course, as international powers, they will ask on the open front, they will say that the two countries should talk. They should, which is what India also said. If you remember, Prime Minister Modi also said that this is not the age of war when it came to the Russia-Ukraine war. So you can expect world powers to take that stance that they would want India and Pakistan to talk to each other and scale down and not increase the level of activity that is happening on the border. They are two nuclear-armed states, both India and Pakistan. So every country on the globe is going to ask us to scale it down. But we have to take our own decisions as far as national security is concerned. The nuclear bogey has been used against India by Pakistan several times. I'm not saying that we should not take their saber rattling seriously. It is important, but we have a no first use policy. But it's a complicated nuclear doctrine that we have. They have no doctrine. They will say all kinds of things. I mean, Sheikh Rashid said कि एक पाव दो पाव के bomb है हमारे पास. This is the kind of nonsense that they talk. They use it so loosely when they talk.
Smita Prakash will come in later. Let's first talk about and make sense of the Modi doctrine, because you had the Prime Minister saying that no border we can, save the terrorist, and we've shown the world once again. And, you were saying that the Americans will say on the face of it that, look, de-escalate things, etc., etc. But when Trump was asked, his body language gave away that, he was really making it up. He said, oh, it's terrible. I just hope that it ends quickly. It ended very quickly, I think 29 minutes or even less than 30 minutes. We came back. I mean, we never crossed. Our missile struck Pakistan. And I'm actually taken aback by the grandness of these buildings that were hit. And look at these long boundary walls, air conditioning. And if you see the area around these buildings, there is deprivation, people starving, not even proper roads built. RSN Singh, you've written a book, Military Factor in Pakistan. Tell us more about Muridke.
No, Muridke is the headquarters of Hafiz Saeed, and it's also, you have the largest gathering of Tablighi Jamaat anywhere in the world in Muridke. So it's a very, very important place. And again, I emphasize that we have hit not only on the LOC, but across the IB as well. So call it whatever you call it. I don't know. I mean, who am I? But let me tell you, by the way, who told you that, how does one get the impression that the past that we want to restrain, want you to be restrained? I don't think so. That is not my, geopolitical assessment. So don't expect, I won't be more, explicit more than this. But definitely, I have not seen Pakistan isolated as much, since 1947. During the Cold War days, yes, Mrs. Gandhi was able to isolate to an extent. But today, Pakistan is completely isolated. As if the world is giving you a signal that, please, the time has come to defeat them comprehensively on an enduring basis. And when I'm told defeat them, not physically, that ideology called Pakistan. And then who ever said that Pakistan is a nation? No, I don't think. No Indian says that.
Right.
No, one minute. No Indian says that. And then I ask you the question that who wanted Pakistan? 4 entities were forcibly made sub-entities, which comprise Pakistan today. Punjab never wanted Pakistan. There was a unionist party there. Sindh never wanted Pakistan. There was a Sindh United Party there. The Baloch, the Khan of Kalat, he reported directly to the King of England, or oblique Queen of England. And then you had this, Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan. So who wanted Pakistan? So that Pakistan, that entity called Pakistan.
No, you're right. That's why Pakistan is unraveling. I mean, Navika, I want to go back to those pictures. 6 chairs there at the National Media Center. We are building up to that big announcement. I want you to hazard a guess. Do you want to? Who are the 6 people who will be there? 3 service chiefs, obviously.
The Chief of Defence Staff, I would expect maybe... I don't know, but normally National Security Advisor doesn't quite come for such briefings. But who knows? Everything is different today. This scale has never been seen before. Yes, there were surgical strikes. Yes, there was Balakot airstrikes. But this scale of an attack and a retaliation has never been seen before by India. And this... could see some more. We could even have the Defense Secretary, the Foreign Affairs Secretary present over there to give a sense of the world reactions. Who knows? We're just guessing at this moment. Smita, over to you. Any guesses from your side?
Yeah, so there's no precedence for this in the sense that when Kargil happened, we did not have a CDS. There was no CDS. So this is the first time that we are fighting, if you want to call this a quasi-war or action or whatever. It's not been said what this action is. There's no term given as yet. It's just an operation. So it is possible that the CDS will be sitting, and I would think that there will be civilian representation as well. It won't just be the armed services, is my guess. There will be an element from the Ministry of External Affairs probably, who will give us the sense of what the international community should, the messaging that we will be sending out to the world. So I'm guessing that there will be somebody from the External Affairs Ministry also sitting, whether it will be Mr. Jaishankar or the JSXC, which is Randhir Jaiswal. He could be sitting out there. You could have the 3 service chiefs, or else you could have at the Lieutenant General level and the Air Commodore level people sitting out there, because if the 3 service chiefs are in the war room and operations are being done, they may not come right now for speaking, since it's the first interaction with the media. This is probably going to be a daily affair till there is a scale down of operations, if at all, or an increase in operations. I don't know how it's going to work out in that manner.
Well, very, very clearly we are going to see a briefing and we also have a cabinet committee on security that will take place at 11 a.m. after this official briefing that takes place. But joining me this morning, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, who is on the show. And Lieutenant General Pandey, Operation Sindur, larger, bigger, more decisive than any of the previous strikes that India has done against Pakistan. The intent clear, the efficacy, the planning. Could you throw some light on that?
Priyanka, for having me on the show. Is Jai Hind to all and congratulations on Op Sindur. The symbolism of a government or a nation when they carry out an operation has to be overall thought out in so many manner. Similar to, when the Pakistanis have done Pahalgam, there were a number of points which are indicative during that number of messaging. And similarly, when you expand this operation from a pinpoint post-Uri surgical attack, thereafter post-Balakot, Pulwama, that Balakot where we went across to hit IB, these were symbols of an escalatory ladder that you keep on coming up to a higher level. We got tools in our arsenal which we are going to hit at the next level. The expansion of it this time and the selection of target hitting all the 3 terrorist hydras which is there existing in Pakistan and including Pak Punjab in number of places where we hit to the depth and the range of nearly about 100 kilometers. Hitting the enemy where it hurts the most is, I think, a major symbol. But you take this name per se as of Sindur is a signal not only to those who lost lives on that day, but it's a message to the world across that we will not accept any more deaths, any more Sindhus being washed off. I think that's the holistic symbol which has come out. And the second, third very important part is, Navika, is that the tools which have been used in this tactical, it's a very tactical operation where the messaging at the strategic level, the tools are very precise. They are latest modern tools which have been applied. All the elements of Air Force and Army have been applied in the sense that we didn't have to cross the border. We hit the enemy right from this side deep into the territory is something which is telling the world that we are arrived on the scene from the dime T perspective. The T is also very important. There is a technology which is there to back us up, and we are fully ready to scale up the operations to any level which they have to go. Now the call is with the Pakistan military, Pakistan Army, and of course the world to stall the operation at this level.
Well, General Pandey, do you think Pakistan is going to retaliate despite their fear-mongering, despite their, crying to most of the international, powers that be? They were taken unawares last night. Here, there were announcements of mock drills that would take place, and instead, there was the real drill that happened on Pakistan last night. Do you think it's going to be quiet on the Western front, or do you think there is going to be some retaliation? And how do you think India can counter that?
It's very important for Pakistan Army's relevance that they need to do something as a response for it. Now, there are a number of levels. You just spoke about this issue of mock drill, but I must highlight the very unique part this time, because yesterday only I was discussing on a channel, and in fact, the Prime Minister was there and I met him. Nowhere in that body language when he was talking and he was addressing the nation, there was an indication altogether at all that there is a possibility of something happening, and it was very he talked of the FTA with the British. I think this is the ultimate form of maintaining poise and surprise, because I'm sure he must be fully aware and in the grip of situation, and he made this issue yesterday night. I was watching him very intently to see any sign of expression. So the deception which has come about when the entire Pakistan Army was ready, in which we went for the mock drill, which is supposed to be tonight at about evening at 4 o'clock, also set a certain degree of complacency. The second is that a number of fighter aircrafts taking maneuvers on this side of the IV over the last few days also sets a certain degree of complacency. And more importantly, I think the packaging when it has been launched in terms of suppression of suppression of all the AD system and everything to strike deep by our Air Force. That is also a great action which has been done by our team in terms of deception. Now, coming to what they are going to carry out, at the level of first, they need to respond and show a muscular response in terms of ceasefire violation, which has already commenced. And it was anticipated, and our armed forces were totally loaded and ready to respond in that manner. In fact, you must have noticed that, I must tell you that last 4 or 5 days, I've been talking to my compatriots. These guys have been firing into the nalas, in speculative fire. They were shit scared that something is going to come from our side. They were quite apprehensive. And then, of course, they were quite ready to respond. That response that happened. My only worry is that Pakistan is known to hit civilian targets, not hit army targets. This is very calibrated. They hit and punish our civilians. Whereas the maturity of armed forces, which is cultural, civilizational, we try to distinguish between the terrorists, between our military force, and also between the civilian population. So this one part, for them to punish our civilians, is going to be should be taken quite seriously, and it's likely to happen. The second is that he may carry out certain degree of punitive terrorist action this time. Again, so we need to be vigilant, not only on the border, but across the country for few days at least till the time this whole thing stabilizes. But the third is that in the escalatory ladder, he's got an option to do something outright silly. But I'm sure that currently, when I see the body language and the movement of Mr. Asim Munir, I'll not talk to him as general because he's unlike a military professional. Military professionals got ethics. This gentleman is under pressure, the body language, the defense minister, the appointment of the DGISI, the NSA. There are signaling of trouble and pressures on this gentleman that you have crossed a line far too. You've taken a long road to hang yourself, and there is a worry, I think. So I don't appreciate as of now they will take a step again. But yes, they may still do a symbolic thing, fly on their side, drop a couple of bombs, which they did last time. That is the level they must do. Say again, if they go, they are in for a trouble. We got next level of punishment waiting for them to go.
Well, you're absolutely right. Asim Munir under a lot of pressure, and most of their generals actually have political dreams. At the moment, he was the appointing authority of the Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, who himself looks like such a puppet of the army chief that not many take him seriously. He has to visit the ISI headquarters to meet the army chief and the ISI DG, not the other way around. Just shows the state of affairs in Pakistan. But the military jihadi complex in Pakistan, has it got a body blow? Because the visuals that are coming in, really show the rubble, the devastation, the destruction that has taken place. And the hospital scenes show the ununiformed soldiers, foot soldiers of the Pakistani army sitting there and corps commanders meeting them. Do you think they would be with their backs against the wall waiting to do something even more dastardly?
No, you see, yes, they must do something, right? I am quite sure that at the terrorist level they'll have to show. But what is happening is that their network in our country has reduced to a great degree. Their efficacy to operate has also come down drastically. But yes, hitting out at the headquarters, particularly at the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Murid-K and Jaish-e-Mohammed at Bahawalpur, they never expected this to happen, right? Never. Even I, after so many years in the army, I was not anticipating that we will be able to strike in the manner we did, and the approvals will come from the highest channels to carry out a deep strike at 100 kilometers. Having served a number of times in that region, I used to always wonder, because I see the map and we knew we had mapped these targets for the Air Force to carry out strike, but we always anticipated that we'll carry out a major military maneuver, and that is the time we'll strike. But this distinguishing, a very careful distinguishing, Navika, which should be taken by Indian media, Indian diplomats, is that don't let these terrorists stay next to your populated areas. You may get hurt. Is a message which must go to the civilians of the Pakistani people. And that distinguishing is important, that they must hold them account, that we are likely to get burned because you are there. Just draw the parallel to what is happening in Hamas and this region of Israel-Hamas. No population, even Pakistani, howsoever radicalized, will want the heat coming home for them till the time there's a full-fledged war. So I think this is a symbol. And then last is that the population needs to ask their Pakistani generals that your ambitions are taking us to which path. I think our information narrative must target these generals not only in Pakistan but all over the world, that they are driving a country which is totally down in economics and everything to a situation of war only for the political ambition of power and money by few people who are so radicalized at who are controlling. And
they happen to be in the army, which is the sad part of Pakistan, which clearly failed state, and to call it a state also probably extremely unfortunate. But thank you very much, General Pandey, for joining us here this morning on a day that this country is so proud of Operation Sindur and what our defense forces have achieved. Visuals now coming in from Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's residence, expected to leave any time now. Commandos there outside doing a a quick security check as the Defense Minister prepares to leave. Joining me at this hour is Lieutenant General Shankar Prasad. Also joining me, Lieutenant General Satish Dua, Brigadier Anil Gupta, Colonel Tej Tikku continues to be with us. Smita Prakash, my friend and editor ANI, continues to be with us on the show. Coming to you first, Lieutenant General Satish Dua, you've seen very closely the surgical strikes. You had said at that time, you know, that it was a precision strike, and you said terrorists have a shelf life. What's the shelf life of Pakistan, a terror sponsor, after the demonstration that the Indian defense services have given today?
So I still maintain that, Navika. Terrorists have a shelf life. For example, these 4 terrorists who perpetrated this Pahalgam carnage, operations are on and we'll get them. Today, tomorrow, time is not so important, we'll get them. But what the Prime Minister announced is that we will not only go after these terrorists, but we will also go after the ecosystem of terror across the borders. Now, on one hand, the country, the Prime Minister, the leadership had announced very strong measures and implemented them in terms of Indus Water Treaty, diplomatic measures, economic measures, etc. So it's a whole of government approach. But it was announced that we will hit this ecosystem of terror at the time and place of our choosing. And that is exactly what has happened. That has happened this morning, early this morning. So here we have actually not only hit the ecosystem of terrorism across, it's also a larger statement that we will hit where it hurts you, the terror system, because for the first time, like Uri surgical strike was a very shallow strike, multiple raids across the border. Balakot was a deep strike, but a precision airstrike. But this time hitting the terror headquarters, not just one or terrorist camp here or there, is the message goes across, and especially when we've hit 4 stations, 4 locations in Punjab. Punjab is the heartland of Pakistan. Muridke is 30 kilometers from Lahore. So when we hit here, you are sending out a message that is something like what Israel does to Gaza. And that is the kind of message that goes across to Pakistan. And the last thing I want to say, it is this precision strikes make it so much better because we have not had any collateral damage. We've not hit any civilian targets. We have not hit any military targets, only the terror infrastructure. So it is non-escalatory in nature. Now that it is non-escalatory, the onus will rest on Pakistan. And we can discuss what they are likely to do. And that's a different issue. But that simple message that goes across, I think, is the right thing that the country has done. And Operation Sindur is the right name chosen for this.
Well, Operation Sindur, the right name, General Shankar Prasad. Operation Sindur gives a befitting reply to the Pahalgam terror attack. It's the biggest strike so far. The devastation, the destruction, the visuals that are coming in, virtually updated every minute, show the extent of damage. Pakistan stunned with the kind of response it's got from India. Do you think the message has gone across, or will it still try to experiment with retaliation? How are you looking at this developing situation?
Thank you so much, and good morning to you for getting me on this program. I must start by saying this is the most superbly conceived and executed operation by the Indian government. It's not only the armed forces, it's the Indian government and the entire machinery of the Indian government that achieved what it has achieved. I want to start by saying what was the task assigned by the Prime Minister. The task clearly assigned more than 2 sentences. 1, destroy and eliminate the terrorists and their headquarters and backers. More important, the backers, which meant that destroy the terrorists themselves, the cadres, their leaders, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, their mastermind by ISI, and their army chief, who is the principal actor behind all of this. This is the task assigned by the Prime Minister. Now, to accomplish this task, it takes time, and it takes a lot of effort to coordinate it. Here I must point out that this is one position today in India where strategic alliances have helped us a lot. Strategic alliances with superpowers of the world like Russia, like America, like some other countries which you're aware of. And it is importantly related to intelligence sharing. This kind of task can only be accomplished if you have got very good, very accurate, timely, actionable intelligence. And this has come from varieties of sources, not only the foreign sources, not only the satellites in the air, but our domestic intelligence organizations, our signal communications, whatever goes in there. So the most important ingredient to reach this is the intelligence. The second important thing I want to make to use this, it has taken us more than 10 to 15 days nearly to react. What have we achieved? What have we achieved by this? By doing and delaying this and getting prepared for it, what we have achieved is that we are now fully in picture of where the Pakistanis have deployed their forces. You've been reporting for the last 2-3 days, this Baluchistan Corps has moved to its operational locations against India and all their other formations. For the last 10-12 days, they've been saying India is going to attack in the next 24 or 36 hours. And which means that we have given them enough time to deploy their forces as they think is the best. So today, I presume we have adequate intelligence to say how the armed forces of the Pakistan government are deployed, how the terrorists are spread out, where the leaders are, where the LAT leaders and the Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders are. So the picture is very clear. Now it is a targeted attack. The task demands that we do as little collateral damage as possible, but eliminate the targets. The targets are identified, and some of the targets, I will only say some of the targets, have been eliminated last night. At 9 places we have attacked, as reported by the media. We have eliminated something in Bhagalpur, something in Muridke, very good Bhagalpur headquarters of the JIS and LATS Muridke. And also on the line of control, the Indian Army has engaged a lot of targets which they have neutralized, which is what the terrorists have. But please remember, we have not yet accomplished the full task. The full task is all backers must be eliminated. And we have done that in one night. Now let's see what Pakistan reacts. Pakistan's reaction capability is well available to us, well assessed by us, because we are fully in picture of where they're deployed. This is something that is absolutely superbly executed this time. It is an effort by the armed forces, it's an effort by the intelligence organizations, it's an effort by the foreign ministry, it's a combined effort which has produced a plan which has been executed by the kinetic force of the defense services. So Navika, the next question that you asked, which I may as well answer now, what kind of response do we expect from the Pakistani hierarchy or the Pakistan military? Well, there would be a response, as the previous general was saying, because they have to show to their government that they're also somebody to reckon with. Now, where and how they will react is a matter that nobody can guess. But the important thing is this, that we will know where exactly are they moving, which corps is moving, how are their reserves moving, which is the northern reserve, the southern reserve. So all of this is now clearly available, and we are ready to take a response, whether it's a response on the ground, whether it's a response in the air. Of course, a response in the air is more likely, and we are fully aware of this. There are many operations that the Air Force undertakes, like the CAP, like the ORF. So all these places we are active in the air. Yes, I do expect some reaction. It hasn't come as yet. I don't know whether it's come as yet or not. But you will report to us. We will not sitting in our homes. But I do expect an air response. I do expect some ground response. But ground response is going to be very limited. And ground response is going to be limited for many reasons. I must also clarify that Pakistan Army is not training for a conventional war for the last so many years. I will want you to recall
they are low on resources, they are low on training, and today they've suffered big losses. But the first international reaction coming in from China, Global Times reporting, and Smita, you must hear this in response to a media inquiry about the ongoing situation between India and Pakistan. A Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said on Wednesday that China finds India's military operation early this morning regrettable. We are concerned about the ongoing situation. India and Pakistan are and will always be each other's neighbors. They are both China's neighbors as well. China opposes all forms of terrorism. We urge both sides to act in larger interest of peace and stability, remain calm, exercise restraint, and refrain from taking actions that may further complicate the situation. How do you read this statement by Pakistan, by China?
By China. So I'm not surprised. This is what is going to be the international stand. Nobody is going to say, yeah, good, you went and attacked Pakistan. I think other than Israel, I don't expect anybody to openly support this. But covertly, everybody is going, because everybody is sick and tired of Pakistan being a terror factory. It's not as if China is comfortable with that. Just remember that they do not like these jihadi elements in Pakistan, because these guys, the jihadis, are attacking the Chinese who are working in on the CPEC project. So it's not as if they're happy with that. They don't want the jihadis to move towards China. Remember that if you see the Aksai Chin area, etc., they are bordering Pakistan. They don't like the idea that this jihadi element might make its way into China. They are not going to like it. But we are fighting that war also. It's interesting, you had generals, corps commanders from the 15th Corps. They would know best. But the visuals that you were running of the corps commander meeting with these people who were supposedly injured at the JEM terror camp, which they have, I just noticed, Navika, that these when the corps commander goes to meet those chaps who are lying in the on the bed, there is no medical personnel with him. There are just two men wearing T-shirts with that, the ISI guys. So I just wonder if this is again a deception exercise. Pakistan is very good at this deception exercise. Was there anybody injured or not? Are these people just bandaged up and put on the bed, pretending to be? Remember, these are foot soldiers of the Pakistan army who are there in Muridke, who are there in these two places. We've attacked the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the LET training camps in Bawalpur as well as in Muridke. These are the two camps from where the terrorists were trained and sent for the 26/11, for Pahalgam, for Pulwama. They were trained in these two terror camps. So the fact that this corps commander goes there and he's sitting there with, or he's meeting with the people out there, and there is no medical personnel. So what is this? What is this exercise? I think the generals on your, especially those who are in the Chinar Corps, they should know best, because they know the minds of the corps commanders on the other side of the border.
Absolutely. And Brigadier Anil Gupta, how do you see the reaction coming in from China? And do you think these measured reactions is what we will see from across the board? And then where does that leave Pakistan?
Good morning, Navika. I take this name with a lot of affection and pride, because this is my granddaughter's name also.
Thank you, sir.
So, Navika, coming to the point, has been rightly brought out. I fully agree. It's a measured response from China, and so is the response going to be from the rest of the world, because everybody is happy that we are striking terror, but none of them want to be seen openly with us. China's stand is a little surprising, because just before this happened, some statements did come from China that are, friendship like better than the mountains and this and that, and stronger than the Himalayas. We stand by them. We'll take every action. But then China's response has been very, very mature and measured so far. Let's watch and see. As far as terrorism, Pakistan is concerned, it is, I think, got the right message. The punishment which has been given to them is just the beginning of it. Is the first punch. The number of punches to follow. Let's wait in what way Pakistan reacts. The way Pakistan reacts is going to get a bigger punch than that. And then I think we should not stop till we reach the desired end state. And to my mind, the desired end state is that Pakistan has not imploded so far. Now we need to explode Pakistan, and Pakistan should be into 5 different states than one Pakistan. It's in our interest, it's the world's interest, it is in the interest of finishing and taking the war on terror to a logical conclusion. What has happened...
it's a hope and a prayer on which we say that, and we do hope the armed forces will deliver that as well sooner than later. But General Satish Dua, the question I'm asking tonight, the Prime Minister watching the situation from his 7 Lok Kalyan Marg residence, minute-to-minute updates being given to him by the National Security Advisor, and from the 23rd of April, a day after the terror strike actually happened in Pahalgam, the Prime Minister, when he returned from Saudi Arabia a day before his official tour was supposed to end, Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, has literally been by his side, glued, discussing options, strategies, and the manner in which the response to Pakistan had to be given. Even today, minute-to-minute updates to the Prime Minister being given by Ajit Doval. I want to get your sense. What really does happen in the control room? You've been part of the Uri, post-Uri surgical strikes. What is the situation? Have things changed between 2016 and 2025? After all, it's 9 years that have passed. What do you think really happens there?
So, taking your last part first. Yes, the battlefield has evolved. It's been almost a decade since the surgical strikes in 2016. And as the world has sadly seen, whether it is Russia-Ukraine war or Azerbaijan-Armenia conflict or the Israel-Gaza situation, the battlefield has evolved. Many more stakeholders have been added on, whether it is drones or robotics or space, cyber, artificial intelligence and more. So all this make for a very multi-dimensional or a multi-domain warfare package. So the question you asked about what happens in those control rooms or briefing rooms, essentially everybody is giving out what are the options and what are the likely fallouts. Are we prepared for the likely fallouts? That is different contingencies that have been worked on. So I think the last 2 weeks, the Prime Minister must have always been briefed about different options. The difference is that certain options, measures that have been initiated, like the diplomatic measures, political measures, and the economic measures, harshest of them is the Indus Water Treaty. Those measures are announced first and implemented later. Military options, by nature, have to be implemented first and announced later. That, as we will see the announcement at 10 o'clock now. So the point I'm trying to make is that here is a whole of nation approach. This time around, it has been enhanced to a whole of nation approach, not like the earlier 2 times. We have to make, when we strike at the terror infrastructure, now the real fountainhead is the Pakistan army, the ISI. How do we strike at them? I think the best way to do it is to make Pakistan, make the Pakistan army a little unpopular in their country. And I think that is happening, especially with the water crisis. It has just been a few days, but we've already seen the downstream effects of it, pun intended. So the point I would like to make is that we have to keep a handle on the escalatory ladder. With the growth path that India is following now, today only this morning I read somewhere that we have now become the 4th largest economy. So if we are looking at that, we must keep the escalatory ladder under our control. And I'm sure the planners in those operational rooms, the briefing rooms and the CCS and the other forums that you mentioned, they are well on top of this and considering all that very fairly and squarely.
Well said, General Satish Dua. Joining me this morning, former Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla. Good morning to you, sir. And Operation Sindur, country was waiting for this action. It's happened today. Shows the prowess of our defense forces, the meticulous planning by our security establishment, and the political will shown by the political establishment. I want to ask you, how do you look at the international reactions that have come in so far? United States, measured. China, regrettable is what it called and said restraint is the need of the hour. How would you respond to these statements so far?
So soon after the, our response and the strikes that took place, I think we got into high gear in terms of diplomatic outreach. We have contacted some of our, main partners, interlocutors, United States, UK, Russia, UAE, Saudi Arabia, among others. And I think most, if not all of our interlocutors have understood that our actions were calibrated, were precise, were targeted at terrorists and terrorist infrastructure, and that we had no intentions to escalate this. This was in response to a very heinous terrorist attack, and our response has been very, very calibrated. I think most countries are now engaged in ensuring that Pakistan does not try to escalate it for its own domestic and other compulsions. There is a lot of diplomatic pressure being placed on Pakistan even at this point of time, so that they don't take this response to a stage where it could become a more serious conflict. Obviously, we are absolutely prepared for any contingency of that nature, and our counter response will also be very, very severe. So I think this is not in anybody's interest. At the same time, I think you mentioned China. I don't think we can rely on China when it comes to their so-called ironclad relationship with Pakistan, their all-weather friend. And I think we have already seen that they have supported them through supply of some arms equipment quickly after that incident. But at the same time, I think China should also understand that escalation of this conflict is not in their interest, and they have to do whatever it takes to rein Pakistan in, which is already reeling under a financial crisis. They have another very important bailout pending with the IMF, which should be taken up sometime today at the IMF headquarters in Washington. So there are many more important considerations at stake. They are depriving their citizens of water also, from which flows from the Indus and other rivers. And I think all of these are a consequence of their actions, the actions of the military. That I think has been irresponsible and certainly detrimental to the interests of the people of Pakistan. Do they have a say in all of this? I mean, that's the issue that we have to ask. Is this the way that they want to go? And most countries and people of Pakistan themselves will say that this is certainly not the way we want to be headed, which is why they have situations of revolt and dissension all over, from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa to Balochistan to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. They have issues with their own people across the board, and this is really a diversion tactic, which I think the world understands and will try and deal with it in their own bilateral interactions with Pakistan.
Mr. Harsh Shringla, even as we speak, you mentioned the word that, at present there are countries that have put diplomatic pressure on Pakistan not to escalate. Could you just give us a peek into who these countries could be?
Well, the United States is certainly one of them. I mean, NSA has spoken to, his counterparts. Marco Rubio has also been engaged, by the EAM or at senior levels, from what I can understand. And I think there is, a conversation with the leadership in the US. From our side, we have briefed them on what has happened, what has transpired, what are the motivations and what are the objectives of that exercise. I think from the various statements that we can see, the US is definitely on damage control mode. They will ensure that what is a correct response has been fully, I think they fully agree with our response that we have undertaken to a heinous terrorist attack. At the same time, I think they will try and make sure that Pakistan does not seek to take this out of context and try and create trouble elsewhere. So they will be active here. And certainly you will see during the course of the day some high-level interactions. And more importantly, it is the interactions that we don't see, the informal interactions behind the scenes that will involve some leverage, and I have no doubt some level of intimidation also to prevent Pakistan from, taking the region of the world to, another escalation or conflict.
What about Russia? Where does Russia stand?
I think Russia's stance has been fairly clear when President Putin spoke to Prime Minister Modi the other day. And I think he made it clear that he condemns this act of terrorism, that Russia stands with us in our response to terrorism. Our response has, as I said, has been very, very precise, has targeted headquarters of those terrorist organizations that were behind Pahalgam and other terrorist attacks in India. I think Russia will stand behind that. And they also have some leverage with Pakistan, maybe not as much as the United States, certainly not as much as China, but they do have some leverage, and they, I'm sure, will in their own way, do their own messaging.
What about countries in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and what would the role of Turkey be here?
So I think the Gulf countries you mentioned are very important because they understand our compulsions. I think we have a strong strategic partnership that has developed in recent years with Prime Minister Modi's own personal connect with the leadership there and his overtures to these countries. They see India as a responsible, stable, growing economy with whom they have a strong strategic partnership, and certainly will sow their weight behind any efforts to ensure that this not only that they show an understanding of our responses, but also try and rein in Pakistan towards any misadventure that they might wish to undertake in response to our calibrated strikes. As far as Turkey is concerned, again, another country which has been, has its own agenda to follow. I think, we have to remember that Turkey, the leadership of Turkey comes from the Muslim Brotherhood, and the Muslim Brotherhood are very strongly linked across the board. So they're linked to Pakistan, they're linked to the Muslim Brotherhood in many other countries in our region. They will look at it in a very different ideological manner. They're not looking at it as terrorism and a counter to terrorism. They're looking at it as from an ideological religious perspective, a larger ambition of Erdogan's idea of a caliphate that he would like to see, taking them back to the days in which Turkey had established a caliphate in medieval times. So I think they also have been supportive of Pakistan. We've seen equipment and ammunition coming in from Turkey very quickly after the Pahalgam attacks. There is a strong army-to-army connect there as well. But I think more importantly, Erdogan and his political grouping, the Muslim Brotherhood grouping, see this in very different contexts. And we need to, we've engaged Turkey in recent years. We've tried to work with them on the economic plane. We had been very quick to respond to assist them after the earthquake in Turkey. But their actions have not been very different. And I think we need to be able to in our own way, convey our displeasure to them. At the same time, we need to keep engaging them. We shouldn't leave that avenue closed.
Yes, but we also have our problems with Bangladesh for the moment. Should that be a challenge for India at the moment, or do you think the Western Front is where we need to concentrate?
No, Bangladesh is a challenge, but we need to ensure that it does not become another I would say thorn on our side, on the eastern end. I think we need to engage them diplomatically and security terms, and we need to make sure that there is no attempts to bolster what Pakistan is doing at their end, because again, it is the Islamists that have gained control in Bangladesh. The Jamaat-e-Islam is very powerful, is a very influential player in Bangladesh. The Jamaat, as we all know, is an instrument of Pakistan's ISI, has been with Pakistan, has been supportive of Pakistan against the independence of Bangladesh in 1971. Their efforts to create a caliphate again, a khilafat, will not change. And I think we need to be very, very stern and very firm as far as our security interests are concerned with Bangladesh. We haven't seen any evidence of this coming up, but we should not wait for that to happen either. So we have to engage them very, very clearly on these lines.
Well, thank you very much, Harsh Shringla. Thank you for joining me on this morning of Operation Sindur. Pleasure to have you here. And those are visuals of Defense Minister Rajnath Singh going to South Block, where he is going to be briefed by the Tri-Services Chiefs on the developments over the night, Operation Sindur, what it has finally actually been able to do. And joining me this morning in the studios is Gaurav Arya, Major Gaurav Arya. Well, the action is with you to explain where these targets were. And if I can invite you to the video wall there, can you take us through the choice of these targets and the manner in which Operation Sindur actually attacked them?
What we are calling it, Ghar mein ghus ke mara, as people were saying it. And this is the estimated, distance from Pahalgam to the 9 targets?
Okay. So I'm used to doing it for Pratishod, but I'll do it for you today. See, normally if you see this is a line, this is a straight line or a curved line rather, and Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimbar and Sialkot. So what has happened is that we struck here at various locations. These are terror camps, but the issue here is not just the terror camps located in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We struck at Punjab. This is the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and this has been traditionally the heartbeat of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. This has a great deal of spiritual significance for the Jaish-e-Mohammed because this is where Maulana Masood Azhar raised the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Similarly, if you talk about Murid Ke, now Murid Ke is not very far away from Lahore, but that is the physical and the spiritual headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Here is where the people, so both these biggest terror organizations are actually not Kashmiri. They claim to fight for Kashmir. They are actually Pakistani Punjabi terror organizations, and both have been hit. I'm so happy. I would have been very happy when they struck across the line of control. I'm happier that they struck Punjab. And this is also a message to Pakistani generals that we can strike at the heart of Pakistan. We have the capability to strike at the heart of 621 kilometers from Pahalgam.
Are you surprised, Major Arya, by the response of the Pakistani, deep state? Obviously predictable, but are you surprised even after the severity of our strike? They are saying 7-8 log mare, kuch hua nahi, but hum sabak sikhayenge.
See, Pakistan will always say that. Forget about this. Ye to Operation Sindoor ek hua na. Even in 1971, they were lying till the last day. If you look at the headlines of Dawn, which is their basic, I mean, the biggest English newspaper in Pakistan, on 15th, the Dawn headline said that victory is close. We are winning against India, and 16th they surrender. And they never published those surrender photographs. So that is, the whole state is based on deception. Even if you finish Pakistan, even if you finish this entire greenish blot upon the landscape that they call Pakistan here, even if you wipe it out, there will be some Pakistanis living in London who will say, no, aisa to kuch hua hi nahi tha. So that is the way they are. That's okay. Now what we are waiting for is the Pakistani response, and I really want Pakistan to respond. I want General Asim Munir to strike at our strategic targets, our military targets, because so far what we have done is that we have said, okay, non-escalatory, only terrorist targets, no military targets. These were the 3 points that we sent to the world. Non-escalatory, number 1, right?
Yeah.
But we want them now to respond. We don't have terror infrastructure in India. It's there in Pakistan. So if we don't have terror infrastructure, where will they strike? It has to be our military headquarters, number 1, some military tactical headquarters or operational headquarters, some formation headquarters, or like a dam or something like that, which they said they will strike at in case we stop water. So let the Pakistanis come.
Out of curiosity, let me ask you this. You were talking about deception, you mentioned Sun Tzu and Chanakya. What do you think the Pakistani generals must be thinking? Last time ki tarah koi airplane andar aayega, but wo to aaya hi nahi. Ye to missile chala gaya.
Yes. Even when we hit, Balakot, we didn't exactly go all the way to Balakot. It was, beyond visual range missiles. We have BVR missiles. So we have been talking about Rafale. I don't know. We'll come to know at the 10 o'clock conference, press conference, what platforms were used. People are talking about Rafale. We have seen a couple of Sukhois, but we have figured out a way and successfully tested BrahMos to be fired from a Sukhoi. So if, I'm saying if, I do not know, I don't know, but if Sukhois were used, then that means they might have as well used BrahMos also on these targets.
And that's because of the supersonic nature of the BrahMos?
It's actually not supersonic, it's close to hypersonic.
Okay.
So more than 5 times the speed of sound, extremely accurate, and Pakistan has nothing, absolutely nothing.
Okay, let's look at Amit Shah's tweet reaction now coming in. He says, proud of our armed forces, Operation Sindur is Bharat's response to the brutal killing of our innocent brothers in Pahalgam. The Modi government is resolved to give a befitting response to any attack on India and its people. Bharat remains firmly committed to eradicating terrorism from its roots. So true to what the motto was, we struck deep and we struck hard, Major Arya.
We struck at Punjab. Deep and hard is not the thing. We struck Punjab. And it's important to strike Punjab because 54% of the Pakistani population is Punjabi and 90% of the resources of that country are consumed by Punjab. That is why the hatred in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, that is why the hatred in Sindh and Balochistan against Punjab. And we have struck at Punjab, which is most important, to strike at Punjab. Now, what did Maulana Fazlur Rahman say day before yesterday? When we were there, Navika, we were there, and we were covering it. He walked out of the National Assembly. He just walked out of the... He says, there is nobody... You're not serious about India. What did those Maulanas and those Imams say in the masjid? That we will not
Nobody
fight.
raised a hand.
Nobody raised a hand. They said, we are not interested. People of Pakistan. This entire Pahalgam exercise is to, say that Asim Munir is the general that he is and he's the leader of Pakistan, that to nullify the Imran Khan factor. This is also very important, to nullify the Imran Khan factor. Today, there is seething discontent in Pakistan, and Pakistanis are saying, where is our leader? Well, he's in jail. Your leader is in jail. And, he wants to present himself as bigger than Imran Khan. I'm your leader. I'm the army chief. Main hu Sepah Salar. Come behind me, rally behind me. Now, it is time for Pakistan to respond, and I'm saying this since morning. I've been on air. I've been saying it is time for Pakistan to respond, and we want Pakistan.
You know them too well. What do you think they will do? I mean, beyond the pounding, shelling that goes on, that happens throughout the year. What can Pakistan do?
They'll try. The line of control is going to burn. In the next 24 hours, the line of control will burn. They have already opened up with 155 mm medium artillery. We have so much of medium artillery on the line of control that Pakistan will lose count. Pakistan does not have the shells. They can fire because they sold everything to Ukraine, right? So they got a few dollars, but they don't have that kind of ammunition. Now we should start with Pinakas. We should start with Pinakas, multiple barrel rocket launchers. And if Pakistanis do anything across the line of control, then it's open season. Like they say in hunting, it's open season. And I'm waiting for Pakistan. I really wish that in the next 24 hours, Pakistan attacks at least some part of India across LOC, across the international border. Pakistan should do something. That will give us the excuse to hammer Pakistan into submission.
Major Arya, before I let you go to the Hindi channel once again, let's quickly look at the pictures. The pictures of devastation, and this will tell you, this is Muridke. I mean, look at this, and if you can also, I'm sure you've seen the videos, the audio gives away, the chatter really gives away what the Pakistanis were feeling. They didn't know what has hit them.
Yes, but now what has happened is, and I want to caution all our viewers here, viewers who are listening to this, to this broadcast, I want to caution you, there is something very important that you must know. You will hear and see a lot of typical Pakistani lies and propaganda. I'll not even call it deception because deception requires brains. Pakistan is now going to say stuff on Twitter. Pakistanis are strong on social media, they're very weak on ground. So they'll come on social media and they'll say stuff like, 5 Indian planes gira diye, brigade headquarter ko tabah kar diya, aisa kar diya, waisa kar diya. They'll keep on saying stuff. Do not, any Pakistani is a born liar. It does not matter if he's an army chief. It does not matter if he's a Maulvi in a masjid. Every single one of those 25 crore Pakistanis is a born bloody liar. Don't believe a word what they say. You know what they're going to say? Nahi, aisa kuch hua hi nahi. That is the first Pakistani response. Just imagine we broke their country into two on 16th of December 71. And even after losing half their country, no, kuch hua hi nahi. They lied about, they actually celebrate a victory day in 1965. They say that we won the war against Pakistan. ये इतनी झूठी कौम है, इतनी मक्कार कौम है पाकिस्तानियों की, विश्वास मत करना, ये सब झूठ बोलेंगे पाकिस्तानी. Listen to us. We'll be here. I'll be here every day, morning till evening, till the time this thing is over. And I want you to listen to this platform, this news channel. यहाँ पे टाइम्स में हम लोग बैठे हैं. हम आपको सच बताएंगे, प्रूफ के साथ बताएंगे. अब ये जो पूरे हैं, आपको क्या लगता है कोई टाइम्स वाला कोई रिपोर्टर है वहां पे जो बहावलपुर में अपने कैमरा से यहाँ पे नाविका को रिपोर्ट दे रहा है, किसी और को रिपोर्ट दे रहा है? नहीं, ये पाकिस्तानी खुद पोस्ट कर रहे हैं. ये पहले खुद पोस्ट करेंगे, फिर इस पोस्ट को हटवाएगी उनकी फौज, फिर ये कहेंगे झूठ बोल रहे हैं इंडियंस ने एआई के थ्रू बना दिया. दैट इज द नॉनसेंस दैट दे आर गोइंग टू से.
एआई तो दिख रहा है, आपने हैप्पी दिवाली बोला था, वो वायरल हो गया था. हैप्पी दिवाली शुरू हो गई. दिवाली हैज कम अर्ली फॉर देम. एंड लोग ये भी बोल रहे थे दैट वी विल ब्राइटन द नाइट स्काई. देखिए हो गया. And look at these structures, Major Arya, for someone who's sitting and watching a broadcast, उनको ये समझ में नहीं आएगा that, in a place like मुरीदके और बहावलपुर, जहां पे पक्की सड़क भी नहीं है, how do you have such massive structures?
See, this is all, ये एक जमाने में Saudi used to give them money. All this is money from outside. Saudi has stopped giving them money, okay, for religious purposes. So they built all these structures. They have a lot of narco terror funds. ये जितने भी जैश मोहम्मद, हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन, ये सारे के सारे ड्रग स्मगलिंग में इन्वॉल्व हैं. That is how they make their money, because the Pakistani state now does not fund as much as it could earlier. Because they
है ही नहीं उनके पास.
है ही नहीं. पहले बाहर से भी मिलता था. They used to get a lot of funds from outside. Now they don't get any funds from outside. Saudi Arabia stopped. It's a trickle now, right? Some Islamic libraries, okay. Some masjid here and there. But Saudi Arab funds for radical Islamist and Salafist propaganda, that ship has sailed. That they have stopped doing a decade back. Now, what you see in front of you is these structures they have built. Okay, masjid hai, it could be madrasa, it could be anything, right? Now they're gone. And this proves to the Pakistanis. Now, hitting Murid ke, and does it mean the end of Lashkar-e-Taiba? No. This is messaging to Pakistan that we know that your organization was born in Murid ke, we can hit Murid ke. Where is Murid ke, by the way? Murid ke is in Punjab, it's near Lahore. True. So the second message is
45 kilometers from Lahore, there you go.
So the second message is, if we can get to Murid ke, we can get to Lahore. And who's hiding in Lahore? It is Hafiz Saeed. There are layers upon layers of optics and messaging and the kind of deception that was carried out by the government of India. Civil defense karega, ye karega, wo karega. End mein pata laga ki Pakistan ka civil defense active karwa diya in logon ne.
Let's go over the 9 targets, Major Arya. First is the Markaz Subhanallah Jaish-e-Mohammed Bahawalpur headquarters. Now, according to the information that we have, and you know obviously much more than this, how many people do you think at a time are here?
See, यहाँ पे ये जो Markaz Subhanallah बता रहे ना, people keep on coming and going. So there is a static number of people over here. Could be 50, could be 75, could be 100, right? But then there are hundreds of students who keep on going, getting trained. Terrorists keep on getting trained, indoctrinated. So it's divided into 2 phases, for Lashkar and for Jaish. So there is the Daura-e-Aam and then there is the Daura-e-Khas. Daura-e-Aam is basic military training. Daura-e-Khas is advanced military training. So Daura-e-Aam mein they'll teach you basic ki physical fitness ho gayi, firing ho gayi, all that. Daura-e-Khas mein they'll teach you how to ambush, how to attack, creation of IEDs, how to create terror attacks. And they have ISI and SSG, Special Services Group, embedded. That is the basic construct of a border action team. Now, what has happened even in Pahalgam is, I don't want to use the word bat because bat is used in a certain situation near the line of control. But the construct of the Pahalgam terror group, which carried out Pahalgam here, those 5-6 guys, that was essentially a bat construct. Not a bat team. It was not a bat team. The construct was bat because it had a Pakistani Special Forces guy. It had terrorists from TRF, which is essentially Lashkar-e-Taiba. So that is what is happening. And all these videos, see all these videos. It is not like the Times News Network ka koi banda khada hai na wahan pe ki this is so and so. Rajesh Sharma reporting from.
After Balakot, they had banned mobile phones. Abhi tak kiya nahi hai. But kar denge, like you are saying, they'll ask people to delete these videos.
Absolutely, absolutely. They'll have to ask people to delete videos and they'll pull everything down. There'll be a massive crackdown. Who's been sharing it? Because we are getting all this from Pakistan. None of it is anything which an Indian has shot. Pakistanis are putting it up on social media. Pakistanis are putting it up. So good.
Let's go over the other targets. Then you have the Markaz-e-Taiba in Murid ke.
Okay.
Jo humne baat kiya. What is the, the importance as far as the terror infra is concerned?
The importance is that, see, every terror organization has some sort of a spiritual headquarters. Right. So Lashkar-e-Taiba is not just based in Murid ke. Right. Bahawalpur is not just the only base of Jaish-e-Mohammed or even in Afghanistan. Lashkar-e-Taiba are even hiding in Afghanistan. So it is not that you hit at the heart. Like Pakistan army spread all over Pakistan. But if you bomb GHQ Rawalpindi, that is the heart of the Pakistan army, right? So this is the GHQ for the Lashkar-e-Taiba.
Then you have the Sarjal, Tehra Kalan facility. This is also the Jaish facility in Naval, Punjab. Another, something which is not on the LOC.
Yes.
We had to go inside.
Yes. So we went inside, we crossed the international border, and this is a big deal. When was the last time that we crossed the international border? Think about it. 71? Last time when we crossed the international border, when did we do it? Was it 71, 65, 71 of course, 65 of course. We went right up to Lahore in 65. 71 was more towards the east, though there was action in the north and in the west also. No doubt, there was action everywhere. But we have crossed the international border, and this is a big deal. See, both the surgical strikes and the Balakot strikes were essentially after crossing LOC. This is LOC and international border both. That's very important. This is messaging to Pakistan that you can go and lie down, lie on the ground and touch the feet of every world leader. We will hit you when we want to hit you.
You know, you are talking about messaging, Major Arya, and the Prime Minister said that we will find them till the ends of the earth. This is that. Yes. In action, Operation Sindur.
Yeah.
Now, for civilians and for people in the military, what is the message? As a civilian, I have goosebumps as you're describing the picture and, as people are talking about Operation Sindur. But what does this, a strike of this kind do to morale of our forces?
No, it raises the morale of our forces sky high. And today, the adrenaline must be flowing absolutely hard, and our forces, they are now just going to wait. Let Pakistan attack. And our forces are ready. I mean, rifles locked and cocked, as we say in the army. The bullet is in the chamber, right? And finger on the trigger. Jaise hi hoga, you will see the response. It will take 2 seconds for people to respond. We are locked and cocked.
Or overground workers jo hain, because Kashmir is infested. There are other parts, that have these sleeper cells. Unke liye kya messaging hai?
No, unke liye message, it hits them very hard. Their morale goes to the boots. Because all of them in Kashmir, the OGWs or the terrorists who are there in Kashmir, for them, Muridke is something that is absolutely, it's like a holy place. Bahawalpur is like a holy place. They can't imagine in their lifetime. And they could have never imagined that somebody will hit Bahawalpur, because there are all these stories. Ye peer hai, ye aisa hai, jinn iske command pe chalte hain. Pakistanis believe a lot in that nonsense, right? If there is an unscientific country in the world, it is Pakistan. So they believe in all that nonsense. So now, when they see images, the first thing the Maulvis and the Maulanas of Pakistan are going to say that this is lies, ye to kafiron ne khud apni technology istemal karke bana diya. And many Pakistanis will believe it also. But my message to the government of India is, you have your foot, right, on Pakistan's neck. You have your foot.
Don't take it off.
Don't take it off. Keep on crushing them. Blood will flow. It's guaranteed that blood will flow, whether it flows on that side of the border or this side of the border. This is something that we need to take a call on. ये हमारी choice है, खून यहाँ बहेगा कि वहाँ बहेगा, ये हमें सोचना है. अगर हमें लगता है कि भारत में खून ना बहे, तो हमारी मजबूरी है कि पाकिस्तान में खून बहे. It's very binary. It's 0 or 1. ये ऐसे ही होगा.
Finally, before I let you go, one last question. Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan also joining our broadcast. I want to ask you this.
Yeah.
The messaging for the world, because, we had, people like Donald Trump saying, no, don't escalate. Then you had UK also not really taking a position. Now that we've struck and announced to the world that we went inside and we did this, the tunes have changed.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised. Prime Minister Modi was yesterday congratulating India that we have signed a free trade deal with UK. Right? And there wasn't any hint of this Operation Sindoor that is happening. And then this massive, as we discussed in the morning, this massive deception exercise in which we said that civil defense will come and this will come and that will come and there'll be sirens and this is how you're supposed to go. I was explaining it yesterday evening here on the show. And today there was a NOTAM issued.
Yeah.
That we'll be carrying out air exercises. Who knew? Who knew that there was no NOTAM, there was no civil defense exercise? We were going to attack Pakistan and we did.
So essentially, Major Gaurav Arya, this was, all planned. India gave all of these, cues that everything is going to be as business as usual.
Yeah.
And that's really when we took them completely by stealth, completely by surprise. In a sense, that's also part of the planning and that's also part of the PSYOPs.
Yes, and I was very surprised. They blocked Baloch handles. And they blocked Baloch handles and I said, why Baloch? Why block Baloch handles? And apparently what has happened is, what I hear from the media is, that at night they unblocked the Baloch handles.
Yeah, that they did.
But
why were they blocked?
This has Ajit Doval's fingerprints all over it. This whole deception exercise, nobody could have done it better. Of course, the armed forces carried out the kinetic part. So there are three parts to it, right? One is the foreign policy part and the geopolitics part. convincing the whole world. That is Dr. Jaishankar. Second is the armed forces part. You go inside, you hit Pakistan, make them bleed. And the third part was the deception part. The deception, the entire thing that everything is okay and hum log karenge. And here you have opposition leaders, right? And today, I don't know, maybe they went to the opposition leaders and said, why don't you criticize the government that you're doing this and all, and there is a great deal of... They could have done it. You never know. In logon ne aisa deception kara. We were all taken and we all thought that today, there will be a siren and we'll go from one place to the other. Ki desk ke niche kaise jana hai aur kis tarike se cover lena hai, kis tarike se. And that was all deception. And this scale of deception throughout the subcontinent, Bangladeshis were talking about it, the Pakistanis were talking about it, and the Pakistanis are feeling very happy that Indians are scared. They're doing this exercise because Indians feel that we'll attack. They were celebrating the fact that Indians are scared.
Civil defense hoga, cabinet meeting hogi, it's business as usual in Delhi. And, then the middle of the night you go and do this. And but I want to ask you one important question.
And I'm sorry. Piyush Goyal comes and he says ki Jatiya Janganna hogi. I said, what? He came, no, Piyush Goyal? Oh, Ashwini Vaishnav. I beg your pardon. Ashwini Vaishnav comes on screen and he says, Jatiya Janganna hogi aur hum ek road banayenge. Yeah, everybody's saying, bhai, ye road banane ki baat kar raha hai. We want revenge. And this guy is saying we'll make a road. All that was, ठीक है, वो जो भी करवाएंगे, जाति जनगणना करवा लें अगर उनकी खुशी है. But I'm saying this entire, this thing, this is what Sun Tzu said, and I quoted in the morning. All warfare is based on deception.
Correct.
That is what Sun Tzu said. All warfare is based on deception. And Chanakya says this in the Arthashastra.
Yeah. But I want to ask you one important thing that you were referring to earlier. We have crossed the LOC many times in the past. In this regime, in previous regimes, so on and so forth. The significance of crossing the IB, hitting where it hurts in the heartland of Pakistan. Are we entering a new paradigm in terms of India's response to Pakistan? Have we breached a Rubicon in that sense?
Absolutely. I think what we have done is now crossing what this government has done and what the armed forces have done is they have normalized crossing of the international border. It wasn't ever done before, unless in case of a war. And you normally don't cross the IB, because if you cross the IB, then these are indications that you're going to war. Well, we did cross the IB, it seems. We did cross the IB. And one more thing, you have heard all these reports and all these stories of Pakistani army mobilizing. Did you hear even one story of the Indian army mobilizing or the Air Force or the Navy? No,
not even one. Not even one. Correct.
And nobody knows from where all these things happened. And this is the scale of deception. This is the scale of deception that, did we hear of, आपने कभी देखा हो तो आप लोग बताइए कि साहब इंडियन आर्मी की कॉन्वॉयज मूव कर रही हैं और आपने कोई फोटो खींची हो? कुछ नहीं हुआ, कुछ पता नहीं लगा नेवी ने कब करा, एयरफोर्स ने कब करा, आर्मी ने कब करा, लेकिन everything happened as if by magic. Nobody came to know. And India is the most populated country on earth. You can't hide these things. रात के 3 बजे भी जाएगा, कोई ना कोई तो जगह होगा वहां पे. But these things happened. Nobody knew how it happened, and suddenly one day they say that Operation Sindur.
Well, full credit to our forces for that. Full credit. And all the three forces, all the three forces have played their important roles. Operationally, of course, we'll know more. Once the official briefing happens, we'll wait for those operational details. But Major Gaurav Arya, I'd like to thank you so much for breaking this down for our viewers. And also, in fact, go across to Colonel Dini is also with us, Pradesh. I believe he also is joining us. Colonel Dini, your response, in terms of what we are looking at, in terms of what really we can expect. 10:30 is when we'll get a formal briefing. We understand that there will be the Foreign Secretary and top generals who will be present at this particular briefing. Of course, at the moment, the significance of the manner in which India has carried out the response to Pahalgam cannot be underplayed. It is very, very significant, as we were just discussing with Major Gaurav Arya.
Oh, absolutely, Madhav. I think Major Gaurav Arya put it brilliantly there that, the kind of the way we went about doing this. This was, I think, amalgamation of a lot of factors, like the preparation which went into it. It was both not only the international community was handled, the way economic measures were taken, and the country and everybody was made to believe that we are going this for the kinetic action will take a little more time, and the way the targets were chosen for this time. And the fact that from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the focus has been shifted to Punjab province in Pakistan. So these are things which probably nobody would have thought that this would happen. But the biggest thing which I feel is the calibrated manner in which the strategy was made, that we are only targeting the terrorist camps and not civilians or military installations. Although it is a huge, I would say, setback for the Pakistan army and armed forces, because one thing is very clear, Madhav. Everybody knew that there is something going to happen. Especially Pakistan knew that we are going to do a strike. But yet, if they could not stop even one of these 9 strikes which have gone inside, that shows to a great extent what is the level of the operational capability of Pakistan armed forces as on date. I'm not trying to belittle them, but I think there are serious questions which they need to answer themselves to their own public, that what were they doing when all these things were happening, and it is for us to see that what they'll come up. Now, another interesting thing which I find is post Balakot, there was information warfare. Was something which we were not probably primed enough at that point of time. But this time, you see the impact of these operations are visible to everybody, and it is to the credit of those people who did it that it is the Pakistan Prime Minister, Pakistan Defense Minister, and the
Colonel Denny, request your indulgence for just a moment, because we are joined now by the father of late Vinay Narwal. Mr. Rajesh Narwal is joining us. Rajesh Narwal ji, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज जिस तरह की अटैक्स हुई हैं 9 लोकेशंस पे पाकिस्तान में, क्या आप भारत की सेना और भारत सरकार को क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस मौके पे?
मुझे सबसे पहले तो आप सबको नमस्कार। देर आफ्टर जो कल रात सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और इस तरह से टारगेटेड किया है, ये मुझे फ्रॉम द वेरी फर्स्ट डे, जिस दिन मैं दिल्ली से श्रीनगर के लिए गया और वहां जाके मुझे जो मंजर मैंने देखा, तो मेरे दिमाग में यही बात चल रही थी कि ये जो मैसेकर हुआ है ये दुनिया और देश को नई दिशा देगा और अब आतंकवाद का अंत होगा। और उस पहल के उसमें भारत ने पहल की है, और ऐसा ही मुझे अपनी सरकार से, मोदी सरकार पर पूरा भरोसा था, क्योंकि बार बार मुझसे लोग पूछते थे कि आप सरकार से क्या चाहते हैं। मैं यही कहता था कि सरकार अपना काम कर रही है और इतना टाइम लगता है हर चीज को करने में। और जो कल सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक किया है टारगेटेड, मैं अप्रिशिएट करने वाला कौन होता हूँ, पूरी दुनिया ही इसको अप्रिशिएट कर रही है। और इस आतंकवाद रूपी पेड़ को जड़ से उखाड़ना है मिलकर के हम सबको, मतलब सिर्फ हमारे देश को नहीं, पूरे ग्लोब में जितने भी कंट्रीज हैं उसके लिए हम सब एकजुट हैं। और इस विचारधारा को उखाड़ फेंकना है, और जो इसको पनाह देता है या जो इसको पालता है उसको भी हमें सबक सिखाना है, पड़ेगा नहीं, सिखाना है। और ये एक मूवमेंट होना चाहिए, एक मूवमेंट होना चाहिए कि दुनिया में इस ग्लोब के ऊपर किसी भी कोने में, किसी भी जगह, छोटी से छोटी जगह से भी, कहीं पर बीज रूप में भी यदि आतंकवाद है तो उसको उस सीडलिंग फॉर्म में ही उसको खत्म कर देना चाहिए। उस विचारधारा को, उन लोगों को जो वो इसको पनाह देते हैं और जो लोग आइडियोलॉजी बनाते हैं, जो लोग इस तरह से इसको सींचते हैं और ब्रेन वॉश करते हैं, उनको। और ये मैं इतना इस बारे में कहूंगा।
जी जी। और नरवाल साहब, आपने बहुत कम उम्र में अपने बेटे को खोया था। उस वक्त जैसे आप कह रहे थे आप जम्मू कश्मीर खुद गए थे। क्या आप देश से कहना चाहेंगे कितनी मुश्किलों को का सामना करना पड़ा, क्योंकि बहुत मुश्किल घड़ी है। आप एज अ फादर, एज अ पेरेंट जब एक बच्चे को खोते हैं तो बहुत ही मुश्किल होता है। ऑफ कोर्स ही वाज आल्सो वर्किंग इन द सर्विस ऑफ द नेशन। क्या आप शेयर करना चाहेंगे पिछले कुछ 2 हफ्तों में क्या बीती है आपके परिवार पे?
मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूं, ये दुख और ग्रीफ, ये जो हमारी 26 फैमिलीज बर्बाद हो गई हैं, ये ग्रीफ और ये दुख सोरो पूरे देश का है। और इसको किसी की जरूरत नहीं है कि कहने की कि किसको दुख हुआ और किसको नहीं हुआ। पूरा देश सोरो में है, ग्रीफ में है, आज तक है। यस, कल सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुई, हमें पूरे देशवासियों को उम्मीद थी कि ऐसा होगा और वो हुआ है। उससे कहीं ना कहीं हमें कुछ हद तक सांत्वना मिली कि यस, वी हैव डन और वी विल डू। और रही बात दुख की, मेरा पर्सनल लॉस इतना हुआ है जो, क्योंकि देश का लाल है, तो मेरा तो वो ब्लड है, और आई कांट फील हिम नाउ, आई कांट टच हिम नाउ, बट मेरा घर तो उजड़ ही गया और बंद हो गया, जिसको बोलते हैं कि ताला लग गया इस पे, मेरी जिंदगी पे। तो वो ये लॉस तो कोई मतलब क्षतिपूर्ति इसकी तो नहीं हो सकती, अपूर्णीय है, और इस शोरों के साथ ही जीना है सारी उम्र मुझे जी। ऐसा कि ये शोरो आज ही खत्म हो जाएगा, ये ग्रीफ आज ही खत्म हो जाएगा। मैं और मेरी फैमिली जिस ग्रीफ में है, ये बयान नहीं किया जा सकता, और ये फीलिंग्स मैं एक्सप्रेस नहीं कर पाऊंगा जी।
और नरवाल साहब, इस पूरे ऑपरेशन का नाम जैसे बताया जा रहा है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के नाम से इसे रखा गया है। ये भी इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही थी कि खुद प्रधानमंत्री ने नाम रखा है। क्या आप मानते हैं कि एक सिंबॉलिक नेम है, कि इसमें सब्सटैंशियल भी है, बिकॉज इट रियली रिप्रेजेंट्स द काइंड ऑफ लॉस दैट 26 फैमिलीज हैव फेस्ड?
सब्सटेंशियलिटी है और सिंबॉलिक नहीं है। हाँ, वाकई में ही ये इससे अति उपयुक्त नाम नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि उसने इस देश की बेटियों को, बहनों के सिंदूर को ही टारगेट किया, उनके सामने उनके पतियों की, निहत्थों की, बच्चों के, छोटे छोटे बच्चों के सामने उनके फादर की निर्मम हत्या की है। इससे घिनौना कुकृत्य नहीं हो सकता, नहीं हो सकता। तो प्रधानमंत्री सर ने जो नाम दिया है, इससे अति उपयुक्त नाम नहीं हो सकता इस ऑपरेशन का।
जी जी, आपने एक बहुत अहम बात कही कि जहां पे भी थोड़ा सा भी जड़ भी हो आतंकवाद का या उनके समर्थन करने वालों का, उसको पूरी तरह से हटाना जरूरी है। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि इतनी पॉलिटिक्स हुए पिछले कुछ दिनों में, आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे उन राजनीतिक दलों के जो भारत में ही हैं, जो ऐसी भाषा बोलते हैं जिसका फायदा पाकिस्तान उठाता है, वो भी ऐसे मौकों पे?
देखो, मैं राजनीतिक व्यक्ति नहीं हूं, मैं एक मार्टेयर का फादर हूं, तो इस बारे में मेरा एक ही सबसे अपील भी है, रिक्वेस्ट भी है अपने देशवासियों से भी। सभी हम सबसे पहले भारतीय हैं, नेशन है तो हम हैं, और ऐसी घटना, इसमें हम सब को एक ही होना चाहिए, इसमें कोई दो बातें नहीं होनी चाहिए, दो राय नहीं है इसमें जी। आतंकवाद का दंश हम सबको चुभता है, चुभ रहा है कितने सालों से। हम बच्चे से जब पैदा हो तब से हम सुनते हैं कि मेरी फैमिली जैसे डिफेंस लेगेसी है हमारी, कि वो अब वार वहां लगा हुआ है, हर 2, 4, 5, 7 साल में कहीं छोटी मोटी घटनाएं होती हैं, हर रोज कुछ ना कुछ होता है। तो इसमें अलग अलग व्यू, अलग अलग चीजें नहीं होनी चाहिए। इसके लिए राजनीतिक भेदभाव छोड़ करके, और ये सब, इसमें राजनीति वाली बात आनी ही नहीं चाहिए। हमें यूनाइटेड रहना चाहिए, यूनाइटेड। और उसके लिए आतंकवाद की बात जो आपने कही, कि आपने एक बात कही कि देश दुनिया में किसी भी जगह हो तो उसको मतलब खत्म, उखाड़ फेंकना, शायद वर्ड उखाड़ना या क्या वर्ड यूज किया आपने, उखाड़ना नहीं है उसको, तो फर्नेस में डाल देना चाहिए। फर्नेस जैसे मिले उसको फर्नेस में डालो, उसका नामो निशान क्या, वो हवा बने, रुड़ जाए बस। उसको जीरो टॉलरेंस, जो कि आज हमारी सरकार ने दिखाया है, जीरो टॉलरेंस होना चाहिए वर्ल्ड वाइड। और इसके लिए दुनिया के सभी देशों को एकजुट जी रहना होगा, नहीं रहना है, रहना चाहिए भी नहीं, रहना है। मेरा ये संदेश है पूरी दुनिया को।
राजेश नरवाल जी, हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच। जीरो टॉलरेंस फॉर टेरर इज द मैसेज कमिंग आउट फ्रॉम द फैमिली ऑफ द मार्टियर देयर। Rajesh Narwal, thank you so much for speaking to us here at Times Now. Let's quickly take this back to our guests. Joining us now is Mr. G. Parthasarthi. Mr. Parthasarthi, your response to the kind of strikes that we are seeing take place, very different from India's response in the past. The very fact that we've managed to strike in the heartland of Pakistan. What is the message being sent out here, sir?
But Pakistan never learns. They have never won a conflict. The last time around also they were shown the door. Right now you have Pakistan with a lunatic as the army chief, Asim Munir. I have known several Pakistan army chiefs ranging from Musharraf to downwards, and they have a certain had a certain civilizational part of their structure. This guy is a total lunatic. He has no understanding of politics, leave alone geopolitics. So I think in many ways we should thank the God that we have had such an adversary to face up with. I don't think he did this with the prior approval of the Prime Minister. It is his doing, and it is his style. So it's a good lesson for the Pakistan army and their bosses. Don't choose a lunatic as your army chief.
True.
I'm being very blunt. I've served long enough in Pakistan. I've known their chiefs, but I have never seen a namuna like this guy. So we've dealt with him the only way you could deal with a lunatic. Put him in his place. And that's what we've done. And that's what I'm satisfied about.
Right. Mr. Parsati, as somebody who served in Pakistan, as you rightly said, what do you see happening from here on? Is Pakistan in any position to further escalate it, given the fact that we have targeted only terror camps? There are no military installations or civilians that we have targeted, is what the Indian government has said. How do you see things playing out from here on?
Well, Pakistan is given to advertising its nuclear weapons. It has made no nuclear weapons. Those nuclear weapons and missiles are of Chinese origin. What you have really is a Chinese nuclear weapon and program in Pakistan. So, but the Chinese are also more sensible in such matters. So I'm certain they would advise them to cool it. But as I said, I refuse to believe that the present Prime Minister sanctioned this. Let us be very clear. It is the army chief, and let us deal with it accordingly. Yes, majburi hai. This ex post facto, the Prime Minister has to go along with him. Otherwise, we'll end up with a military coup and thrown out. And that has happened right previously to the Sharif family. So I think we've played it with great caution, restraint, and action.
True. True. And in fact, let me bring in Commander V.K. Jaitley on that. Commander Jaitley, just yesterday we were discussing, the terror camps that are there in POK, but the government has gone, or the forces rather have gone far deeper into Pakistan territory, and all the three armed forces, it's not just the Air Force, the Army, but even the Navy, which have contributed towards this kind of a response. What would you say about the kind of stealth with which we took Pakistan very clearly by surprise?
See, I feel the way it has been done, it has given a surprise element to Pakistan. The incident happened on 22nd April. They put their forces on alert. Everybody was on alert. Then you make the enemy tired. And when they are in the action stations, what we call, they get tired over a period of time. And then we diverted their attention to so many other things in India. And suddenly, today early morning, the strike was there. So they were taken by a surprise. So I think the patience which Indian government, Indian forces have shown has been very, very good. ये जो सरप्राइज एलिमेंट था, इससे पाकिस्तान has been taken aback, and we have actually hit them very badly. 9 location के ऊपर simultaneously attack is something big. I think the beginning has been done to root out this terrorism from this earth, I will use the word, जिसका पाकिस्तान हेडक्वार्टर है. तो अगर उसको पूरी तरह से
just for a matter of fact, I repeat it. It clearly states that this is a press brief. As of now, in this press brief, no questions will be taken. So I request you, please adhere to it. And 10:25 we start. Request to please settle down. Thank you.
That is to take place in just a few moments from now. The Operation Sindur briefing is to take place. It will be a briefing where there will be officials from the Foreign Ministry, from the Ministry of External Affairs, as well as two lady officers, we understand, who will in fact be briefing. That's the information that we have coming in at the moment. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri will be amongst those who will be present. There will also be Colonel Sofia Qureshi, the first woman officer to lead an army training contingent at Force 18. That's the information coming in. Also, of course, we have information of Wing Commander Vyomika, who's an accomplished helicopter pilot with more than 2,500 flying hours across varieties of terrain. That's the information coming in at the moment. All right, a further delay of about half an hour. It's at 10:55 now that we understand that this briefing is to happen. And perhaps understandably so, Colonel Dinny, given the fact that it is, of course, 9 locations, there are various aspects that would have to be discussed. A little bit of delay, but perhaps we can wait because we need clarity, and the nation is certainly waiting for what exactly has happened. More details officially coming in from the government, from our forces. Colonel Dinny.
Absolutely, Madhav. And, I'm glad that the way this entire narrative has, unfolded itself after the operation was completed by the Indian Armed Forces. Because last time we saw what happened in Balakot, even though it was a fantastic operation done by the Indian Air Force, but however, Pakistan could give a wrong narrative to its own people and to India and to the world. But here, this time, it was absolutely clear the kind of impact it was there on ground, and it was visible to the whole world. So that way, I think we have learned from whatever in the past the necessary steps which are supposed to be taken, and due to which, in fact, the Pakistan leadership, both political and military leadership, had to come and admit on camera that Indian armed forces attacked, or rather have carried out strikes inside Pakistan, which is, it never happened. So this whole bogey business of asking for proof, where is the proof? I think that has, been, once for all answered as far as this Operation Sindur is concerned. So that is the first thing. So here, and we were prepared. I think as the information warfare, this time we were prepared because a lot of fake news, narratives being peddled from Pakistan, as was always known. Even their ministers were on air giving all wrong input, but that was effectively countered without getting into too much of from our side, making it too pompous and something like that. It was just classical, a very refined way of handling an operation, post the operation part. Till now, and I'm sure the briefing will also...
Let me bring in Mr. Parthasarathy on that, because Mr. Parthasarathy, fake news and Pakistan go hand in hand. It's not for the first time we are seeing this, and particularly on a sensitive day like this, we're seeing many tall claims come in from the Pakistan side. Very important to get that narrative correct, because, Pakistan has, in the past, put out a lot of fake narratives to try and, save face, to try and build its own case. Mr. Parthasarathy.
Pakistan is placed in a difficult position. The mess has been created by an army chief who, to my mind, is quite different from the chiefs I have known from my days in that country. And he's leading the country to disaster. But the fact is, unfortunately, he was recommended by an army chief who held a very respectable position, and we could easily deal with, and is not a maniac. I can only categorize this army chief as a maniac. So, yeah, they're going to learn their lesson, and this was only to be expected. And I think the manner in which we have carried out this operation, very quiet, absolutely things kept under the wraps. This is something which the government and the Prime Minister personally deserves a huge amount of credit. One has been through this in my days in the army in the 1960s, and I have been through several with other prime ministers. But this was really done with remarkable finesse and ease and dignity. So let us wait and watch let the Pakistan establishment, I say, search its own self. I don't know how the army is going to react to having been drawn into a battle in conditions which were ridiculous. Knowing India, we react after careful consideration, goes up to the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs, and is so every inch is looked at. So I think let us wait and look at what is going to happen within Pakistan. I'm quite sure we know what we are doing, and we also know effective but limited use of force. I mean, one does not use force in such situations.
Right.
Out of the mind, and I think that's where we stand. Just play it, and let's not brag about it. For the world to see, for the people of India to see. But I'm a proud army man, commissioned in 1963, and having fought these guys in the conflict in Kargil. So the fact of the matter is, let's be proud of our military, let's be proud of our country, and don't get carried away. Let's not start going around the world and have a 26 inch ki chatti. So I think,
but I want to ask you on that, Mr. Parsarthi. Just yesterday, there were two diplomatic wins. One is the attempt by Pakistan at UNSC, and also, of course, there was at the ICJ a report which came out which spoke about how Pakistan is abusing, its entire judicial system with civilians tried in military courts, so on and so forth. And we all know what has happened to that political class there. At a time like this, India clearly appears to have played its diplomatic cards right. And with this, from here on, what should India's strategy be while engaging with the rest of the world?
Listen, these were not India's diplomatic cards. India's diplomatic cards is the backing of both Russia and the US. We have never achieved that. I've been through several conflicts. We have never achieved, in diplomatic terms, the US and Russia coming together. And that speaks for itself.
True. Okay. Let me bring in Commander V.K. Jetli in on this. Commander V.K. Jetli, details of Operation Sindur, the briefing, of course, expected in about 25 minutes from now. That's the information that we have coming in at this point of time. In terms of the role of the Navy, there is information coming in about our naval assets being used as well. And the very fact that we've struck into the heartland, what would you be able to tell us, without, of course, compromising on any operational details, in terms of how our naval assets would have been effectively used? The use of drones is being spoken about as well.
See, Navy is the only force which operates in all the three areas, underwater, on water, and in the skies also. So we have got a lot of aircrafts which can go very deep into the enemy's territory and attack them. And our pilots are too good, let me tell you. Our even helicopter pilots are too good. When they land on a very small ship, which looks like a speck in the open ocean, you can imagine the amount of expertise they have. So Indian pilots can be used anywhere in the world to attack enemies' installations. And of course, we do have drones also. So Indian operations, Indian Navy's operations, in addition to what we have done today early morning, I think if Pakistan does any other mischievous thing, the next will be the blockade by the Indian Navy of the Karachi airport. Complete that area so that they are squeezed totally very badly. So just wait for the naval blockade. And then you see how Pakistan economically is totally finished.
Absolutely.
So that is what I believe Indian Navy is capable of doing it.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, there is an information coming in. We are told that the defense minister has, in fact, reached 7 LKM. He will, in fact, be briefing the Prime Minister in just a few moments. That's the information that we have. Let's quickly cut across to our reporters who are there. I believe we have Pragya joining us. If we can quickly get in Pragya from Lok Kalyan Marg, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where the defense minister has reached. We saw him leave his residence a short while earlier. We're also told that the Home Minister has spoken to all commanders of paramilitary forces over the phone. They have been asked to cancel leaves of the forces and join the force. This is the information coming in as far as what is happening at the moment. So it's not just as far as the LOC or the international border is concerned. A lot of activity. The formal briefing, of course, you're seeing that live frame coming in from the National Media Center at the heart of Delhi. And also, of course, at the moment, we have Pragya joining us. Yes, Pragya, we understand that all right, we will in fact try and patch across to our reporters as well, but a lot of updates coming in from the national capital. Hectic activity taking place as well, with the defense minister now at the Prime Minister's residence to brief him about what really has transpired. Let me in fact go across to our guests as well. Colonel Diri, at the moment we are seeing a lot of activity. The Home Minister just announcing that leaves of paramilitary forces have been cancelled. Defense Minister just arriving at 7 LKM to in fact meet with the Prime Minister, and of course that formal briefing that is to take place. So a lot of action, a lot of activity, perhaps on expected lines. Colonel Dini.
Madhav, it's all on expected lines, and I think the Indian state, is responding to the way things will unfold itself now, both diplomatically, militarily, internal security-wise. I think, and I'm sure behind the scenes, economic and other aspects also would be taken care of, because we know that Pakistan is an irrational state. They are known for their irrationality. As Mr. Parthasarathi was mentioning, we have a lunatic at the helm of affairs, so we do not know what kind of reaction they would be, coming up with.
All right, I believe that is in fact the Foreign Secretary who is now arrived. He is of course seated. He is with two senior lady officers from the Indian Army who are going to brief. Let's cut across live to that press conference. So, in fact, in just a few moments now, you can see that is Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who is in fact going to be briefing as far as the Indian action is concerned. Of course, he is joined by two lady officers, Wing Commander Vyomika, who is going to be present over there, as well as Colonel Sofia Qureshi, who is the first woman officer to lead an army training contingent at Force 18 ASEAN Plus multi-international, in fact, field training exercise in 2016. All right, let's listen in.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद यह भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट टीआरएफ कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें टीआरएफ के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में टीआरएफ की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो टीआरएफ जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में टीआरएफ के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। ये स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। यह कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union Territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan, the claims made by the resistance front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindur with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर, POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिंबर, यह LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहां पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर अभी। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। आ गया सर इम्पैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहां पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहां आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूं कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Well, that was Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary, giving the briefing. And Madhav, the manner in which, with precision, this briefing took place. The message, very clear. The message is to the international audience as well as to the domestic audience. And the international audience has been given the message loud and clear that there have been a precision targeting of where this was deemed to strike, and how it is only on the terror basis, how it is certainly not on any civilian targets or any military targets. This is a non-provocative response to the Pahalgam terror attack, and that has been very clearly mentioned. Absolutely. And the visuals that show here.
Yeah, and you know, Navika, I just want to mention two things in this briefing that really stand out from what we've done in the past. We have given the before, the after, the moment of the strike. We have given the context where each of these camps, you know, specific camps like Murid Ke, where it was mentioned that David Headley, where Ajmal Kasab were all trained. We have told the international community that these were the camps from which, and Vikram Misri specifically mentioned, were being planned. There were further terror attacks being planned, and therefore, as a preemptive measure, India has decided to strike all of these. The kind of proof being given, there is messaging happening both internationally as well as domestically, so that this time around there is no clamor for sabut or proof, which unfortunately in the past we've seen, for instance, in the case of Balakot, where there have been all sorts of unfortunate, controversy surrounding that. There is no scope left.
Look at this Bhimber picture, the before and the after. These are drone visuals that have been shown, and where you can actually see that on the location where the missiles are going, Kotli attack, and Kotli, which is away from the LOC, you just see the destruction here happening through the missiles. And before that was the before picture, where this was marked out, and this was where the precision targeting was meant to happen. And then the pictures of the terrorist camps after destruction being shown in this video. Drone footage. Let's look at Bhimber, where the targeting was done. This was identified. Before that, this is what existed here. This is the terror camp, the entire campus. Some say this is about 18 acres. And now in Bhimber, the targeting actually happens, and the missiles are targeted. And after that, you see complete destruction on the ground. Can we just go back to the actual targeting and the missiles going there? And there you can actually see it landing here and destroying that entire area, and you can see the craters that are visual in the after pictures. Let's look at Sarjal, Sialkot. Again, this was how it was outlined. This is where during the drone attack, the visuals have been taken, and then you see the contact happening here, the destruction on the ground. Each of these visuals clearly proof to the international fora where India is going to present its case on the kind of terror camps that existed, not just in POK, but even inside Pakistan, and how they have been targeted. Now, let's look at Mehmuna Joya region here. And here, once again, the area earmarked and then destroyed. The manner in which this has been done, 9 targets, 9 precision targets, and no civilians attacked. Let's look at the next one, Markaz Taiba, Mudrike.
There you see it. In fact, let's replay that. There it is.
There you see the missile. Yes. So this is the Markaz Taiba that has been hit, and it's a
this is the LET base, Navika. This is what we've been told. This is the LET base, and this is from where Ajmal Kasab and David Headley were actually trained at that particular location. Very important, because this is one strike along with the Bahawalpur one where Jaish-e-Mohammed, has been targeted, which is very, very significant, because these are from where several of those key attacks have taken place, Navika. And this is, of course, while each one of these 9 is significant, perhaps these 2 the most significant in this entire lot that we are looking at, Navika.
Well, clearly, after Markaz Taiba, Bhimber, we've seen the regions in Sialkot that were targeted, and this is Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur. And the biggest destruction has come from Bahawalpur, and this is the area. This is the area of Mahmood Azhar. And Bahawalpur is where he comes from, close to the army camp, close to the civilian locations. This entire area is where the training camps, the masjids, the madarsas, everything works in this entire, camp over here. And this is the before picture. And let's look at the devastation that happens after. Well, we're trying to get those visuals still from that briefing, but this is what was targeted, and we saw those visuals of ambulances running, and even the army commander, corps commander in Bahawalpur actually visited. And there are 3 strikes in Markaz Taiba, hit 1. Then there is a hit 2, which we see once again happening on this visual, where the missile is coming here. And there, that is hit 2. And then there is a hit 3 that takes place. And this is the manner in which the destruction has taken place, the hit 3 coming here.
So in fact, he's telling us about what kind of attack it is, sir. If you could just explain to us, is this a drone strike, a missile strike?
See,
how do you estimate this?
See the trajectory of this particular strike here. It is straight away a top-down kind of a thing, which normally a loitering ammunition drone. It's called a loitering munition systems drone. These drones have been used for the first time, and loitering ammunition is something which actually senses the target only after that it gets activated. So these targets which are up to 40-50 kilometers, I think, we have used drones for that. And the targets which are slightly extended inside Pakistan going up to 100 kilometers, the missiles have been used, and most likely BrahMos has been used, though the briefing has not brought it out. But BrahMos, why it has been used? Because BrahMos is a cruise missile. The speed is 3 Mach. So most of the air defense systems will not be able to catch this missile. And this missile is also a low trajectory missile. So in most probability, and it has a range of almost 300 kilometers.
And we see some locations inside Pakistan which have been targeted go up to 350 kilometers into Pakistan. Big statement in that, the distance where the strike has happened?
No, absolutely. And scalp missiles is also being mentioned that it may have been used for some targets. Because different targets require a different kind of selection of the ammunition.
But the name scalp, वो आसिम मुनीर की चाहिए थी, मिली के नहीं?
Let's hope we get it next time.
Picture अभी बाकी है.
Picture
अभी बाकी है. And you know, everybody was looking for this. And look at the comparison in Mudrike. We're seeing the video shots of the destruction. Those are the drone shots of the destruction. This is what that missile or the drone attack has done, and this is the devastation on the ground, the buildings, the camps, the madarsas, the training centers, all being reduced to rubble.
And one more point, Navik, I'd like to make here. The circular error probability of these missiles is only 3 meters. So you can see that if you are going to hit the target, it will be only 3 meters right or left. And that is why you have seen the neighboring buildings have not been affected. A particular target has been
care has been taken that civilian targets, women and children, but that is the misinformation that Pakistan wants to give to the world, that women, children have been targeted, but that's not true, simply because these missiles that have been used have a small radius and target area, and they're very precisely, absolutely, very precisely used and identified. This throw us the importance of the intelligence part of this entire operation to be able to plan such precision attacks.
Okay, this is a very good question. You know, we have an organization called the NTRO. It's the National Technical Research Organization. But this organization is the one who does the electronic surveillance of all the entire region of Pakistan. So this time, what has been identified is, why you people are asking that it has taken, 13 days to strike. Because the right time when all these terrorists are assembling in this area, are getting ready to be inducted across the LC for infiltration, has been selected. And that is why we find, when we had information that more than 100 were available on the various places this strike has taken place. So the first is your satellites. Satellites have been able to give you very accurate information. And second is, we have a treaty or an agreement with the Americans for intelligence sharing. And if you remember, when Galwan happened, or even before Galwan happened, Americans actually gave us the intelligence. So this time also, it's a possibility that the Americans have also helped us on the intelligence.
Which is why the world is on our side, is what is being stated. If we can look at the map once again of the areas where the strikes have taken place, and that map shows you the distances from the LOC, distance from Pahalgam, how those locations have been chosen. Sharif, if I can ask you to pull up the map here, and the 9 areas. Now, this is Mudrike, which is 264 kilometers from the LOC. 2 targets in Muzaffarabad, which are 173 kilometers from the LOC. Important, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. And 1 which is 621 kilometers, the Jaish headquarters in Bhavalpur, the most important.
This is the one which would be hurting Asif Munir the most, because it's in the heart of Pakistan. It's in the part of Pakistan, Punjab, and
Punjab
where
especially,
it is located.
because
that is very significant.
Because more than 80% of the Pakistani
army,
higher leadership are Punjabis. So it's going to hurt the most.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what really happens by the strike here in Bhavalpur is also the fact that the Balochis are against the army of Pakistan, the Pashtuns are against the army of Pakistan. Now the Punjabis, which was the backbone, they've been struck, and their poster boys, Masood Azhar, Hafiz Saeed, their camps have been brought to rubble. Bhavalpur, the Jaish headquarters, and right here, Mudrike, the Lashkar headquarters. If both of these are attacked, then the virtual army of Asim Munir actually is reduced to rubble.
You see, it's like a nerve center. You know, when you have to decapacitate anyone, you have to hit at the nerve. So what the Indian Armed Forces has done, this time is that all the 3 headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba and Hizbul Mujahideen have all been targeted. It's a strong message, even if may have a limited amount of casualties in this headquarter, but the very fact that your headquarter has been hit, it actually hurts the most.
Absolutely. And Major General Kochhar, I want to bring you in on this because, thus far we've seen in the previous strikes, it's happened before in Balakot and surgical strikes, we've always launched attacks into POK. We've said that's part of our territory. We have done that this time, as well as crossed the international border. So have we crossed a Rubicon in that sense? Are we in a new paradigm in terms of India responding to Pakistan and reserving the option of doing this again?
See, Pakistan has helped us because the Shimla agreement is no longer there. So now the line of control is also, it's like a normal line, and we can go across in this manner. So now this entire thing for us,
Akhand Bharat.
Bilkul, Akhand Bharat. So this entire thing now means absolutely nothing. So this is a very great advantage. I think what you rightly said is India has taken this time because there is no Shimla agreement, there is no line of control, there is nothing, and there are no rules of engagement now. Because in war, you make your own rules.
Absolutely, no water, and then there is fire all around, no water to douse those fires. That is the response to Pakistan. And when Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri says that this is a developing situation, we will keep coming back to brief you. More unfolding, Madhav, what's your sense? What are we going to see next? All eyes on that picture jo abhi baki hai.
Absolutely. In fact, the Home Minister, we just broke the news a short while earlier, Navika, has cancelled the leave of paramilitary forces. We have, in fact, now several briefings expected from the government later today. So clearly there could be a lot more. We don't know what Pakistan's response could be because particularly the army chief is a madman, as many say. People don't know what to predict.
Coming from our own sources in Pakistan, that tanks have been seen moving from Lahore on towards the IP. So especially on the Punjab border, we are going to see some action because the tanks have already started moving and our forces are also mobilized that side. A second important action we are seeing is that Pakistan has started shelling the civilian areas, and 6 casualties have been reported in Jammu and Kashmir area. So what Pakistan is trying to tell the world is that the Indians have struck up at our civil areas and we are retaliating in a similar manner.
Well, I don't know how many will believe Pakistan as of now, but memes already beginning to come. and some even saying that China, the biggest friend of Pakistan, has helped give intelligence to Pakistan.
Absolutely.
But the intelligence came after reading the newspaper reports in India this morning. Well,
locations once again, yeah.
These are the locations once again. The Hizbul Mujahideen in the Markaz Abbas Kotli area, the Lashkar-e-Toiba in the Muzaffarabad area, the Lashkar-e-Toiba also in the Markaz-e-Hadith Barnala area, Jaish-e-Mohammed in the Sarjal Terakala area, Markaz Taiba in the Mudrike area, and then there is Bhavalpur where there has been Markaz Subhan Allah. All attacks of these three big terror organizations take care of the TRF, which the Pakistanis were claiming they've done a lot of hard work by removing their names from the UN statement. Lashkar-e-Toiba also in Muzaffarabad, Maskar, Rahil Shahid Kotli for the Hizbul Mujahideen, and also the Mehmuna Joya area in Sialkot targeting the Hizbul Mujahideen. It's a crippling attack on Pakistan. ऐसा कभी सोचा भी नहीं होगा पाकिस्तान ने जिस तरह का अटैक इस बार हुआ है. Well, the message loud and clear from Prime Minister Modi: Pahalgam will get a response. No future terror attacks. Otherwise, Pakistan will have a huge price to pay.
Absolutely.
Unequivocally, that message going across. Over to you, Madhav.
Absolutely. In fact, let's quickly take this across to our guests also joining us from outside. We have Squadron Leader Krishan Mitru, who's a consultant as far as disaster management is concerned. I believe we also have Lieutenant General KJ Singh joining us. Lieutenant General KJ Singh, your analysis of what has happened and what we can expect in coming days, sir.
See, there was a great amount of angst which was there. So it was difficult to keep it capped for so long. Yet the government took very deliberate series of steps. And in the process, the government also made Pakistan aware that you have crossed a threshold, a Lakshman Rekha. The use of hydrological leverages, which is a very first-time measure, and operationalization of those intelligently. Flushing Salal and Baglihar and Kishanganga on Jhelum, and these two, Salal and Baglihar on Chenab, and then stopping, and then again sequentially demonstrates to them that we have effective control on flow of water. We can choke you at will, and we can flood your territory at will. So now it'll become difficult for Pakistan to that extent to think of what will be response required, undertaken by them. You have been told by Jal Kochar, and which is very right, that the spread of targets, horizontally across Pakistan, starting from POJK and going down to Punjab, really South Punjab. Even in terms of depth, ones which are very close to LOC and ones which are in depth, like Bhavalpur, like Muzaffarabad. Also, these camps, as we all know, have a very symbiotic kind of relationship with military installations, the military headquarters, military facilities, because they draw from these facilities. So targeting of installation next to Sialkot is a great message, and simultaneously getting at headquarters of all three. Getting to Markaz Subhan Allah for Jaish-e-Mohammed, Markaz Taiba for LET, and the Hizbul headquarters on that side is significant, is the message that has been delivered. And also our Foreign Secretary has very clearly given Pakistan an exit option, a fair-saving exit option. Only terrorist camps, non-escalatory, no military installations targeted.
Okay. Let me bring in Squadron Leader Krishan Mitru as well. Squadron Leader Krishan Mitru, of course, Foreign Secretary, as he rightly mentioned, has given a very clear point of view that these are terror camps where there were impending attacks coming in as per our intelligence, and it is both preemptive in that sense as well as, also a deterrent nature in which these attacks have been carried out. That's the clear message going in, and also the manner in which the briefing has been carried out, before, after pictures, context of where these terror camps and who has been trained over here. India has left nothing, to the imagination in terms of what has really transpired, or even any questions of proof, whether domestically or internationally. Squadron Leader Krishan Mitru.
Thank you for inviting me to your channel. Number one, when we are talking of terrorists, when they are hiding anywhere close to the border, it is nothing new. They have been there for a very, very long time and threatening and striking our areas at will. Now, this is the right time for the Prime Minister to have taken the decision, for the government to have taken the decision to go all out. Now, this, as I see, is a limited response. I hope it does not escalate, but howsoever, should it escalate, this is the right step that India has taken. And I would not hesitate in saying that the Indian government is on the right path in holding back what the other side is doing. Number one. Number two, we were talking of mock drill, which was to be conducted today. Well, mock drill is an exercise which is done for the preparation. It is mock, means you assimilate a situation and then you see what to do and etc. Since India has already gone into action, it is still never late to train the people that if the war escalates, whatever happens, we must be prepared. A general population, the citizens of the country, must know what to do at what time.
Absolutely.
Here, in all the districts which are under threat and which are scheduled for the mock drill today, they must do this mock drill in all the sincerity, and the basic things they have got to approach is what we call it the SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis is very clear that you assess the situation, and in that you have to assess your strength, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. Here the threat is most important. The threat today, under the present scenario, is not only from internal but from the external sources also.
Right.
There are threats which are wide open. There are threats which are yet to come. So SWOT analysis will give us the correct scenario of the situation. Another very small point which I would like to mention, that in disaster management, there are simple principles of plan, prepare, and practice.
Right.
You must plan what to do, you must prepare what to do, you must practice what you want to do. Unless you practice, your planning and all the paraphernalia will go to waste. The district authorities, the disaster management authorities, the rescue and search organizations,
please stay with us. Major General Rajan Kochar, please stay with us. Also, Commander Jaitley is continuing to be with us. But let me get in a quick update from our reporters on ground who have, in fact, been covering all of these events, these press conferences this morning. We have Pradeep Datta joining us. We also have Pragya joining us at the moment. Pragya, I'm going to come to you first because you're at the location where the Defense Minister is currently briefing the Prime Minister. We are told that the Home Minister has also reached. What's happening at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg? Pragya.
Madhav, Cabinet Committee on Security has already begun. Amit Shah is also here. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is also here. External Affairs Minister Mr. Jaishankar is also here, briefing Prime Minister. And obviously, there is discussion on the operation as well. Apart from that, there is also a cabinet after that. The sense of the environment right now, Madhav, is that there is also focus on the normalcy and normal going about of the government as well. That is why they have not postponed the cabinet at all. They are having CCS, but they will also have the cabinet. So the focus, and also about the precision, as Foreign Secretary also said, that there are impending attacks on India is what the intelligence says, and not just that, they want to deter, and that is why India exercised the right to act before they could attack us. So it's a very clear message, loud and clear message to everyone across the world, that India will exercise its right to attack terror if there is any kind of planning. And the spots that have been attacked, they were the terror hubs, the jihadist structure, and they have given, the army has given every detail of the spots, and in fact evidence of a sort that these are the terrorists that have took the training on these spots, and that is why we attacked them. As we were speaking to a few of the cabinet ministers a few days back, they said that something kuch bada hoga, and this is exactly what has happened. This is the biggest action, not like Uri, not like Balakot. A big thing has happened, and it has shook the Pakistan a lot. But government is also cleanly watching what is the action that Pakistan may take, may retaliate. They have cancelled all the leaves of the paramilitary.
Are they in a position to retaliate is the big question at this point of time. Pragya, stay with us. I want to bring in Pradeep very quickly. Pradeep, India has given ample evidence, the context, the before and after pictures, videos even of the strikes that have taken place. It's a very, very detailed briefing that has happened, leaving no scope to imagination or confusion as far as India's own actions are concerned. And the very fact that we've not just crossed the LOC, but also the IB shows India's resolve in dealing with Pakistan and terror emanating from Pakistan. Pradeep.
Yes, Madhav, I want to make 2 points. If I were to explain this operation in 3 words, I can say it was offensive, defensive, deterrence, and about dominance, what actually India has done. And the second thing is that by carrying out this operation Sindoor, Prime Minister had silenced all those critics who had been asking for the sabut, and also Pakistan trying to hoodwink, because last time when Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters was decimated, that time we have seen that how Pakistan was able to take some of the journalists to that area. They said this was eco-terrorism. They had not done anything. But this time there is a clear-cut evidence that clearly indicates how India has been able to dismantle infrastructure of not Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba as well as Hizbul Mujahideen. If we talk about Babalpur, this is the place where from Masood Azhar's brother is also operating. He is the same person who was responsible for IC-814 hijacking, because he was the one who wanted to get Masood Azhar released from the Kot Balwal jail in Jammu, and finally in exchange of those passengers he got him released, and since then we have seen that how terror-related activities are taking place. And if we talk about the Murid K, it is the same place where David Coleman Hadley and Ajmal Kasab and thousands of others have been trained, and they have got the hands soaked in blood, responsible for spilling blood of innocent people on this side of the border. If we talk about the Hizbul Mujahideen headquarters there in Muzaffarabad, though all these people might be safe in the safe custody of Pakistan army, but yes, their nerve center is completely dismantled, their nerve center is completely decimated. So the message has been sent loud and clear: the blood of the Indians is not cheap, and we are going to hit back, and will ensure that you will be made to pay for each and every sin that you have committed, including that Pahalgam massacre. And that's why you can see that if we talk about this, even the mock drill, by announcing mock drill just hours before mock drill was to start, they carried out this attack. This way they have only made mockery of Pakistan, checkmated their security agencies and intelligence agencies, because they thought maybe after mock drill India can plan something of that sort, but they never ever thought that this time they are going to.
Well, definitely they had the element of surprise on their side. Stay with us, Pradeep. I'm going to request our producers if we can quickly bring up those map graphics of where all these attacks have taken place. If we can quickly take a look at that up on the screen over here. And these are the locations that have been hit. 9 locations. Murid K, that is the Lashkar headquarters, 265 kilometers from the LOC. Bahawalpur, the big one, 621 kilometers from the international border in South Punjab in Pakistan. Of course, there is of course also a camp near Sialkot, 184 kilometers that has been targeted. We have Chak Amru, 217 kilometers that we're looking at. 2 targets in Muzaffarabad, 170 173 kilometers from the LOC. Kotli also not very far from the LOC, 143 kilometers from there. Gulpur is 149 kilometers and Bhimbar at 162 kilometers. So these are the multiple locations. It's not just the POK area where India has struck, but deep into Pakistan where these attacks have taken place. A long, loud message going out from India in terms of India's resolve in tackling terror emanating from Pakistan, a message going out. And I want you to comment on this, General Kochhar, in terms of India's response. You know, this is very, very significant in terms of what we are talking about. You were talking about how there could potentially be some build-up in this area of Punjab from Pakistan's side. But India is very, very well prepared to tackle any such misadventure if Pakistan chooses to engage in that manner.
See, in the plains of Punjab, we have a very extensive defense system. We have the ditch cum buns, means the tanks will not be able to cross that areas. We have our deployment right on the border itself. The infantry battalions are there. Our armored regiments are there. Based in Firozpur itself, I was posted there, so I can tell you in this thing. So the Hosseiniwala border is there. It's quite well secured. There is a river also flowing there. So that's also an obstacle belt. So it's not going to be easy. And I don't think Pakistan is planning to launch assault into India. It is possibly out of a fear that maybe India may endeavor to come inside. So they should be ready. So I think with that aim in mind, these tanks are moving towards the border.
Correct. So that's mobilization, of course, on the borders as far as the LOC, the international border as well. And Commander Jaitley, we were discussing a short while earlier how the naval preparedness is also at its peak, because India has also been conducting exercises in the Arabian Sea. Can you tell us something about India's preparation as far as its naval assets are concerned?
See, as far as naval preparations are concerned, it's actually the blockage of their all shipping movements in the Arabian Sea, which India is very much capable of. We can completely block their complete movement. We may stop all their merchant shipping and all their cargo shipping, which is going to Karachi and the other harbors. So if we put our ships and submarines in that area, you can say Pakistan will be choked. So that is just one part. And otherwise also, you know, in the current strike also, the Indian Navy pilots, they have participated in attacking these 9 locations. The only thing I feel is there were total 21 locations which were identified. I think we could have increased the scope a little bit more and crushed all those 21 locations. Why to limit to only 24 missiles? We could have gone to 50 missiles and crushed all those 21 locations, so that the total backbone of the terrorist outfits should have been broken. I think हमने थोड़ा छोड़ दिया. अभी 12 locations अभी भी बची हुई हैं. So we have probably another operation. So in fact, if you ask me, I want Pakistan to retaliate a little bit so that we attack all those 12 also. We don't leave them at all.
Okay.
So I'm just waiting for some provocation from their side, so that we hit the other 12 also.
What would Asif Munir be thinking, General Kochhar, at this point of time? Because, you know, we've seen the kind of bizarre statements that he has made. You know, perhaps not bizarre given the kind of nature of person he is, but we haven't seen such an individual leading the Pakistan army with such kind of irrational, you know, bigoted individual leading the Pakistan army. You know, what can we expect in terms of Pakistan's response now?
See, the one thing is there, Asim Munir is not a very popular general within his own army. The rank and file, especially, I can tell you about colonels and below officers, they don't hold him in very, very great esteem. And some of his corps commanders are also not in sync, you know, with his thinking. But now, if we try to get into the shoes of Asim Munir and say what he's going to plan next, I have a presumption that based on the type of strategic thinking Pakistani generals have, taking a cue from 2019, when we did Balakot and they did a swift retort within 24 hours, I presume that one option which is there with Munir is to strike with his missiles and drones. Pakistan has a drone brigade today.
Okay.
This drone brigade was made almost around 2 years back, and it has got Turkish drones. Bakhtiar drones are there with Pakistan, and the Chinese drones are there. Akinci drones are also there from Turkey. And these are very formidable drones he has. And the same kind of ammunition, when we talk about loitering ammunition, it's there with Pakistan also. So one possibility is that we can expect a swarm drone attack. A number of drones, 100 drones all over the area coming across to us.
And what would the likely theatre be? Which part of the LOC or the IB would you suggest? Would you imagine that they would perhaps be looking at?
See, they would go at those 8-9 areas where they have been constantly violating the ceasefire. And especially if you look at the route of control, Puj area, Rajouri area, that entire belt is very vulnerable to us because we have a number of ammunition dumps, our deployments, our logistic areas, because he would like to go in for the logistic areas here.
Right.
He had tried in 2019 also. A similar kind of a strike in these areas. Second, he will also try to use his missiles. He has Imdadi missile has just been test fired. He has the Hatf-2 missile, which has a range of approximately 450 kilometers.
Okay.
So he will be able to target sizable areas, because on the border, if you go 450 kilometers, you can go quite
If he does that, and let me bring in Lieutenant General KJ Singh on that. Lieutenant General KJ Singh, what possible rationale could Pakistan have for even doing that? Because at the end of the day, India said very clearly we are targeting terrorist camps. We have said that there is no civilian or even military establishment that is being targeted. In that light, would there be any kind of justification at all? And can Pakistan afford it? The economy is down in the dumps. They barely have enough foreign exchange to run the country, leave alone fight a war.
Their mindset, which was displayed like it was being explained in Operation Retort, Swift Retort, they would, to satisfy their own constituency, do something and then build up on that narrative with some kind of a fake dressing up to give it a picture that we have also replied with near equal, or they'll try to project more. At a higher response, but they have to carefully calibrate it. And there are our vulnerabilities. We also have installations and all, but we have air defense, we have sufficient amount of dispersion. I am also worried about idle projects, because with Indus Water Treaty having been held in abeyance, see, it is very nice to say, now there is no Shimla agreement, now there is nothing this way. It is dangerous for us also, because he is an irrational player. And he likes to play by professing cultivated irrationality in dealing with India. So irrationality should be capped. I would feel that our diplomats have a huge, big responsibility. They have to reach out to, and they would have reached out. I know our diplomats are good in this. They would have reached out to Gulf countries, to USA, USSR, even told China through their sources that this irrationality has to be capped. You can't allow it to be played widely between two nations which have nuclear weapons. So we have to be careful, and I know we would have taken strong air defense measures to protect our idle resources, but they can build a narrative to say that India has done water terrorism. See, today, narrative building, cognitive warfare are all, Pakistanis are also past masters in that.
Right.
And if you read the statement of China between the lines, China is saying they condemn all kinds of terrorism. What is he implying? Is he going to be partnered with Pakistan. So we have to be
China's relationship with Pakistan is not hidden from anyone. But General Kochhar, how do you look at this? There's just Turkey and there's just China that's openly backing Pakistan today when you talk about the International Committee of Nations. And how do we analyze this kind of statement with China saying that they condemn all kinds of terrorism? Because the world has given its message, as far as the UNSC yesterday is concerned as well.
You see, China always double speaks. You have got the Uyghurs, Muslims in China who have been tortured, who have been subjected to human assault, and the world was quiet. So on what grounds does China speak about terrorism when it continues to protect Pakistan in every forum? You go to the Security Council statement, the mention of TRF was removed from that statement, and China was one of the key players who told them to remove them. So see, we have to take China into his entire picture. And today, if Munir is trying to stand tall, it is on the support from China, because on his own, I don't think. And General KJ will also bear with me that the Pakistan army on its own cannot stand against the Indian army. Today, if Munir is making strong statements, it is because of the kind of support he has from China. And we are also aware the kind of deployments China has done in POK for Pakistan. There is an artificial intelligence entire setup which PLA has set up for the Pakistan army in the POK. So we are aware of all these developments, and also the surveillance systems what China has given to Pakistan, the radar systems which are there with Pakistan today. And an interesting development is also Chinese tanks, Chinese aircraft, JF-17, 141 of JF-17s are there with Pakistan. And on the Navy also, the submarines, the warships, all these things Turkey and China collectively are giving to Pakistan. So I think Pakistan's stand today against India, belligerent stand, I would say that, because Pakistan had 14 days to sort out this problem and to assure India of all the cooperation in...
well, it hasn't done this for decades, sir, so no surprises that they didn't do anything in 14 days. A lot of diplomatic pressure. But let's quickly open out our screen and show our viewers what really that we are talking about. Let's quickly bring up on screen one by one all of those targets, the before and after pictures. If we can request our production team to bring that up on the screen as well. This is Bhimbar, the first target that we're talking about. Look at the way in which that missile is dropping. You can see this is probably from aircraft, but we are seeing this visual where a missile is clearly being dropped. And this is Bhimbar, the location of Bhimbar. Of course, we have already described it's in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The next one that we're talking about is the moment of the attack on Kotli Abbas. This is also in POJK. That's the camp that has been targeted. That's the visual that you see from up above. This is, of course, the moment of destruction of Kotli Abbas that we're talking about. And there you see the kind of smoke and, of course, the explosions that are taking place on ground, possibly infrared imagery, if I'm not mistaken, General. And you can come in on that any point of time. This is Sarjal that we're talking about. This is in Sialkot. And there you see the moment where it goes up in flames after being struck over there. This is yet another terrorist camp that has been destroyed by India. Let's quickly take you across to the next one. This is Maimuna Joy in Pakistan. Maimuna Joy, as you can see, of course, this particular location and the moment of the strike where it takes place, where in fact you can see how it's moving closer and closer. This image perhaps from one of the missiles, General Kochhar. What are we looking at over here? Can you explain this for our viewers? Maimuna Joy. Let's quickly rewind and replay this Maimuna Joy moment when this terror camp has been struck down. This is the before moment where clearly there is, information available. And this is the video. Can you take us through this video, sir?
See, now if you see the before picture and after picture, you see this entire area which has been blacked out. This entire area has been flattened. The imagery is from the drones because you have high resolution cameras along with the drone, and it is a online tracking 24/7.
Right.
So you can see exactly before a target is struck, but the drones is sending you those signals onto your cameras, which are being monitored at your control station.
Right, right.
So that is what it is.
Okay, let's quickly look at some more, of course, of those pictures. I'm told that there are some more pictures coming in at this point of time. And these are pictures coming in from Muzaffarabad. If you can quickly get in, all right, this is coming in on the Associated Press. Pictures of coffins, in fact, being taken in Muzaffarabad, presumably of those terrorists who have been killed. Of course, the exact identity or the nature of what those coffins, who they are carrying, not very clear at this moment. But this is very clear. India sent out a clear message that it's only terrorists who have been targeted, not civilians, not even the security forces who have actually actively aided and abetted these terrorists. India has not targeted any military camps, and that's a very important message going out there, General Kochhar.
It's a very important message. This visuals itself are telling you that these are civilians and these are not military targets. So it sends a message to the world that we have no intention of starting a war with Pakistan. We are only targeting the terrorist camps. And one more aspect of escalation, we have only fired 24 missiles on 9 targets. So if you take an average, it will not be more than 3 missiles per target.
Less than that, yeah.
We could have actually done much more. We could have done, as the wing commander was mentioning, we could have done even 50 missiles. Why did we do that? We have no dearth of missiles. We have not wanting to go into the escalatory ladder.
Right.
Whatever was the damage required to be done, and the damage assessment would also be done now by us, these kind of missiles which we have used would have been sufficient.
Absolutely. And in fact, let's quickly bring in some more news coming in. And the biggest such attack that has taken place, if we can quickly bring in the pictures, that is, of course, Bhimbar that we are showing you over there. That is a terrorist camp that has been destroyed in Bhimbar. There's also, of course, Bahawalpur, another important camp. We'll be bringing you those pictures as well, as far as Bahawalpur is concerned. The before and after, as far as Bhimbar is concerned, both of them up on our screens over here. Let's cut across to the next set of pictures. This is Markaz Toiba in Murid. Very, very important, because this is not POJK that we're talking about, where Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. This is very much in Pakistan, right, General Kochhar?
Yes.
Where this targeting has happened. Very important for the Lashkar-e-Toiba as well, this particular camp.
And look at this trajectory it is going. It looks like it is a drone with that loitering ammunition, because the kind of trajectory this drone is taking, as well as the distance involved from the IB or from the line of control, is within the reach of a drone, and maximum destruction of the target.
Right. All right. Let's quickly bring on the next set of visuals. This is the next one that we're talking about, is the Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur, Pakistan. The big one, because this is where Masood Azhar and several of his associates were holed up, is what we were told. And perhaps the most significant, because this is in the south of Pakistan's Punjab, where this strike has taken place. Tremors, of course, coming up in Pakistan being felt. They are taking up diplomatic action as well, is what we are told. They have summoned the Indian top diplomat over there. Is the latest information coming in at this point of time. And of course, at the highest level over there, we are seeing that Shehbaz Sharif is holding a top-level meeting. In fact, let's quickly bring up that picture of Pakistan, who's clearly rattled at this point of time. Before we get you all of these pictures of the targets, let's quickly bring up that picture on the screen of Shehbaz Sharif, who's holding a high-level meeting with his top generals, as well as, of course, we see, I believe, Asif Munir also present at that particular meeting, is what we are told. And of course, the service chiefs of Pakistan also present at that meeting. He's going to be briefing the nation. He's going to be briefing Pakistan in a short while from now. What will Pakistan's response be? Can they afford any misadventures? That's the big question at this point of time. Those are the pictures coming out, of course, from Pakistan. But let us tell you why this Bahawalpur target is very important, because we understand that as far as Masood Azhar is concerned, that's the breaking information coming in as well. The entire family has been wiped out of Masood Azhar as far as this particular strike is concerned. At least 14 members of Masood Azhar and his family were staying with him were a part of those who suffered casualties, is the information that we have at this point of time. Pradeep Datta continues with us. Pradeep, very, very significant that Masood Azhar, who was staying there, his family members are amongst those who've been wiped out in this strike upon the terror camp there in Bahawalpur. Pradeep.
Yes, sir, this is a very big development. If you talk about this particular attack, here it appears that maybe the BrahMos or scalp has been used to target this particular area. Information right now we are getting, Masood Azhar's sister, her children, and Masood Azhar's brothers, kids, and others, and family members have completely been wiped out in this attack because they were putting up, and from here they used to, they used to indoctrinate and brainwash young minds, then they used to recruit them, and then they used to provide terror training. That's what actually the officer also said during the press briefing. This was a complex web of terror that they had been running through these terror training centers. So that way this is very significant, and because if we talk about this particular man, he was the one who had been responsible for Pulwama bombing, and because it was his brother also along with Masood Azhar, they were the one who had been mastermind of Pulwama bombing, in which 40 of us bravehearts lost their lives. So that way it's a big hit, and I think just few months back while I was covering in Israel, that time I saw the similar thing had happened when Nasrallah was killed. His daughter also died in that particular attack. I was thinking to myself, can we ever be able to do so? But I think we had been proved wrong because we were underestimating the capability and capacity of our armed forces. They have done it, and with that precision. And there was no collateral damage. Not a single civilian was killed. It was only people associated with terror-related elements and terrorists and their associates who were killed in this attack, because 24 missiles were fired, 9 locations, as you rightly said. It's not about... So if we talk about the Muridke, don't look at the distance from the line of control. Look at the distance from the international border. It is just 25 kilometers from international border where actually the attack has been carried out by the Indian forces. And Muridke had been the nerve center of Lashkar-e-Toiba. From here, they used to target Indian bravehearts. From here, they used to target innocent civilians. And what Pakistan had all these months had been doing was trying to rebrand terror organization, while our men were sitting on the board, the war board, where they were deciding how to act against the terror-related elements.
Please stay with us. Let me in fact bring in Squadron Leader Krishan Mitru on this. Squadron Leader Krishan Mitru, the headquarters of LET, whether it's Muridke, whether we're talking about the headquarters of JEM in Bahawalpur, they are the targets. And, you know, at this point of time, Maulana Masood Azhar, his family members, amongst those who have been perpetrating and active in spreading terror. His brother was the one who was responsible for the IC-814 hijacking and was in fact demanding Masood Azhar's release from the Jammu jail. Clearly, it is very, very significant in terms of India's response now that we are targeting and taking out these fountainheads of terror.
Yes, as far as this operations of last night and today is concerned, India has done a fantastic job by targeting only the terrorists and their hideouts, not harming any army installation or any army personnel. Now it's for Pakistan to react, which will decide whether it will remain a sector war or it will be a wide and a long battle. The ball is now in Pakistan's court, and India is nowhere a competition for Pakistan. Let them take any help from Turkey or China, but or even the illegal arms left behind in Afghanistan, which they are flowing into Pakistan now, can be of no savior to Pakistan authorities. As said, the Pakistan Army Chief needs to wake up still in order to first regain his popularity and make any strategic planning to protect themselves, rather than to expose the whole country because of his wrong policies, because of his wrongdoings. And the worst of all, what they are doing as of today is even ill-treating their own ex-prime minister.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, that ICJ announcement just yesterday about the misuse of military courts to, in fact, dispense justice to citizens is a huge violation of human rights, and several of their political leaders were also mentioned in that particular statement. Let's quickly, in fact, bring you up to speed, and Mitchell, Kochhar, you can also come in with us as far as this is concerned. We're talking about India's operation, 25 minutes of strikes. This is what we're talking about, how Operation Sindur has folded out in numbers. The first aspect is the duration. It's 25 minutes of strikes that we're talking about. 60 plus terrorists who have been killed in this entire operation. 9 locations that were targeted where 60 plus terrorists were killed. All of these are terror dens. These are locations from where India knows several of the terrorists who have struck India in the past, including, of course, the Jaish-e-Mohammed has 4 targets out of these 9. Very, very significant because Jaish-e-Mohammed has carried out terror strikes. Several of those. LET also has carried out. 3 of the LET targets have been hit. 2 Hizbul targets have also been hit, is what we are told. So this is very, very significant if you look at the kind of numbers that we're talking about in terms of India hitting back. This is the first target that we're talking about, Murid-Ke. We were just discussing this a short while earlier. This is where the LET is headquartered. Bahawalpur is where the Jaish-e-Mohammed is headquartered. Both those places being targeted. The third and fourth targets were, of course, in Muzaffarabad, in POJK. There's also Gulpur, which has been targeted. This is the 5th target that we're talking about. This is also in that region as well, as well as Bimbar, which is target number 6. Target number 7 we're talking about is Chak Amru, where in fact India has struck as well. We're also talking about other areas which are targeting, including Kotli. This is also, I believe, in POK. General Kochhar, you can come in on this. Sialkot. Or Sialkot, all right. Yeah. All right, there's some breaking news coming in. Big development over here. The Prime Minister has postponed his Europe tour in the wake of what has transpired. The Prime Minister, remember, was to go to Croatia, Netherlands and Norway, and now that trip stands cancelled. Rishabh is breaking this big story at this moment. Rishabh, very, very big development. The government certainly concerned at the highest level because we don't know what really will be the response from Pakistan. India, of course, is ready for any misadventure that Pakistan may decide to embark on.
Well, Madhav, definitely this is an evolving situation, and that's the reason that Prime Minister has cancelled his tour to Croatia, Norway and Netherlands. In Norway, Prime Minister was to join the Nordic Summit. That also stands cancelled as of now, or rather say postponed. Remember, the government suggests that it is an evolving situation and it is difficult for now to preempt how things will unfold from here. And that's the reason Prime Minister has decided to postpone his visit to Croatia, Norway and Netherlands. He was supposed to leave for Croatia on Tuesday, next Tuesday, but now he is not going, and the whole official visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to these 3 countries stands postponed as of now till further notice.
All right, very, very significant development coming in there. General Kochhar, all right, we have Manan Bhatt, Navy veteran, who's also joining us on the broadcast. Manan Bhatt, thank you so much. At the highest levels of government, of course, a lot of movement, as of course would be expected in a situation such as this, which is of course evolving, but a very, very clear and unambiguous message that India has sent out, not just to Pakistan, but also the whole world, that we are not going to stand terrorists and terror emanating from Pakistan any longer. Manan Bhatt. Mr. Bhatt, can you hear me?
Yeah, I did hear you. I did hear half of the question. Can
okay.
You
no, I was just saying, of course, thank you for joining us here on Times Now. We've just said that it's a very clear message that India has sent out with this overnight Operation Sindur, that India is not going to stand terror emanating from Pakistan anymore, whatever be the consequences. A message going out to Pakistan, a message going out to the world.
Definitely, it is a very clear message, and the message has arrived riding on a few missiles and a few loitering munitions, and the presser that we had recently. It was also clear that when 2 women officers addressed the presser, one was from the army and another from the Air Force. And what was significant for me in the presser was that there were 21 targets that were displayed on the screen, out of which we have targeted 9. So there was another message in the presser that India is not going to stop with the targets, with these 9 targets. There are enough ripe terrorist camps inside Pakistan, be it in POK or be it in their mainland. And we are not going to stop here. What I have heard, that it is a developing matter. So nobody answered any question. So it is a developing matter, and soon I hope that we'll be able to see more developments into it, more strikes, so that although justice has been served, but there is more that India wishes, and there are more terrorist camps that we do not want them to be, rear more terrorists and send them to India.
All right,
so,
joining us also on the show is Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, thank you so much for joining us. Very important message that, as Manan Bhatt was saying, India refers to 21 and saying that of these 21, 9 have been targeted. The option now is for Pakistan to take action on terror that's emanating from its own soil.
Yeah, well, you see, more than what we have hit and more than the number of terrorists who have been killed, it is a very strong, bigger message which has been conveyed to Pakistan and the terrorist groups, that in future, none of these acts are going to go unpunished. And this time, though it may have been a little late, but next time onward, they are going to be prompto. And I dare say that a new normal has been established by India. It is new India, a stronger India resurgence, and also communication to Pakistan and also to the entire world, that next time onwards, we are not going to be waiting. So in this new normal also, we have the red lines which will be drawn by us, and which I would recommend, that in case any of such things happen, so the local actions, because we have all these targets which are already registered with us, we keep tracking them, and these days in the era of the satellites and all those, the proofs and the intelligence is already there. So what is the biggest gain out here is that the message which has been communicated to both the terrorists as well as Pakistan. And Pakistan has been conveyed that in future, though we have calibrated this very, I would say, in a judicious manner, we have not hit anything army, we have not hit civilian targets, no collateral damage largely, but this also should send a message to Pakistan, because many of the times the launch pads are where the army camps are, Pakistan army camps are. So next time onward, this message also should go to them, that in case, because they are co-located or inside, so they will also be hit like that. So that's the another thing that I would like to say.
Absolutely, and in fact, there are various political parties that are coming out to comment on the same. In fact, the CPI has issued a statement urging the government of India to call for an all-party meeting, also talking about diplomatic avenues and saying that India had little choice but to firmly respond against the sources of such terrorism. That's the latest coming in. But let me quickly bring for our viewers once again what we're talking about in terms of India's response. Once again, let's go across to those pictures of what really has transpired early this morning or late last night, however one chooses to put it. These are the terror camps that have been destroyed. Kotli Abbas is the first one that we're talking about in POJK. That is the moment of targeting. Sarjal in Sialkot is another camp that we're talking about. That is the moment where it has been targeted over here. Let's also quickly take you across to the next set of pictures coming in. Sarjal, of course, we have played. If you can quickly bring in the next terror camp that has been targeted. Bhimbar. This is Bhimbar, and you can clearly see the missile being dropped over there onto that particular terror camp as well. Bhimbar in POJK also that has been destroyed. The next camp in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir is Kotli Abbas. This is another strike that has taken place in Kotli Abbas, and you can see the moment in which, in fact, it strikes. Sarjal, we have already shown you a few moments earlier where the moment where that particular missile strikes. That's the visual coming in as far as Sarjal is concerned. Maimuna Joya is in Pakistan as well. This is another terror camp that has been struck, and these are the moments of, the targeting taking place that you can see over there. Markaz Taiba in Murid-Ke. Once again, let's recap for our viewers. This is where Lashkar-e-Toiba's headquarters were located, and that's the moment of the kind of strike that's taking place. It's a loitering drone, General, as you were explaining earlier.
And it's, very near our Atari border, the Wagah Atari border. It's very near that place.
It's very near the Wagah Atari border. Okay, so it's in the Punjab part of Pakistan. And let's quickly, in fact, bring you the next set of pictures. We have shown you most of those terror camps. I think there are a few more left. This is Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur, where, of course, the Jaish headquarters was. This entire area has also been flattened to the ground. This is where we understand the family of Masood Azhar was also there, and several of his family members, several of them active in terror, who were also amongst those who were targeted, and in fact casualties are suffered as well. 9 targets gone in 25 minutes. This is what we're talking about. Markaz Subhanallah in Bahawalpur. Why it matters? Because this is the operational headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed linked to the 2019 Pulwama attack, as well as, of course, the parliament strike that took place as well. It also is important because it's located near Pakistan's 31 Corps headquarters and a secret nuclear facility is what we are told. Second target, Markaz Taiba in Muridke, Pakistan. Headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, used for recruitment and military training by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Very significant. We are told that even terrorists such as Ajmal Kasab, David Headley were trained there. It is partially funded by the Punjab government. It's linked to Hafiz Saeed as well. Target number 3, Sarjal or Tehra Kala is the area in Shakargarh, Pakistan. Why it matters? It's a key Jaish-e-Mohammed launch site for infiltrating terrorists. It was hidden within a primary health center to evade detection is what we were told. Target number 4 is Maimuna Joya facility, the head Marala in Pakistan. Why it matters, and if you can just open up the screen a little bit and take a few steps back, sir, if I can request you. Yeah. Why it matters is that this is the launch base for terrorist infiltration across the IB as well as the LOC. This is target number 4 that we're talking about. Target 5, Markaz Ahle Hadith, Barnala in POK. Why does this matter? It facilitates the LET infiltration into Poonch, Rajouri and Riyasi sectors. It's located just 200 to 500 meters from critical access roads. That's what we are told as well. This is very significant in terms of this particular target. Target number 6 that we're talking about is Markaz Abbas in Kotli in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Why does this matter? It's a major JEM site. There's also a key bypass route near it, and it's critical for planning and logistics due to the location of this particular area that we were being told a short while earlier. That is target number 6, Markaz Abbas in Kotli in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Let's bring target number 7. This is Maskar Rahil Shahid in Kotli in POK. Now, why does this matter? It's among Hizbul Mujahideen's oldest terror facilities. Very, very significant, and it is a secure base for long-term operations of the Hizbul Mujahideen. This particular target, of course, also being taken out, in fact, by our security forces. Target number 8, Shawai Nalla camp in Muzaffarabad in POK. Why does this particular terror camp matter? It is a major LET hub for recruitment and training for the past 2 decades. It's also a long-standing operational base as far as the LET is concerned. Target 9 is the Saidna Bilal camp in Muzaffarabad in POK. Why does this matter? It's known to be a Jaish-e-Mohammed operational site. It's a potential site as a satellite camp for nearby facilities as well. So these are the 9 targets that we're talking about and what their importance is, why India has chose to target them. Big breaking news coming in. We're told that the cabinet meeting has also just concluded there, and a short while earlier we had seen the CCS also take place. Pragya is joining us live from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Pragya, take us through what was discussed at the cabinet meeting. What are your sources telling you?
Mara, CCS meeting has concluded and also cabinet meeting. All the ministers have left, and we have also got a message saying that there will be no cabinet briefing today. Most likely what we are gathering from our sources is that this operation was also discussed, and in fact congratulatory messages must have flown in the cabinet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as for the army. Remember, our Prime Minister has given free hand to our defense forces to select the target and also to decide when and how to attack. Obviously this is a moment where they are also watching the situation as of now very closely. This is an evolving situation, as Vikram Misri has said. So there is a very sensitive matter, and obviously they are very tightly about that. But we'll try to dig in more what is actually transpired between the meeting. But having said that, while ministers have left, Raksha Mantri and also Home Minister both are still inside. While all the ministers have left the 7 LKM mark, Prime Minister is still meeting Raksha Mantri and Home Minister Amit Shah is what we are gathering. NSA is also present there. This is also about the evolving situation on the borders, and as we are seeing that every paramilitary force and defense forces need to be ready in any case of retaliation from the Pakistan. So all of that.
Space is not just a destination. It is a declaration of curiosity, courage, and collective progress. India's space journey reflects this spirit. From launching a small rocket in 1963 to becoming the first nation to land near the south pole of moon, our journey has been remarkable. Our rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 increased our understanding of the lunar south pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Station. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, an Indian's footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, Space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups. They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future generations. India stands for dreaming together, building together, and reaching for the stars together. Let us together write a new chapter in space exploration, guided by science and shared dreams for a better tomorrow. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive stay in India. Thank you.
All right, that's the Prime Minister's message coming in as far as the Global Space Exploration Conference is concerned. And it's a previously recorded message that was being played out, is what we're told, talking about India's own plans as far as space is concerned. Very, very significant, of course, as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. And let's quickly shift focus back to the big story at the moment that we're talking about. We're talking about India's Operation Sindoor, where 9 terror camps have been clearly targeted by India. Our guests continue to be with us. In fact, Lieutenant Rakesh Sharma, let me come back to you, sir, in terms of India's response that we're talking about. India very significantly left the door open where it referred to 21 terror camps. Now, clearly, there would also be diplomatic channels that would be worked upon at this point of time. Pressure being built upon Pakistan to ensure the dismantling of the terror network. Otherwise, it will be India that will be forced to finish off the job, is the message that India is sending out.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. The message has been sent very, very loud and clear. But I would just like to add a little point in this, that this is for the first time that our strategy has been remarkable. It's a Kautilya Niti, and the whole of the nation approach has been applied with the politico, diplomatic, economic, and the military instruments of power. You see that military instrument comes towards the end. I think this is for the first time it has happened that we applied the politically we set the things right, diplomatically we took action, and economically we started taking action with the Indus Water Treaty. So, and towards the end, when Pakistan was almost on the knees crying, so that is the time we have taken this last action. Second point I would like to bring out here is that Pakistan, you see, despite the thing that it has been saying that we are absolutely ready, our air defense systems are absolutely smart, you know, we hit these 21 in fact sites we have hit with more than 20 missiles or so. without crossing the border. So they have not been able to intercept even a single missile. That goes to prove and actually negates the myth that, you know, we have a very strong kind of a system, we will go in with a response, and also breaks the older myth of you know, responding with the atom bomb or the nuclear strike. So I just want to say here is that now it is left to Pakistan. We have conveyed our message, and I'm sure that Pakistan, apart from getting the message, will also want to retaliate for its self-respect. So we have to be prepared for that. We already are in India. We have already taken countermeasures. Since yesterday, we have started doing, you know, the civil defense drills. The mock drills, etc., have been put in place. How cleverly all this thing has been done. Today was the day of the mock drills, and we did it last night. So Pakistan would have been, I dare say, that would have been in a complacent situation that, you know, they are going to do the mock drills and probably strike later. So all these kinds of strategies, surprise, and everything has been put into place. And as you said, if Pakistan does not take this action, then I think we have already conveyed that now this is a smart move, this is a new normal strategy of India. Whenever you will do this, we will come in a bigger manner. It was Balakot 1, it was now 9 Balakots together, and next time probably it will be. And lastly, I would dare say that, you see, we will not be able to, by hitting all these terrorists, we will not be able to stop the terrorism in Pakistan. It actually gets controlled and linked with Pakistan army. Unless we break this nexus, we weaken the Pakistan army, nothing is going to happen.
Absolutely. And Captain Akhilesh Saxena is a retired Kargil war hero, is also with us. Captain Saxena, you know, in terms of this response, you know, Pakistan has been doing a lot of saber rattling last few days. They've talked about, you know, the nuclear threat, the fact that the two nations have nuclear weapons, so on and so forth. But we've kept the threshold pretty low at this point of time. If and when Pakistan even tries to escalate, it will be met with a more than befitting response from India, because if we talk about India's firepower, India's infrastructure, the size of the Indian army and the amount of artillery, etc. that we have, Pakistan is just no match.
Yeah. In fact, first of all, I will call it a masterstroke, because the situation was such that this was not only about the attacking on Pakistan, it was about the pride of 140 crores Indian, right? They were feeling hurt. They were feeling frustrated, right? Somebody just came in, innocent, they killed the innocent brothers and gone back, right? When will this end? So it's a very important issue in our nation this time, that how do we respond? And, you know, full marks to our armed forces and the political leadership under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that they have really planned it like a Chanakya, right? Like a Chanakya Niti. They have not only gone for a surgical strike like we did in Balakot, but they have taken a multi-pronged approach. And that multi-pronged approach, some of the levers you have already seen, the Indus Water Treaty, which is going to be a very long-term impact on Pakistan, and this is going to create a long issues and the water wars within the Pakistan, right? So we need to understand, as Sir has rightly said, we will have to hit Pakistan, we have to weaken the Pakistan army, and the only way to do it, to hit their economy, right? Finally, it is all about the money. And the situation with Pakistan is that they have got just foreign reserves of 9 billion. And they are on the verge of economic collapse. They cannot even do the repayment of their loan, leave about, you know, their main loan. So right now, if we hit them through water treaty, through different trade, which we have now started putting the import. And the last and the best thing was the specific strike, which clearly demonstrated that this is new India. This is a resurgent and confident India. And if you will hit us, we will not leave you. If you will hit one, we will ensure your entire family has been eliminated, right? Now today, Azhar Mahmood will be feeling the pain of those ladies whose husbands were killed, and they were given the message that go and tell Modi, right? Today he will feel, how do you feel when your family is killed? And this is the right revenge which India has taken. And given the message that wherever you come, we will come back to you and not leave you, even if you are in POK or you have gone to any part of the world. So that's a new India, and the message and revenge is served, and served with a lot of hard-hitting blows on the Pakistan.
Absolutely. The message is served. And in fact, Manan Bhatt, just the name, in terms of the choice of the name of the operation, Operation Sindur, because it evokes so many emotions because of the kind of attack, the cowardly attack that we saw in Pahalgam, how there were 26 ladies in front of them, in front of their children. Their husbands were so brutally killed. In that sense, the naming of this operation also very significant, Manan Bhatt.
It is indeed an emotional moment for all of us in India, because when you wipe away Sindurs of 26 ladies, they chose not to kill those ladies. Or what was the message they said? कि जाके मोदी को कह देना. तो अब मोदी वापस आया है. The Prime Minister has rightly decided to strike them where it hurts the most. Or the biggest emotional one-upmanship for me is कि हमने जो the ammunition that we have used is indigenized. There was a video which showed that one loitering bomb went down to the terror hideout, and the two loitering ammunitions that we have, one is the Sheshnag and one is the Nagastra, and both of them are made in India. Both of them are made by Indian companies. So we hit them hard, and we use our indigenized ammunitions, our weapons to hit them hard. So it is indeed a very, very huge message, and a boost for the Atmanirbhar Bharat also. It is a big moment. It is a big moment in the history of fight against terror. India has joined a club of nations which never shy away from fighting against terror.
Absolutely. In fact, request to stay on with us. There are updates coming in. The cabinet meeting has been concluded. Pragya is with us from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Pragya, take us through what's happening over there at the moment. I believe ministers are leaving. Pragya, if you can hear me, I believe ministers have left 7 Lok Kalyan Marg after the conclusion of the cabinet meeting. I believe Pradeep Datta is also live with us. Pradeep, very important cabinet meeting that has just been concluded. We are told that there was a meeting of the CCS as well, or the Cabinet Committee on Security. What are your sources telling you about what transpired? Pradeep.
See, what we had been told by the sources was, one, they discussed about the operation that was conducted by our armed forces, and they discussed about that, and then they also discussed about that in case of retaliation, how the India is really going to respond. And the third thing what they discussed about was the situation on the border, because we have seen that for the last few days there had been escalation, and since morning Pakistan had been targeting those areas, civilian areas. They are firing from their artillery guns, so they have opened the mouths of their artillery, and because of that there had been casualties. So how to ensure that their mouths of the guns can be silenced, and they can prevent that escalation along the line of control. So all these measures were discussed, and how to ensure that in case of retaliation, how India is really going to respond. Because if we talk about this operation, this was an offensive-defensive operation. Because offensive, we have seen already that this was 25-minute operation, 24 missiles fired, 9 locations targeted, and we have seen that 60 terrorists had been eliminated. And this showed the political will of the government. Political will they showed by freezing Indus-Water Treaty and paradigm shift in the military strategy. This time they did not even cross the line of control, and while they being on their side, they were able to decimate and dismantle many of their headquarters, whether it was about Jaish-e-Mohammed, whether it was about Lashkar-e-Toiba in Muridkia, or whether it was about Hizbul Mujahideen in Muzaffarabad. If we talk about this particular headquarter in Muridkia, this is the headquarter from where they first carried out the first Fidayeen attack in 15 Corps headquarter in Badami Bagh, in which Major Purushottam died. This is from the same headquarter where they planned 26/11 attack, in which 166 people killed and 300 were injured. And this is the same place from where they planned this Pahalgam attack also. So
all right, multiple updates coming in. Pradeep, stay with us, requesting our guests to stay on as well. And these are the updates coming in. 10 hours after this attack, Shehbaz Sharif has convened an emergency meeting where his top leaders, including the army chief and others, were present at that particular meeting, is what we were told. Update 2, in fact, Pakistan has also summoned the Indian diplomat. Remember that both countries have downgraded their relations in recent years. Now we are told that Pakistan has hurriedly also declared a high alert. That's the latest update coming in as well, as far as Pakistan is concerned. Let's also now tell you why this attack was so significant, particularly for this one man, Masood Azhar, the man whose 10 members of his family have been killed in this attack. A man whose family was responsible for his release from the Kot Balwant jail in Jammu several years ago, because he was then released, following which he carried out the parliament attack and several other strikes on India, including Pulwama, is what we are told. So this is very significant. Mufti Abdul Rauf is Masood Azhar's brother, who has been killed in this particular attack. Very significant as well. And in fact, we have a video of the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters as well, where the entire area has been reduced to rubble. Let me quickly bring in and introduce Air Marshal Anil Khosla, former Vice Chief of Air Staff, who's joining us on the show. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Very significant that it is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the headquarters of the LET that have been amongst those camps that have been destroyed, because this is from where some of the deadliest terrorists have also been trained to spread terror here in India.
Yeah, this strike this time has got a lot of significance, and it's quite different from the Balakot strike, which took place 6 years back. You know, that was on one camp, and this time, you know, it's on 9 terrorist camps. Some are close by and some are deep inside. 5 of them are in POK and 4 of them are in Pakistan territory. And 2 of them are major camps related to Jaish-e-Mohammed and LET. And there are biggish camps. And rightly so, you know, the India's stance is very, very clear that we are against terrorists. And this are sort of a preventive also strikes, having known that these terrorists will create further problem for us in the coming years. And the legitimacy is there. And you know, attacking 9 camps at a time as compared to 1 last year indicates something, that our patience is totally run out and the cost will be very, very high. And now we are talking about escalation. So escalation, you know, the country's sentiments are that if there is escalation, so be it. I mean, we are totally fed up with it, and country is totally united against this acts of repeated terrorism. So the messages are very, very clear as far as this strike is concerned.
Absolutely. And in fact, you know, the very nature of the strike itself, the very fact that all of our forces have come together to carry out such a targeted attack. And very significantly, we've not just crossed the LOC or targeted POK as we've done in the past. We've actually struck at the mainland of Pakistan. Bahawalpur is in south of the Punjab part of Pakistan. And that's the very clear message that we are not going to restrict our actions only to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
Yeah, very right. You know, these camps are at different distances from the LOC as well as from the border. And some can be targeted by the army itself by artillery, and some can be small standoff weapons, and some are deep inside with long standoff precision weapons. So all have been used, and the targeting has been done. So that is very, very significant that, you know, indication is that it will come deep inside in case required. So that's a very, very big signal which has gone in. So now we are waiting for a response and further, you know, the escalation matrix, which depends on Pakistan, how we further response to it.
Absolutely. And sir, the manner in which the strikes were carried out today at a time when there was a mock drill that was supposed to happen, the cabinet meeting that just got concluded was also scheduled yesterday. You know, the element of surprise was on India's side, which is why not even one of these 9 strikes were unsuccessful, and that itself is part of the challenge, because Pakistan would have its own air defense systems in place.
Yeah, I've got a slightly different view on this. You know, Balakot, the total surprise was achieved because never before the air element was used in strikes, and they were totally taken aback. And the planning and the execution was such that, you know, need to know basis as well as nothing was declared. In this case, you know, if you see, I mean, it is a slightly different, you know, they're saying that, yes, we are coming, we are doing something. And also the declaration of civil defense activation today was a sort of an indication. So this, I feel that in this case, it was not a surprise which was important. It was a message and the bigger, you know, action which was taking place, and with knowledge that, yes, we are coming and we are going to do something.
All right, sir, let's quickly, in fact, explain which are these locations that have been targeted. 6 of those 7 camps here on the screen. One is Bhimbar in POK, a terrorist camp that has been destroyed over there. Kotli in POK, another terrorist camp that has been destroyed. It is Kotli Abbas. Sarjal in Pakistan, that has also been targeted as well. Maimuna Joya is another camp that we're talking about. This is also in Pakistan. Murid Kez, Markaz Taiba. This is another terror camp, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, that has been targeted. And perhaps the most significant of all is Bahawalpur, because it is very much within Pakistan where this targeting has taken place. And this is where the Jaish-e-Mohammed was headquartered, and several members of those who were close to Masood Azhar were killed in this particular attack, is the information coming in as well. You can look at these 6 locations. There's no scope for any ambiguity. And Air Marshal Khosla, what is very interesting is that this time round, India has left no scope for ambiguity as far as its messaging is concerned. There were before and after pictures, the moment of the strike, the significance of which terrorists were trained, and why those terrorist camps are important concerns for India. All of this has been very clearly explained and communicated, not just for our domestic consumption, but also for the world at large.
Very right. These terrorist camps can be divided into various categories. One which are very close, which are used as launch pads. One which, are deep inside, which are the headquarters, which are control all the activities of these terrorists. Then there are, places where people are waiting, trained terrorists to, get an opportunity to get launched. Then there are camps which are used for training, jungle survival training, as well as there is one camp which is used for suicide missions. Then there are supply chain camps. So if you notice at this time, out of the 9 targets which has been chosen, a variety of targets have been chosen, but all related to terror and with precision, and there is no collateral damage. So the message is once again, very, very clear that we are coming deep. We are coming to all sort of targets to eliminate the whole setup which the Pakistan has put in their territory. So the targets have been chosen with very, very great care and great thought.
Absolutely. And in fact, that's really as far as the messaging is concerned from India. Let's also take this across to several of our other guests who are joining us. Our reporters also continue to be with us. Pragya was reporting on the cabinet meeting, which has just been concluded. Pragya, what's the update coming in from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg?
Well, the breaking that we're getting from the cabinet right now, Madhav, is that Prime Minister has briefed his cabinet colleagues on the action that was taken by all the defense forces against Pakistan terror camps. We are given to understand that Prime Minister briefed them, in fact, in detail, and not just that, he also briefed them about the preparations of those forces in wake of these terror strikes. And not just that, Prime Minister also briefed all the colleagues, saying that the whole nation is with them. And in fact, the colleagues also told Prime Minister that the whole country stands with the Prime Minister today. This is the breaking that we are given to we have been getting from the cabinet today. It means that the cabinet colleagues said that the whole nation stands with you, Prime Minister, today, and Prime Minister also give them the information what actually transpired and what was the preparation that was made, in fact, by these defense forces ahead of this terror strike. There was a sense of responsibility. There is sense of sensitivity also around this particular strike. But everyone is, very proud of what India did, because we have been bled by Pakistan, the terror that it has been propagated on our soil. And once and for all, this is the biggest badla that we could ever take. And many of the cabinet ministers were also of the view, when we spoke to them in privacy, they said that something big is going to take place. Don't worry, it will be bigger than
Well, something big has happened, and perhaps what will be Pakistan's response is what everyone's looking out for. Meanwhile, Shehbaz Sharif has called for an emergency meeting, is what we are told. There are pictures coming in from Pakistan as well as far as that particular meeting is concerned. And in fact, these are the meetings coming in. These are the pictures coming in from there as far as Shehbaz Sharif is concerned. Asif Munir also present over there. And what really will Pakistan do in terms of what its action from here on is concerned? We're told that they also plan to take media to several of these locations. Last time round, we had seen, in fact, them deny completely what had been stated or what had been done by India when it came to Balakot. Let me quickly go across to Pradeep Datta for more on this. Pradeep Datta, once again, we have seen, judging by what Pakistan has done in the past, it will again go in for some fake news, fakery, to try and justify its own position, not just to the world, but also to its own domestic audiences. What will they do this time round, Pradeep?
Madhav, they have already started doing it because they are claiming that people who have been killed in this strike by India, they are civilians. So they are trying to project India as an aggressor. But nobody is going to buy their argument. Everybody knows that what Muridki is all about, what Bawalpur is all about. They know that these have been terror den from where the terror-related activities have been operating. Because reason being that if we talk about Masood Azhar, he's a globally designated terrorist. If we talk about Hafiz Saeed, again, he's a globally designated terrorist. So everybody has got the intelligence inputs about their involvement in several terror-related incident. Earlier there used to be a saying, all roads lead to Rome. But now there is a saying that all terror-related activities directly or indirectly lead one to Pakistan, because wherever something is happening, somewhere you can find that there is always a Pakistan connection. So world knows that what Pakistan is all about. But so far as the fakery is concerned, because you see what really happened in 2016, that was the time when the first time we saw the paradigm shift in security military strategy. Because every time it was said that if you are going to cross line of control, it will lead to a full-scale war. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi was able to send a message loud and clear that if you are going to violate line of control, this line of control is not going to be sacrosanct for us, and we are going to hit you hard. And that's what exactly happened after in 2016 September, when launchpads were targeted. Same thing happened after Balakot, after Pulwama bombing also. The Balakot airstrike took place this time. Indian Air Force was able to penetrate deep inside Pakistan territory, decimate Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. That time they also took some of the journalists. They said this was eco-terrorism, nothing of that sort has happened. Some of the trees have been damaged, some plants have been damaged. So India was in fact not giving any kind of evidence, and that was fakery was picked up by some of the politicians here and the Saboot gang. All of a sudden they started asking for evidence. But now this time I think that all right,
stay with us, Pradeep. In fact, breaking news coming in of what happened during the cabinet meeting. In fact, this is the information that we have. The Prime Minister has informed his cabinet colleagues about the operation conducted against Pakistan. The Indian Army has carried out the operations as per preparation without any mistakes. All ministers of the Union Cabinet expressed their faith in the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and said that the whole country is with him. The Prime Minister praised the role of the Indian Army as well. Big update coming in there. Pragya, very, very significant, with the Prime Minister's praise for the Defence Forces, with top cabinet ministers telling the Prime Minister that the whole country is together at this moment, and with the leadership of the Prime Minister. Pragya.
Absolutely, Madhav, and this is a very sensitive information, and in fact this is an evolving situation, as many of the ministers also maintain. But the fact that Prime Minister briefed all of his cabinet colleagues on what was the preparation that went behind the attack that we had seen on the terror camps in Pakistan today, and what the achievement of Bharat also was discussed in the cabinet briefing. And not just that, all the ministers were unequivocally supporting the step and also praised Prime Minister and said the whole nation stands with Prime Minister today. It's a sense of jubilation also and sense of pride also among the ministers is what we are given to understand. Our sources have told us it was a very serious but very happy sort of environment, because we have achieved what we wanted to. And in fact, we have also deterred Pakistan in making any of the terror strikes again. But Madhav, also the fact that we have maintained this normalcy, and you rightly said there was an element of surprise. Prime Minister never rescheduled cabinet meeting. In fact, we have no cabinet briefing today, but we have been given notes as to what are the agendas that have been passed. IITs have been passed, and ITI upgradation scheme has also been passed by the cabinet. So on one hand, we are telling the world that we will not, bear any sort of terror attack on us, and it is our right, India's right, to take revenge and to also act against the terror strike that we had seen in Pahalgam against us. On the other hand, we are saying that there is business as usual in the country. We are going about our business. We are in control of the situation, and we will deal with the terror with an iron hand.
All right. That's a very, very important message coming in. In fact, the faith of the top cabinet ministers being reposed in the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister praising the Defence Forces as well. Let's quickly open this up and take it across to several of our panelists joining us. With us also continues Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, very, very significant, because the Prime Minister and the whole nation standing with our Defence Forces for the very, very successful audit. I think we've lost that line there with Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. Let me take that question across to Captain Akhilesh Saxena as well. Captain Akhilesh Saxena, very important message going out from the Union government, from the centre and from the Prime Minister to our Defence Forces.
In fact, if you see the entire actions, with the way it has been taken, it has differentiated between a state like Pakistan, which is a rogue nation, which is a failed nation, which can just go and, kill some innocent civilian. India has shown a lot of maturity and responsibility. And at the same time, we are very clear that we are going to take it deep this time. We are going to really hurt you so that you don't repeat it. Because multiple times we have tried through Balakot strike, through all the peace initiative. So this time there is a set of kinetic and non-kinetic action, a multi-pronged approach. We are very clear that this multi-pronged approach like industry, trade, getting them into the grey list, drawing their funds and loan, international pressure will continue, and it's a long-term strategy which you will see will continue in the parliament. But as we move on, this strike was also very important because this is a symbol. This is a symbol to all these terrorists that we will destroy your terror network. So now what we have done, we have destroyed the terror network of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. At the other hand, we are also drawing the overall funding of Pakistan as a nation, right? Once there will not be funding, it's very difficult to bring them again, this terror network. It takes years. I think they have built it over last 20, 30 years with a lot of funding coming from different sides. So this time India is very serious, and the message which PM is giving also by doing their routine message that for us this is just one of the way, but India will not stop on the path of progress. We are going to be third largest economy very soon, and we cannot divert from here. So this is just one thing, but we will deal it with firm hand. It is more also about the emotion of our 140 crores Indian that we will reply you and in a term which you want. So I think very firm message has been given, but with lot of deliberation and lot of planning. So that's a master stroke, we can say, that we have delivered for Pakistan.
Absolutely. As you rightly put it, 140 crore Indians stand with our forces, stand with our government at this point of time. Clearly, when it comes to taking on Pakistan, we are one as a nation. There can be no doubts about that. But let's quickly break this down for our viewers who are just joining us. This is what has taken place during that particular strike. It was 25 minutes. That's the kind of time it took to carry out Operation Sindur. What really are we looking at in terms of the numbers? 60 terrorists or more who have been killed in this entire operation. Terrorists from the LET, terrorists from the Jaish-e-Mohammed, terrorists from Hizbul Mujahideen, beg your pardon. 9 terror dens that have been struck from POK to mainland Pakistan as well. 4 JEM targets that have been hit as far as these camps are concerned. There are also camps of the LET that have been hit, namely 3 of them that have been targeted in this entire strike. There are also camps of the Hizbul Mujahideen that have been hit. 2 camps of the Hizbul Mujahideen, in fact, that have been hit as far as Operation Sindur is concerned. Let's also take you across to what we're talking about in terms of the total numbers as far as Operation Sindur is concerned. 9 camps that were totally targeted. And in fact, the first one was in Muridke. The second target that we're talking about, if we can quickly start bringing up those graphics up on the screen, was in Bahawalpur. This is where, of course, the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters are located. There's also target 3 and 4 in Muzaffarabad. We're talking about over here. Gulpur as well in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. There is Bhimbar also, which is a very significant camp in terms of transit as far as these terrorists are concerned. Target 7 is Chakamru. Target 8 is in Kotli. And also target 9 that we're talking about is a camp near Sialkot, where in fact this attack has taken place. Let's quickly go across to our guests once again. Air Marshal Anil Khosla continues with us. Air Marshal Khosla, a very strong message being sent out by the government top ministers, talking about the leadership of the Prime Minister himself reposing faith in the defense forces for having carried out this particular strike today, or series of strikes today.
Yeah, obviously, as I said earlier, the country is all together, all the political parties as well as the ruling as well as opposition, and also all the citizens of the country are together in this effort, and it is fully justified. It has got full legitimacy. The kind of terror attack which they perpetuated this time is really heinous, and I mean, it was beyond any human beyond the human nature, I think, and attacking innocent, unarmed tourists, and that too on religious grounds, making it a religious ground, trying to divide India, and also, in front of their children and wives. It was really a big red line had been crossed this time. And I think the response which India has given is proportionate to the crime which they committed. And the signal is very this thing that in future we will, respond equally with equal amount of, punitive action in case such things continue.
Absolutely. In fact, if I can bring in Manan Bhatt on this as well, Navy veteran joining us. Manan Bhatt, it's not just our Air Force, it's our Army, it's our Navy. All of our forces have contributed to this particular strike, in terms of targeting deep into Pakistan, all our capacities in terms of missiles, use of drones, all of that being put in together to launch this coordinated strike on terror camps in Pakistan.
It was indeed a joint effort, and one should take pride in it, because when CDS was appointed, there were quite a lot of skeptics who were talking about it. But when you see such a joint operation that gives such an impact, one must say that it is a joint operation, and it is rarely one finds that in the world forces are able to execute such a joint operation with such precision. I would like to say a few things about the particular operation and the use of Rafales. What I have observed is that once the Pahalgam incident happened, 1 or 2 days after, on 25th of April, Air Force started using their Rafales in operation, what they called as Operation Akraman. So those Rafales went near the LOC. They flew in from central India and then went near to the LOC and international border. They started spooking Pakistani airspace. They started spooking their air defenses. So we have heard reports on Times Now also that there have been air raid warnings in Pakistan, but they never crossed the red line. These planes kept on doing that. They kept on spooking the. So it's kind of they played a game that India excels in. That is kabaddi. Kabaddi, which when using chess players, is a very potent game. So they kept on spooking the Pakistan air defenses up to the point that they begin to ignore Indian advances. This must have happened, and a few of the Rafales, there were 3 sorties of strike groups. One was to spook them, another was for a wall, and the last one, third one went, and they just went straight away, attacked, and got back. So this is how I feel that it must have been done, and Pakistan have been flummoxed in the games that Indian Chanakyas played.
All right, let's bring you some more updates coming in. In fact, there is a significant update coming in that the Prime Minister will be briefing the President soon. He will be going to Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief the President on what has transpired. Very significant, because the President is, at the end of the day, the Supreme Commander of our armed forces. A very, very important briefing over there that is going to be carried out as well. Let's go across to Rishabh for more on this. Rishabh, very significant. The President is the Supreme Commander of our armed forces, and at this moment where the armed forces have conducted this strike with precision, very important in terms of India's response. That meeting is going to be significant, where the PM will be briefing the President. Rishabh.
Well, definitely, Madhav. What we are given to understand that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, after CCS and cabinet meeting, will be heading to Rashtrapati Bhavan anytime now, and he would be briefing Rashtrapati on the Operation Sindur. Remember, last night India targeted 9 terror locations in POK and Pakistan, and now it is official. The government of India has held a briefing, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, after taking all the inputs from Defence Minister as well as NSA, would be briefing the Supreme Commander of all the 3 forces, President of India.
Absolutely, Rishabh. Very, very significant meeting. We'll be watching out for those visuals as well that will be coming out later in the day. Many updates that are expected from the government through the course of the day as well. All eyes on Pakistan and what news emanates from there as well. But let me quickly take this back to our guests coming in. Captain Akhilesh Saxena, any misadventure that now will be attempted by Pakistan is not going to be taken lightly. That's the message that we have given out. And Pakistan, while it may be, deploying its troops at the borders along the plains of Punjab Punjab and different parts. Very clearly, Pakistan would also not want to escalate this any further. But can we really trust the army chief, Asim Munir, who has given a large number of bigoted, irrational statements in the past few weeks?
Yeah. So first of all, if you will see, Pakistan is a state which is like, very good in lying. In fact, they always do the first thing is denial. Starting from Kargil war, when we denied their role to their full-fledged involvement of their army, everything came out. And here also, they always deny, like Pahalgaon incident, they say they have got no role. But everyone knew now, entire world know that in entire globe, in entire world, if there is a terror incident, there are 80% chances that it will be linked to Pakistan, right? So it's become a terror factory. So that's the first state they always do is deny. The second is the fake propaganda and again denial that nothing has happened, right? Like in Balakot, they denied that any harm was done to them. But now there are so many proofs, so obviously Pakistan has to do something to do the face saving. But thing is, Pakistan is in a dilemma because like India, there are no terror camp in India, so they do not have a very good or identified target. Their only way is like they have already started, if you see, across the board artillery fire, right? And which is going on to innocent civilian. They are just trying to say that we have also killed few more guys, but they are not targeted strike, but they are going all over the place. So in my view, Pakistan, they are just going to have their meeting. They will definitely try to retaliate in a way so that there is a face saving, but they do not have the potential to escalate it to the next level because then India is ready. In fact, we are saying, yeah, please come. Because we have just done, we have taken our revenge and we are ready. And if you escalate, we are more than happy to welcome you and kind of going to, destroy you overall. So I don't think Pakistan will go up to that stage. Talking about the nuclear, that they always keep talking about the nuclear capability. It's more of a deterrence and Pakistan just keep talking about the nuclear because they want international power to come and mediate. In my view, right now also they will kind of go to all saying that, India has killed some of the innocent civilian. Nobody is going to believe them, but they will try to get someone to mediate and de-escalate from here. That's what my sense is, and that is in best interest of Pakistan. Because we are more than happy if Pakistan move to the next escalation level, then we will going to give them the lesson of their life so that the existence of Pakistan is going to be in question.
Absolutely.
So that's what my view is, that Pakistan is going to de-escalate it slowly and try to bring some international mediation.
Absolutely. And in fact, Air Marshal Khosla, the point is that, when it comes to such matters, the diplomatic channels would be open. There would perhaps be, calls being made from various, countries that would want to try and de-escalate the situation. And clearly that is the pressure that India has today, because India has both the United States and Russia in its corner, something that perhaps India has not had in the past. And in terms of its diplomatic heft, this is how India will leverage it and ensure that Pakistan does not go for any kind of misadventure.
Yeah, true. The diplomatic effort is already on. If you see the news which is coming in all the major parts of the world, they have already been briefed and what India has done and why they have done it. And the biggest thing is we have the legitimacy. That is the biggest thing, that everyone accepts that, yes, what we have done is correct in view of the terror being inflicted on us and also in future likely to be continued. So that legitimacy gives us a big advantage, and the countries are with us. And as far as escalation is concerned, we talked about it depends on 3 or 4 factors. One is the response from the diplomatic and the other response and the support from the world powers. Second is the comparative economic and military power between the two countries. Third is ability to absorb harm which will come out of this escalation. So the ball is in Pakistan's court, and they will definitely do something to save their face, because the army's reason deter is anti-India. So they will do something to save face. But in case they escalate, the India message is very, very clear. Our patience has run out. We are ready for escalation. If you want to escalate, so be it, although it will be harmful to both. But in the long run, we are more capable of absorbing the harm and damage of the escalation than Pakistan.
Absolutely. And in fact, that's the message that is clearly being sent out as far as Pakistan is concerned, that if they escalate, there will be cost for Pakistan to bear at the end of the day. That's a very clear and unequivocal message going on. And there's already shelling that has begun. In fact, information coming in at this point of time that there is a shelling that is going on in certain parts across the LOC. If we can quickly put out that information as well, where Pakistan has started targeting civilians. Of course, shelling been on since early morning, but the latest update coming in from Mankot sector of Mendhar. This is the information coming in where India has targeted terrorists in the past. Manan Bhatt, this is of course not entirely unexpected, but at the end of the day, with these ceasefire violations, with this shelling coming in from Pakistan side, it is civilians who bear the brunt of these kind of irresponsible actions of Pakistan.
Indeed, CFPs from Pakistan have been a norm for some time, for say 1.5 or 2 years. There was a ceasefire in place, and which stopped damage to civilian infrastructure on both the sides. But since the incident of terror attack in India in Kashmir, what happened was they suddenly opened up many fronts, and ceasefire violations using small arms were observed. Then at this moment, at this juncture, the news are coming that Pakistan have used high caliber weapons to target civilians, and there are civilian deaths also reported on our side. It's not that Indian artillery is not responding. We are up to it. And definitely, when it comes to using high caliber weapons, we have our own indigenized weapons, and of course the most potent one, Bofors, which are giving tough reply to the Pakis when it comes to ceasefire violations, and we are giving them answers as they wish for. But if these CFPs have to stop, we need to hide the stakes in case of this in near LOC and also in the IB where there are reports of ceasefire violations.
All right. In fact, very, very significant information coming in, of course, at this point in time. We will, in fact, be breaking this down for all our viewers. First up, let's take a quick look at the headlines at this hour as the information continues to flow. The fastest updates, the quickest updates coming right here on Times Now. The deepest analysis with the best of experts as well. But first up, a quick look at the headlines. On the 15th day after the massacre, India decisively and devastatingly avenges Pahalgam. At least 60 Pakistani terrorists eliminated in coordinated missile strikes as part of the first leg of Operation Sindur. In a first of its kind strike, India's 3 armed forces coordinated a 25-minute assault, unleashing Rafale jets, hammer missiles and scalp bombs to rain fire on 9 of 21 identified terror camps, marking an attack unlike anything India has executed before. Women in uniform announcing the news of their civilian brothers being avenged. Modi Sarkar sends out a powerful message with 2 women officers from the Air Force and the Army delivering the official briefing of Operation Sindur to a grateful nation. The butcher of 2611 is made to pay in blood by Operation Sindur. Masood Azhar loses 10 of his family members to India's missile strikes, including his brother, who had reportedly orchestrated the IC-814 hijacking to get Masood freed. The payback doesn't just end there. The school of terror in Muridke, which trained Lashkar terrorists such as Ajmal Kassab and David Headley, has also been destroyed, as confirmed by our forces. Justice is last for the families of the Pahalgam victims who hailed the Modi Sarkar for delivering Operation Sindur as a befitting reply to terrorists who widowed India's daughters. This is just the beginning. Hectic parleys continue in power corridors of India. Prime Minister Modi convenes the 3rd meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security in a fortnight and also briefs the Union Cabinet as India strategizes Stage 2 of Operation Sindur. Meanwhile, in Pakistan, the response is the only way it can. Cowardly targeting citizens across the LOC through indiscriminate firing that claims 10 lives. Indian forces meet fire with fire. All right. In fact, this is the information that we have coming in, ladies and gentlemen. You have 9 terror camps in Pakistan that have been completely demolished. 6 of them, of course, the pictures in the moment of the destruction that has been released officially by our armed forces are on the screens. You can see whether it's Bimbar in POK or Maimuna Joya in Pakistan, Kotli in POK, Murid K in Pakistan, Sarjal in Pakistan, and Bahawalpur in Pakistan. Bahawalpur, of course, is where the JM had its headquarters. Murid K is where we understand the Lashkar-e-Toiba had its headquarters. Both of these camps have been destroyed, and these are amongst the 9 areas that have been targeted. 24 missiles that were used to target these 9 camps with precision. India's come out to say and send out a very, very strong message that it will not take terror lying low. That's the clear and unequivocal message that's going out to Pakistan. There's also a message to Pakistan, the fact that there are 21 camps that have been identified. 9 of them have been targeted. If Pakistan chooses to carry out any further misadventure, there will be a clear response from India, is the understated message coming out. But there is some information coming in at this point of time. I'm told that the defense minister is likely to meet forward areas, and in fact that's the latest update coming in. An all-party meeting also likely to take place. Let's quickly take this across to Pradeep Datta joining us. Pradeep, very, very important messaging going out if the defense minister visits the forward areas. We have seen how the Prime Minister has praised the defense forces at the cabinet meeting a short while ago, and an all-party meeting being conducted ostensibly to brief the opposition and other parties as to what has transpired as far as India's actions are concerned. Pradeep.
Yes, Madhav, you are absolutely right. In fact, before cabinet meeting, there was a meeting between Defence Minister and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and during that meeting, Defence Minister briefed him about operation, and also he discussed about the situation on the line of control, because Rattle Pakistan had been targeting civilian areas. There had been some casualties, some of them have been injured. Reason being that Pakistan knows that they can match might of Indian military, so the best option for them is to target civilians. That's what they are best in doing. Either they use their proxy, and this time they have opened mouths of their artillery guns targeting civilian areas, and firing has been continuing right from Poonch, Mainder, Krishna Ghati, Bimbar Gali, Nowshera sector. And also in the Uri and the Kupwara sector also the firing is going on. And now the Prime Minister has sent a very loud and clear message. Prime Minister asked Rajnath Singh that they should convey the message to the commanders on the ground, that they should give them a befitting reply, and it should not be tit for tat response, but there should be a punitive action. Means if any of the posts from where the firing is coming, that post need to be properly decimated and demolished. Such should be the intensity of the firing from Indian side. Now Rajnath Singh will be visiting anytime any of these forward areas. He will be boosting morale of the troop, also to be giving a pat on their back for such a superb, fantastic operation, which was there for 25 minutes, and 25 minutes, 24 missiles fired, and 60 terrorists killed, and 9 of the terror den completely decimated and demolished. Nobody had thought about this thing, and there was not only secrecy, element of surprise, but yes, it has sent shockwaves throughout Pakistan. And right now you can see even Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar is feeling that pain of losing his family members. He's the same person who has shattered so many families all his life, because he was responsible for killing of so many people, and for the first time he has felt that pain. And now I think the message is loud and clear, because when terrorists target people in Pahalgam, they said go and convey it to Modi. And now I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi has conveyed message to Pakistan that blood of India is not cheap. We will be made to pay for all the sins that we have committed. Let's take a look,
Pradeep, at what really is happening in Jammu and Kashmir, because Pakistan is clearly targeting civilians. This is the information coming in. In fact, there is shelling taking place, ceasefire violations that we've reported since early morning today, and clearly, of course, the only response that Pakistan has is to fire in the forward areas and target civilians. Let's take this across to Priyank, who's also joining us. Priyank, we have seen how Pakistan's only response is to respond with shells from across the border, because there's not much more they can do. This is the only cowardly action that they can take. Priyank.
Yes, Sadi Madhav, that's why in this Uri sector, what we have seen yesterday, that post 2 a.m., there were multiple heavy shelling which happened from the Pakistani side, and because of which the district administration has requested the people to go to the safer zone. We are reporting from this Uri, and you can see the shops are right now closed, none of the shops are open, because people knew the fact that the Pakistanis, since they are very much rattled after what has been done, their terror bases have been destroyed by the Indian forces, they will once again try to target the market area. This was never seen, Madhav, in the previous years also. What we have seen in Kupwara, they have been the market areas which have been attacked. And there is certainly a fear among the people that the Pakistanis can once again come to this kind of situation where they can attempt to target the market area. That's why the district administration has also placed all these fire engines. Every precautionary measure is being done. More civilian movement has not been allowed. All those people who are resident of this area are also allowed to come here. In fact, when we were also coming, although Sohail was here, we have been reporting in the early morning. When I personally came, there were several restrictions which were also witnessed by us, where the civil defense volunteers and the police officials were not allowing further civilian movement to this particular location. And this area of Uri, Madhav, is certainly very important strategically also, because what armed forces have also done, that the perpetrators of the Uri attack have also been taught a lesson. Their base, their training camp has also been busted.
Those are pictures, in fact, coming in of the cabinet meeting, where, of course, we've seen top cabinet ministers reposing their faith in Prime Minister Modi's leadership. The Prime Minister, of course, sending out that message as far as our defense forces is concerned, and that moment of solidarity with our forces, and, of course, congratulating them for carrying out those strikes as well. Those are the pictures that you see up on the screen as far as what took place at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg a short while earlier. In fact, if I can get a quick update from Pragya as well, who was bringing us that particular story. All right, I'm told we don't have Pragya with us, but let me open this up and take it across to our guest. Joining us here in the studio is Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Senior Fellow of IPCS. With us is Lieutenant General A.K. Suri. Tilak Devasher is ex-member of the National Security Advisory Board. Professor Madhav Nalapat is a Vice Chair of the Manipal Advanced Research Group. I'm coming across to the former Director General of Army Aviation, Lieutenant General A.K. Suri first. Lieutenant General Suri, a very clear and unequivocal message that has gone out to Pakistan that it dare not carry out such acts of terror, pressure on it to dismantle its terror networks, and also the fact that we mentioned 21 of the terror camps and the fact that we've attacked only 9 of them also shows that there is unfinished business on India's part in case Pakistan even tries to escalate.
Yeah, firstly, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, sir.
Fine. The message is absolutely loud and clear. And more than that, what I feel is that more than a military response, it's been a statement of strategic resolve by the Indian defense forces and by the Indian government. And the duality of the Pakistan army has been exposed in, of course, India always knew it in the international fora too. Because, on one side, they've been representing themselves as responsible actors on global platforms fighting terrorism, while covertly, they've always been nurturing violent non-state actors. So this strike today, which is also remarkable because of the expansive footprint and the, precise locations, within 1 hour, all the missiles were on their targets. And the element of surprise was so perfect that perhaps it is a swift and a surgical and very, very assertive strike. So Pakistan is definitely, going to have a rethink. And unless they do structural reforms in their military and close down the balance of the terrorist camps, they are in for big trouble.
Well, of course, that's easier said than done. But Tilak Devasher, a clear message in terms of India not just crossing the LOC into POK, but the very fact that we've attacked Bahawalpur, where the Jaish headquarters were there. And in fact, Masood Azhar amongst those who have lost, members close to him, etc. It's a very clear messaging that we are not going to restrict ourselves to POK. We will hunt down terrorists wherever they are in Pakistan and attack them.
Yes. The important messaging is that India will not accept terror under any circumstances. So this message was conveyed after Balakot, but obviously Pakistan forgot that message. And for reasons which we can discuss later on, they decided to indulge in terrorist activity in Pahalgam again. So once again, India has delivered a message. And this time the message is both kinetic and non-kinetic. And I think in the long term, the non-kinetic message of holding the Indus water in abeyance will have far greater impact. But coming to the kinetic message, 9 strikes across from POK into Pakistan's heartland which is Punjab, and especially the two snake pits of Bahawalpur and Muridke, has a story to tell. It is telling Pakistan that your terrorists, they can run, but they can't hide. And we'll go after them, as Prime Minister said, we'll chase them to the ends of the earth. And this is exactly what India has done. And also, let me say, you know, the name of the operation Sindur is so apt. And whoever has thought of this is an absolutely amazing name. Because in the Indian civilizational ethos, in the Indian cultural ethos, the significance of Sindur is something which just cannot be explained. And the fact that the press conference was also conducted by two women officers from the Army and the Air Force, you know, you connect the dots and you see the message that India is sending. So I think this is a very important development. But at the same time, let me also say that Pakistan's reaction is going to will come within 24 to 36 hours. Now, what Pakistan's retaliation is going to be is something which I think Pakistan doesn't have very many options. There are no terror training camps in India. So what do they target? They target civilians or they target military installations. And in both cases, India will go up the escalatory ladder and hit them again. If they are foolish enough to target a dam, as some of them have been threatening, water is going to flow into Pakistan. It's not going to flow back into India. So I think for Asim Munir, it's a very tough call. Unless, of course, they decide to land some missiles in a desert in Rajasthan, and then the whole crisis draws down. So I think the next 24 to 36 hours are going to be very critical and important. And India is ready and India is waiting.
Absolutely. And in fact, let me bring in Abhijit Iyer on that. Abhijit, you have a lunatic as an army chief in Pakistan, you know, who's entirely unpredictable. I mean, leave aside the kind of bigoted statements that he's been making. He will also want to do some amount of chest thumping, as Mr. Devasher seems to be suggesting. But there's also going to be a tremendous amount of diplomatic pressure that would be borne upon Pakistan. Will that be enough to ensure that there is no, retaliatory action from their side?
So, you know, the thing is, I don't accept he's a lunatic. He's very rational. It's just that his rationality is very different from ours. You see, when Mukesh Ambani buys a Rolls Royce, it's small change for him. When you or I buy Rolls Royce, we're bankrupting ourselves, right? Now, what has he done this for? Why did he plan the attack? Remember, he never even told some of his own colleagues, the corps commanders and things about it. This is to shore up his own position within the military out there. This is to create an external enemy where all of Pakistan can rally behind. And, you know, the visuals that have gone out there, which are, dead bodies coming into the hospital, wounded coming into the hospital and things like that. This has been done in the heart of military power, Punjab, also the heart of power of the Sharif family, who's the Prime Minister right now. So this has gone down quite significantly in Pakistan. Remember, they can't now hide this and say, oh, you know, they got some crows or some chickens in Balakot. No, this is very serious now. The issue, like Devasher sir said, is how will they retaliate? He cannot save face without retaliating. Now, they're claiming they've shot down 6 of our fighters. Zero proof, of course. But, they can easily turn it around and say, well, we've given them the answer they required. It's a muh tod jawab, whatever. And they can choose to de-escalate. This is what they did with those reciprocal missile strikes with Iran, if you remember. On the other hand, precisely because of the visuals coming in from Bahawalpur and Muridke, especially the hospitals, they may just decide to go up the escalation ladder. Now remember, in this could be like Balakot, where you actually lose but claim a victory, which is of course what Pakistan always does. The real issue becomes that if this becomes a prolonged long war, which is what happens if they escalate the situation now, there is no scenario in which Pakistan can seem to be winning.
Absolutely. Many questions, in fact, that come out of that as well. We'll discuss all of that in great detail. But there is the latest update coming in fact, of an all-party meeting that is to take place tomorrow. And in fact, this meeting, of course, expect to take place at around 11 is what we are told. This is the information. At 11 a.m., there will be an all-party meeting that will take place. We will be seeing the Defense Minister, we'll be seeing the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, as well as the Home Minister, who are going to be representing the government at this particular meeting. Let's go across to our reporters. All right, I don't think we have our reporters live with us yet, but that's the latest update coming in, a big one, because remember that we had seen an all-party meeting take place soon after what transpired in Pahalgam, and once again an all-party meeting that is to take place tomorrow following India's action in terms of these 9 strikes on locations across Pakistan. All right, let me quickly bring in fact, Professor Madhav Nalapat on this. Professor Nalapat, your response in terms of, what really can we expect from here on? Of course, Pakistan would have a lot of diplomatic pressure on it. Of course, there would be also a lot of domestic pressure on them to take some kind of action as a face saver. How do you see things playing out?
Look, I'll tell you very clearly that there was perfect camouflage. The Prime Minister did make a statement. And what was it about? It is about the India-UK FTA being signed. And he said, we welcome the UK Prime Minister to India. Now, what could be less warlike than that? An FTA and welcoming the UK Prime Minister to India. So the camouflage was perfect, if I may say so. And I think they were taken entirely by surprise. The second surprise must have been the precise targeting and the precise coordinates, because that makes clear that India is well aware of what is going on in Pakistan. Now, that is a fact, very well aware of what is going on in Pakistan, and it's impossible for them to hide anything. Now, the point is, Pakistan has admitted publicly to doing dirty work for some countries. The question is, does it want to continue doing dirty work for a particular country, which would like to see the situation escalate, which would like to see, it develop further so that it can take pressure off its own front? Because that will lead to a very quick unraveling of the state of Pakistan. So it's up to the Pakistan army to basically take the decision. You want to escalate and then risk the entire structure and salience of the state of Pakistan, which anyway is under threat because Pashtuns, you can see the Taliban is now supporting India.
Okay.
Can you imagine that? The Pashtuns are upset, the Sindhis are upset, and so there's no question of denying. The Baloch are upset. They can say that all these people are Indian agents. Then a large part of the population of Pashtunistan, Balochistan, and Sindh are Indian agents, which is nonsense. So I'd like to say that now, as you correctly said, it's up to the Pakistan side now if they want to escalate further, because I believe, of course, I have nothing to do inside government, but I believe that there are multiple plans drawn up, plan A, B, C. And if they do escalate, we have a clear and immediate response to that and further. But the point is, a further escalation is going to result in a very quick breakup of Pakistan. And the question is the Pakistan army ready to sacrifice?
All right. Please stay with us, Professor Nalapat. Let me quickly, in fact, bring in Amit Kumar, who's joining us on that all-party meeting information that we broke a short while earlier. In fact, Amit Kumar, कल all-party meeting होगी और इस सर्वदलीय बैठक में विपक्षी पार्टियों को ब्रीफ किया जाएगा कि किस तरह की स्ट्राइक्स हुई थी। गृह मंत्री और रक्षा मंत्री दोनों इस मीटिंग में मौजूद रहेंगे।
जी हाँ, देखिए कल सुबह 11 बजे ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग बुलाई गई है। आपको याद हो तो 22 तारीख को जब हमला हुआ, इसके बाद 23 तारीख को सीसीएस की बैठक के बाद ये फैसला किया गया था कि ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग बुलाई जाएगी और इसके बाद फिर ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग बुलाई गई 24 को, जिसमें ब्रीफ किया गया था कि ये जो पोजीशन है, आतंकियों ने क्या हमला किया। इसके बाद अब जबकि हमने एक्शन ले लिया है, आतंकियों का मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया है, हमने स्ट्राइक किया है और उनके जो ठिकाने हैं, और सबसे बड़ी बात कि हाफिज सईद और अजहर मसूद के ठिकानों को हमने निशाना बनाया। इसके बाद अब कल फिर बुलाया गया है 11 बजे ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग, और उस ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में तमाम जो अपोजिशन पार्टीज है उनको ब्रीफ किया जाएगा कि भारत ने किस कंडीशन पे ये एक्शन लिया है, एक्शन के दौरान क्या क्या हुए, किस तरह से हुए, कैसे हमने अब सेफ्टी के साथ, जो एक तरह से हमारा जो स्ट्राइक था वो पूरी तरह से सेफ था, और हमने कैसे प्रोवोकेशन के साथ नहीं, सिर्फ और सिर्फ और आतंकी जो संगठन है, आतंकी का जो हाइड आउट है या आतंकी के जो लॉन्च पैड है, उसको आपने टारगेट किया, तो इसकी जानकारी दी जाएगी। एक और जानकारी बताना चाहूंगा कि आज जब पीएम मोदी जब वहां पर कैबिनेट की बैठक थी, तो करीब 4 से 4.5 मिनट राजनाथ सिंह ने शुरुआत में, जब बैठक शुरू हुई तो राजनाथ सिंह ने शुरू में ब्रीफ किया कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में उनकी जो बारीकियां थी, जो पूरे ऑपरेशन की जानकारी करीब 4 से 4.5 मिनट राजनाथ सिंह ने दिया। और इसके बाद प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने एक बड़ी बात की कि ये तो हमें करना ही था। मैं फिर से रिपीट कर रहा हूं माधव कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा बैठक में, कैबिनेट की बैठक में, ये तो हमें करना ही था, क्योंकि पूरा देश हमारी तरफ उम्मीदों के साथ देख रहा था, तो ये हमें करना था। और आतंकियों को, आतंकियों के सरगनाओं को जहां भी होंगे उनको हम जवाब देंगे, जब भी मौका मिलेगा जवाब देंगे। तो कैबिनेट की बैठक में अपने सहयोगियों को उन्होंने ब्रीफ किया, जानकारी भी दी, और सहयोगी के जो तमाम सहयोगी हैं मेज थपथपाकर एक तरह से अभिनंदन भी किया प्रधानमंत्री मोदी।
All right, thanks so much for that quick update there, Amit. And in fact, certainly we'll be tracking that all-party meeting tomorrow very closely as well. We are told that the Prime Minister's also his route is in place as well. But let's quickly, in fact, go through these pictures. Abhijit, let's quickly go through these images that were put out by the government. This time the government has been very clear in its communication. Before and after pictures, what was the relevance of each of these camps and the precise moment of that strike that has been put out. And that's very, very clear, because at least that ensures that we don't have any kind of domestic differences which come out and embarrass India internationally. I think that part of the messaging, has to be given credit to, because this time around it's been very clear, very unequivocal. Just look at all of these. Some of these, of course, are missiles, as we can see, some of them perhaps drones. Can you take us through each of these pictures, and what is your analysis in terms of what has actually happened on ground?
So we should be starting with Bahawalpur, which
this is Bahawalpur. This is all right.
That's not
Bahawalpur. We will quickly bring up Bahawalpur. All right, the next set of pictures will have it, but let's start with what we have before us. That is Sarjal. If you can go with Sarjal first, and then which is in...
Now Sarjal, it seems to be some targeted killing. I don't know, because the Syed Salahuddin has come out and said that he has confirmed he has in fact lost 10 family members. This might have been a targeted taking out of his house. Because this is not something that cropped up in some of the things, images
that is Mahmood Azhar that we're talking about. Bahawalpur. This is where Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters are in Bahawalpur. And this is inside of Pakistan. It's not POJK.
It is deep inside Pakistan.
Absolutely.
It is deep inside Pakistan. This is something we had highlighted some 3-4 days back. Now, this is a complete training compound. If you look here, this is the mosque. Right here, you can see the domes out there, this thing. This is where they claim, oh, this is a madrasa, they're peaceful people, they're just religious scholars and things like that. This entire compound has expanded in the last 4 to 5 years. It was a consolidation happening. This was actually their swimming pool, which they filled in. Have you ever heard of a mosque with a swimming pool?
Amazing.
So this was done for training. This was meant for swimming training. There are tennis courts and things like that out here. I can't see it exactly because of the flashing. You'll have to excuse me. But this is where they were kept. There was an ISI field office out here. This entire compound has been demolished.
All right.
So you've taken out a few, at least 50, 60 minimum after the evacuation. But remember, what was evacuated was in POK. They were all brought here. So the numbers out here may be significantly higher. So if you look at the visuals coming out of Bahawalpur Hospital, for example, what has ended up happening out there is that you are seeing literally tens, dozens of people being brought in, all fighting age men, not one single woman, not one single child, being brought in very bad state of burning and things like that. This has been the biggest strike of this particular thing.
And the Pakistan army has nothing to do with them. I was an army officer there at the hospital in Bahawalpur.
Exactly.
I mean, those pictures are out there. It's not anything that Pakistan is even trying to conceal or even trying to hide. They may claim that the army